hoor je mij? Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin.
Wow, oh my God, I've got goosebumps.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Please welcome on stage the Secretary General of the PES, Giacomo Filibeck.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you all here today. It is an honor, friends and comrades, to welcome you at the opening of our Congress here in Amsterdam. And I have to begin by, first and foremost, thank our Dutch hosts for their incredible work in making this important Congress possible. Amsterdam, a city of freedom and solidarity, is the ideal place for our political family to come together in such a decisive moment for Europe and the world. Thank you to our Dutch friends. We are here today as European socialists, social democrats, and progressives to send a clear message. We reject the false choice between which values and policies are more relevant than others. We know it is not only possible but essential to fight at the same time for social justice and for human dignity, for quality employment and for the well-being of our young people and our elderly, for healthcare, for education, for climate action and for minority rights, for fair taxation and for democracy and the rule of law. We do not give up one cause in order to pursue another. We do not abandon our principles for the sake of a short-term gain. We hold all those values together because they belong together. The European project itself is built on this foundation, on solidarity, on sustainability, and democracy, not on internal competition and social dumping. Our task is not to shrink this vision, but is to deepen it and defend it. And for this, we fight at every level possible. We fight in the European Council with our prime ministers. We fight in the European Parliament with our S&D group. We fight in the European Commission with our commissioners. We fight at the local and regional level with our elected officials. We fight in our member states with our party leaders. But especially, we fight with our hundreds of thousands of individual members and activists that are the beating heart of our movement. And it is to them that we owe our greatest gratitude. It is to all of you, in fact. Otherwise, we would not be here doing this fight. During this Congress, we will also give space to those who are physically fighting against oppression, against abuse of power, against violation of human rights. In Turkey, against Erdogan regime, with all those illegally detained, the journalists, the academics, the political opposition leaders, and our mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu. In Serbia, where since 1 year now, the 1st of November will be the tragic anniversary since Novi Sad, the students and the opposition leaders are bravely resisting a corrupt and abusive regime of the autocrat Vučić. And with them, to them, we send our message of solidarity. In Belarus and Russia, where we will listen to courageous voices of women leaders who refused to be silenced. In Georgia, with their citizens who continue to defy their regime, holding a European flag. Think about this. They are risking their lives holding what represent the values of democracy and fundamental rights, our flag, against police abuse in the streets of Tbilisi. In the Middle East, in Israel and Palestine, where we condemn firmly Netanyahu's extremist government for its criminal intentions and its criminal actions. and in Palestine, where we unequivocally condemn Hamas terror, unequivocally. We stand firm for the two people, two states solution. That's what animates our position on the Middle East. And finally, in Ukraine, where we stand for its defense against the unlawful war of aggression led by the Kremlin, which is a war against European values. We must be absolutely clear. We do not believe that peace can only come through strength, as Trump and some of his allies and friends, even here around in Europe, tend to believe. We believe that peace comes through justice. And this is the value that we need to uphold bravely and courageously. And now, from this stage in Amsterdam, we send a message to all the progressive socialist, social democrats, democratic forces around the world. Even if we have different names, we have different traditions, we have different faces, we are fighting the same enemy. The enemy of democracy, of human rights, of women's rights, of media freedom, of social justice. And this enemy doesn't play fair. They don't play by the rules. In fact, they rewrite the rules to serve themselves, and they do so in order to make it harder for us to defeat them. And this is why the only way forward, and this will be a clear, loud message from Amsterdam in this next couple of days, is that we need to stand together. We must learn from one another, share both our best practices, but also our mistakes. And we need to find the common ground to unite our energies. If we succeed in this endeavor, then there is hope. Hope for our parties, hope for our citizens, hope for our societies, and I dare to say, hope for humanity. Once again, thanks to our Dutch friends, thanks to all of you for being here, and now it's my pleasure to introduce the chair of the PvdA party, Esther Miriam Sent.
Sorry. All these strange habits that we have. The Dutch do 3 kisses. Here we go. Dear friends, welcome in the Netherlands. Welcome in Amsterdam, and especially welcome at this very special location. We're standing here in a venue full of history, the Beurs van Berlage, the so-called People's Palace. It was designed by the famous socialist architect Hendrik Petrus Berlage, who believed that affordable homes should also be beautiful homes. This location symbolizes our social democratic values. It shows that the work of socialists not only stirs hearts and minds, but also creates places that inspire generations to come. But more importantly, it proves that we must work together to create real change. Architects and politicians, journalists and authors, artists, activists, academic, trade unionists, and entrepreneurs. I am thrilled to see all these different people gathered here today. Together, we can build a future based on freedom, equality, and sustainability. In the Netherlands, as you may know, we are facing important elections. It makes it an even greater privilege to host you here at this special moment in time. And with the well-known Dutch modesty, I say it feels only natural that the PES Congress 2025 take place in our country. Because the major challenges we face in Europe are also being played out in the Netherlands. As mentioned before, affordable housing, but also deepening inequality, the rise of anti-democratic forces, and ensuring a sustainable future. These are the issues at stake, not just here, but across Europe. And just like our mission today, cooperation is our way forward. In recent years, we have successfully joined forces with the Green Party in the Netherlands. And next year, we will launch a new party together. Because social policy is meaningless if it cannot secure our future. And green policy alone falls short the moment we leave people behind. Our traditions need each other. We complement one another. We learn from each other. We hope that our cooperation can be an inspiration for our European family. We are thrilled that this Congress already shows how progressives, socialists, and Greens can work together, and I wish you a wonderful Congress. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Giacomo, and thank you, Esther Miriam. I think after this opening, we all feel welcome here in Amsterdam, and we feel motivated to start our Congress. My name is Thomas Vorpel. I'm one of the Deputy Secretary Generals of our PES family, and I now have the pleasure to guide us a little bit through the starting phase of our Congress. But it's not only warming up, it's also a little bit of work to be done, mainly for our PES delegates. A warm welcome also to you. And already now, please make sure that you have your voting cards ready, because we will have voting on some statutory requirements, and we have then afterwards the important discussion about our resolutions with the policy priorities for the future. But before speaking about the future, let's start with a little look back to the activities we had as a family in the last years, and let's start with the S&D group in the European Parliament and with their video on their activities. Please.
Hoy regresamos a la Casa de la Democracia Europea gracias a la confianza de los ciudadanos y las ciudadanas. A regalar ni un solo voto a quienes como Orbán, como Le Pen o Abascal quieren destruir la Unión Europea. No cederemos ni un centímetro, porque frente al odio, frente a la mentira y frente a la destrucción, nuestra respuesta será más Europa, no menos, más democracia, no menos, más justicia, no menos. You are not alone. We will march with you in Budapest, side by side, proud and loud. Peace over war, justice over genocide, climate action over denial, democracy over autocracy, equality over discrimination. That is the Europe our citizens deserve, and that is the Europe we will never give up.
I would say you don't have to stop applauding, because now we can welcome someone on stage who was already visible here, who's the leader of the S&D group in the European Parliament, and on top of that, who's a strong fighter for social justice, gender equality, and our democracy, Irache Garcia.
Good morning. Good morning, friends. It is a joy to be here in Amsterdam. And yes, this is the Europe we will never give up. This is our Europe. It is a promise we make every day, a promise to defend peace when war returns, to defend dignity when hate rises, and to defend democracy when fear takes hold. But let us be honest. This Europe, our Europe, is not yet complete. It is not safe. It is not guaranteed. Because today, in too many capitals, hate is marching again. It dresses in suits, speaks on sovereignty and tradition, but what it wants is submission and fear. And we, Social Democrats, are the only ones standing between Europe's promise and Europe's undoing. 1 year into this new parliament, we have shown what leadership looks like. We shape the agenda of this commission, not for our own power, but for our people. We secure a European affordable housing plan, the first ever commissioner for housing, and a housing committee in the parliament, because we believe a home is not a privilege, it is a right. We want commitments and anti-poverty strategy, a roadmap for quality jobs, a pact for social dialogue, and a strengthened child guarantee. Because social justice is not an accessory of the European project. It is the European project. But let us be clear. Let us be clear. These are not only words, and words must become reality. The work program that the Commission will present will be the moment of trust. We will support ambition, but we will not support complacency. Our support is not a blank check. It is a moral contract delivered for people or a step aside. We will hold Commission's feet to the fire on everywhere, from affordable housing to climate neutrality, from workers' rights to gender equality, from frozen Russian assets to sanctions against Netanyahu's genocidal invasion of Gaza. Yes. Because justice delayed is justice denied. Because the children of Gaza cannot wait for Europe to find its conscience. Because those who march today in the streets of Amsterdam demanding peace, demanding an arms embargo, demanding that Netanyahu's crimes don't go to unpunished, are marching for the same values we defend in our political family: humanity, law, and dignity. And when we stand with Ukraine, demanding that the 200 billion in frozen Russian assets reveal what Putin is destroying, we are not waging war. We are defending peace, justice, and sovereignty against tyranny. We, Social Democrats, are shaping a Europe that dares to care. We are defending the European Green Deal against those who would trade the planet for a short-term profit. We are fighting a binding 2040 climate target because a fair transition is not negotiable. We are defending a next multi-annual financial framework that gives the European Union the tool to act. With a strong budget, a cohesion policy that unites our regions, and a common agricultural policy that remain truly common, because solidarity cannot be renationalized. The Union must invest together, or it will fall apart alone. We are building a Europe that protects workers' rights, with the right to disconnect, the Digital Fairness Act, and a Europe that will never be ruled by Trump, Musk, or any algorithm that put grids over people. And we are defending democracy itself, from Budapest to Brussels, from The Hague to Madrid. When I say in Budapest, you are not alone, we will march with you proud and loud, I mean it. Because freedom is not negotiable, because rights are not regional, because equality is not up for debate. Friends, the first year has been proof that when others hesitate, we act. When the far right destroys, we build. When they weaponize fear, we mobilize hope. And yes, it has not been easy, we know. The EPP too often embraces those who detest the very Europe they claim to defend. But we will not be complicit. We will never give up, even in touch to those who want to destroy Europe. Our task is not to manage Europe's decline. It is to renew its dreams. The dream of a continent united in freedom and equality, proud of its diversity, and capable of delivering real security, not the false security of walls and hate, but the true security of jobs, homes, and justice. And what better place to say this than here in Amsterdam, the city of freedom, the city of tolerance. In just a few days, Dutch citizens will decide which future they want. They can choose between fear, or they can choose hope. They can choose isolation, or they can choose solidarity. They can choose a Europe that retreats, or a Europe that leads. And I know they will choose wisely. They will choose Frans Timmermans, because France represents what Europe needs most today: courage, integrity, compassion. He is the face of a social democracy that never surrenders, that never forgets who it fights for, and that always believes Europe can and must do better. This is our mission. This is our fight, and this is the Europe we will never give up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irache. Thank you, Irache, for your intervention, but more important even, thank you for all your dedication, for all your engagement, for all the strength that is needed today in this complicated parliament to really get our message, our progressive message and policies out. Thanks to you and to all your colleagues in the SND group for this fantastic work. A big applause again. So, before now moving to the activities we have done as PES in the last years, allow me to greet and welcome two special guests and special friends that have also been involved in past activities of the PES, and they tried to hide it in the second row, but unfortunately for them, I spotted them. Please give a big applause to our former President Sergei Stanishev and to our former Secretary General Achim Post. Welcome here in Amsterdam. So now let's move to the last years and what we as PES did here in our engagement together. And we also have prepared an activity video report. Please show it on the screen.
Our journey to Amsterdam began in Malaga at the PES 2023 Congress. We were determined to campaign for the European Parliament 2024 elections and defend European democracy, our citizens, our planet, and our shared values. The PES openly and inclusively selected its common candidate for the 2024 EU elections at our election congress in Rome. Nicolas Schmidt was acclaimed as our Spitzenkandidat, and we adopted the PES 2024 Elections Manifesto. Together with our common candidate, we launched a pan-European campaign, organizing 73 events in 40 cities across 18 EU member states. We took a firm stand at our Berlin conference. We stand together for our Europe, pledging never to cooperate with the far right. Our work continued at the highest levels. President Stefan Löfven hosted 10 European Council preparation meetings, coordinating with our progressive heads of state, governments, and the S&D group in the EP. Our ministerial and policy networks addressed the year's most pressing topics, holding over 40 meetings across Europe. We also worked on the local and regional level with the PES group in the COR. Defending democracy goes beyond our borders. The PES led 23 international missions worldwide, with our President, Secretary General, Vice Presidents, and representatives visiting hotspots like Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Turkey, and Serbia. Our different generations and groups mobilized. PES women drove discussions on feminism and equal rights. The Young European Socialists organized several thematic events and their annual summer camp. Older generation was reached through a series of events with the European Senior Organization, ESO. PES activists participated massively in the 2024 EU elections campaign throughout countries and communities. Our LGBTI network Rainbow Rose had a significant presence at equality events and in the majority of the prides across Europe. The PES presidency has met 20 times since 2023, with the most recent meetings forging our 2025 Congress resolutions. Protecting our democracy, standing against the far right, fighting cost of living increase with quality jobs, preventing rollbacks on the Green Deal and women's rights, promoting peace, the UN, and a rule-based world order. These were the defining challenges and achievements of a busy 3 years for the PES, its leadership, members, and team. Today, we are together in Amsterdam for our Congress for a progressive mobilization in Europe and beyond.
Yeah, I think also this deserves an applause, and in fact it's an applause for all of us, because that is what we together did, that is our common engagement. So I think we were evidently quite active in the last years. And with your applause, I think and I hope we can agree that we consider this activity report to be adopted. Now let's move to the real work, the statutory requirements, and I hope we can together find a good way to handle this now. And this is now the moment where everyone should really have the voting cards ready, because we will start to use them now. And let's start by electing 4 important positions for this Congress. This is the positions of tellers. There, the presidency has made a proposal for 4 comrades that many of you know, and we consider to be 100% trustworthy. These comrades, and I can read them out, they physically all exist and are here, are Rosa Ballas from PSOE in Spain, Irja Vatteri from Yes, Janez Jürgens from the SPD, and Peter Heil from DK Hungary. With your applause, I think we can elect them if you agree. And maybe we already do a first test of showing of voting cards, if you allow me to ask for that too. So please, those of you that have the voting cards, please raise it. Okay, that is the right moment to do it, and there are many voting cards around. That looks good. Okay, is there anyone against or anyone abstaining? That's not a good moment to keep it up. Yeah, I think we can elect the foretellers. Congratulations. Their job will be to supervise the procedure of election and voting later on. Then let's move to the statutory changes. So, like in past years, we again had a statutory committee discussing the amendments, and in past Congresses, you remember that we already had some major changes that we adopted. So this time the statutory committee discussed, but concluded that we focus on one amendment that was brought in by PES Women. Sita, I see you here. And it is on gender equality, how we further strengthen that in our declaration of principle, and it is on how we define really up-to-date feminism. You see it here behind me. It was sent around before. That would be the new version of this amendment. And now I would like to ask you if you agree with this proposal of the presidency to adopt this amendment to our statutes. Please raise your voting cards. That is, again, a good picture. Thank you. Are there any persons against or who want to abstain? No, I don't see. So we can consider this amendment to be adopted. And let me summarize it very simply. The main message is we are a feminist party. We are a feminist movement, and that is really good. So we move on. Next point is the ratification of new memberships or the upgrades of existing memberships. And here the presidency is making 3 proposals, and I will now tell them to you. And we start with a proposal to welcome in our family a new party, a party that we very well know already because we're already now cooperating with them very closely, and I think a party that we all love to really warmly welcome in our party. This is Place Publique from France with Raphael Glucksmann. A warm welcome and a big applause. Raphael is just joining. I'm already tempted to say we take you in with the applause, but we will formalize it in a minute. Now let's move on to the 2 other proposals. This is also very important. We propose to upgrade 2 parties from observer membership so far to associated membership in the future, and that is the Party of Freedom of Justice from Serbia and Vetevendovje from Kosovo. Also a big applause for these 2 new associated members. My suggestion now is that we make a vote en bloc on all these 3 proposals. Is there any objection against? I don't see. So then I would ask you to raise your voting cards when you are in favor of all these 3 proposals from the presidency for new members and upgrade of members. Thank you. Are there any votes against or any abstentions or anyone leaving the card just like this open? I don't see. So I would say congratulations to our new members and our upgraded members, but also congratulations to us as a family, because with them on board, we are getting all together stronger. Now I have the pleasure to welcome on stage the leader of one of these new associated member parties, and it's a special pleasure to announce him, the leader of the Party of Freedom and Justice in Serbia, Dragan Đilas. Please come to stage.
Dear friends, I'm sincerely grateful for your decision today, because it does not only mean that admission of Party of Freedom and Justice as a member of the Party of European Socialist Democrats. It also means support for Serbia to become part of the European family of nations. And that is precisely the idea for which the Party of Freedom and Justice is fighting in Serbia. I am extremely happy, but I am extremely proud that Party of Freedom and Justice is part of the family of Social and Democrats who throughout Europe provide the greatest support for the citizens of Serbia. Thank you to Stefan, Giacomo, Irace Garcia, Alessandra Moretti, Andreas Thais, and all of you for that. In Serbia, for a year now, there has been a popular uprising led by students demanding that those responsible for the death of 16 people in Novi Sad be punished. Their deaths are the result of law violations and massive corruption. For the past 12 months, students, as well as all citizens and members of opposition parties, have been victims of violence by the police and criminal groups. People are being beaten in the streets, arrested, and female students are being threatened with a rape by police officers. It was this very party that proved through sound evidence that the anti-European Serbian Progressive Party organized the attacks of citizens. It was this party that proved with photographs that the regime used sonic weapons on March 15 when 400,000 people gathered in Belgrade. For their freedom and for justice, the citizens of Serbia must fight on their own by winning free and fair elections, which we have not had for 13 years. The only ones who can help us in achieving those conditions are the European Union and the Social Democrats who lead it. And the Social Democrats are indeed doing that, sincerely supporting the citizens of Serbia in this struggle and clearly showing that they believe the place of this new democratic Serbia is in the European Union. So, in conclusion, I can only say once again, thank you, and I promise you that we will not give up. Please, don't you give up either. Thank you very much.
Dragan, thanks a lot. And that is exactly what we will do. So good to have you now as associated member in our family. But now let's come to the next friend, and not only friend, but also Prime Minister of Kosovo and leader of the, as well, new associated member party, Vete Vendovzije. Dear Albin Kurti, please come on stage. The floor is yours.
Dear PES President Stefan Löfven, dear first PES Vice President and President of the S&D Group, Irace Garcia Perez, dear European Council President Antonio Costa, dear European Commission members, heads of states, members of European Parliament, heads of parties and activists from all over Europe. Let me express my great pleasure to be among you and also my warm acknowledgement for accepting the self-determination movement as an associated member of this important political family in the European Union. For my party and my country, the Republic of Kosovo, this Congress occurs at a crucial moment. First, after a parliamentary impasse to constitute the Assembly, we have finally completed this process on October 10th. So today I am in the middle of the 2-week period in which I must submit my next government to a vote in a parliament. Second, we achieved promising results in the first round of local elections held on October 12th, which resulted in our victory without a runoff in at least 3 and likely 4 municipalities. We also successfully qualified for 12 runoffs. This is our best ever result in local elections, making us the leading party at both local and central government levels. Besides these immediate political challenges, I take the opportunity to remind you that Kosovo has two main requests pending at the European level. The full lifting of the so-called punitive measures, which have proved to be unfair and unnecessary, and the handover of the European Commission's questionnaire, the delay of which cannot be justified if the European Union applies a merit-based process. So, on behalf of my former and upcoming governments, I wish to express my gratitude for the sincere support you have demonstrated at the European Parliament and Commission in respect of the 2 aforementioned challenges. Overcoming them would ultimately make Kosovo an official candidate country, treated equally among Western Balkan 6. Indeed, I reassert our strong determination to be part of our European family and contribute to our common solutions against the global challenges that weaken the cohesion of the Union. Since I took office in March 2021, Kosovo has gone through a number of challenges, the most concerning one being the security threats and attacks launched by Belgrade. Despite these, my government has been able to perform efficiently in terms of rule of law, economic and social policy, good governance and democracy, as reported by many international indexes. By extending economic and social programs parallel to the rule of law in the areas where the majority of residents are ethnic Serbs, we have tackled inequality, thus establishing an irreversible new reality, that of peaceful cohabitation between developing communities where bridges are built to close up inherited dividers. As such, I believe Kosovo has humbly contributed to providing a tangible example of what genuine, progressive, social democratic policies can achieve. These achievements make the self-determination movement ever prouder to be upgraded to the status of associated member of the PES. In conclusion, and while we all remain concerned by the persistence of Russia's illegal war against Ukraine, let's continue as a united family to strengthen our determination to build a secure and protective democratic Europe, which also requires a peaceful Western Balkans region. Let's reinforce our democracies and solidarity against the resurgent dark forces of new fascisms, and let us once again write the story of renewed social democratic thinking and acting for the benefit of all European citizens. Thank you for your attention, dear comrades.
Thank you, Albin. Thank you for your speech, but also be assured that we remain, as you described it, supportive and solidary on your way, on the way of your country into the European Union. That is something I think we can assure you here, again with a big applause. Yeah, and I said we just adopted 3 changes in our memberships, and now we come to the final one, the last one, but certainly not the least one, and I think a person I don't really have to introduce here because we know him and we are very happy that you're among us. Please, Raphael Glücksmann, come on stage. The floor is yours. Feel welcome.
Thank you. It's such a great honor and a huge pleasure to join the family. Thank you, comrades, for your unanimous support. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Irache, for all your support. And thank you to the French Socialist Party, who is fighting with us for already more than 7-8 years. And since the beginning of Place Publique, we have made it very clear. We are a European party, not only a pro-European, but deeply at the core of our identity, there is this fight for European democracy. So for us, it's a logical step to join the most pro-European family among the European families. And I will tell you what I truly believe. I believe we are at a crossroads. And I believe that in front of the Trumps, the Orbáns, the Le Pen, the Vox, the AfD of this world and of this continent, we will be the resistance force. We will be the dam that prevents them from destroying everything that was built in this continent. And we will be the ones who will not give up and who will defeat them. Why we? because we are the most coherent force in defending European democracy. For us, defense, it means investment in the military and in the security apparatus of Europe, an autonomous defense for our continent. But for us, defending democracy, it also means fighting for green transition, fighting for the Green Deal, fighting for energy change that makes Europe self-sufficient and autonomous. Defending European democracy, it means also investing in social solidarity, because when democracies are under attack, then they need to build cohesion, and they need to invest in their own people. They need to rally working class around the institution. That's what they have done throughout history. That's not a chance or a hazard. That's the biggest progress in terms of social welfare were done where democracy were under attack. And we need to understand that this time is a time of huge confrontation and attack. So I'm happy that we will stand firm together, and I'm happy that we are here in Netherlands, because you will be the one showing us the way, because you will win against bigotry, against hatred, against discrimination and injustice. And from here to the rest of Europe, including in Paris, you will see, then we will defeat the forces of darkness and we will show a path. It's not defending statu quo, it's defending progress. It's rehabilitating the idea of justice. It's rehabilitating the idea of democracy. This is our destiny, our common destiny, and we won't lose 1 minute in this fight. Thank you so much, my friends.
Raphael, thanks a lot. And I think just with your speech you showed, it is really good to have you among us, because with you on board, we are even stronger and we have another strong person in this fight, as you described it, to defend our democracy and to defend progress. Both is equally important in these times. Thanks a lot. It feels good to have you with us. And your whole party, of course, as well. Not to forget it. Okay, so we move on to the next point in the agenda, and that is a point I would like to invite the Secretary General on stage again. It is about the exclusion of a party. Please, Giacomo.
We are extremely happy that we have been upgrading this two-member party from Serbia and Kosovo, and that we have welcomed a new player in our political family. But unfortunately, we also have to take care of less positive situation, which is concerning the exclusion from our membership of a party that over the past couple of years have been taking political positioning that contradicts severely and deeply the values and the principle our family stands for. I want to commend the leadership of Stefan Levin, as he was the one proposing very clearly to the whole membership and to the whole leaders of our political family, first to suspend this party and then to expel this party. I'm talking about Smer from Slovakia, led by Robert Fico. The presidency has already approved this decision. The plenary of our Congress has the task to ratify this decision. So I invite you to take this vote, whether you agree to exclude from our membership the Slovakian party Smer. Is there anybody against this decision? Is there anybody against this decision? This is not the case. Anybody abstaining? This is not the case. This is a unanimous, clear message. If you belong to the PES family, you share the same values we all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Giacomo. And now we can come to the final point in the statutory part, and then we will move to the discussion of our resolutions and policies. But it is also an important point because we have to elect the new PES presidency members. Thanks to all the member parties for nominating them. And normally we should see them on screen now. Maybe we give a little second. Here they are. There are many people we already know, others that are maybe new, but I have the feeling it will be a good team. So I would now ask you, if you are in favor of electing these new presidency members, please show your voting cards now. It's also possible to raise the voting cards for themselves, not a problem. Is there anyone against anyone on this list? I don't see. Are there any abstentions? Not really. So we can consider this new team to be elected. Congratulations. And with this, done, a big thanks from my side for having done the statutory part, I would say, in a decent and clear way. It was a bit of work, also in the preparation for the parties and the statute committee, the presidency. Thanks to everyone. Now let's move to the policies. And with this said, let's move to my colleague as Deputy Secretary General, Yonek Puli, someone you know quite well.
Hello, friends, comrades. We are moving to another important moment of this Congress, which is the part of the adoption of all the political documents that we've been preparing for so long. So let me first really thank all the member parties, the sister and the member organization for this excellent work that we've been together for a long time and that we will have the pleasure to present you now. There's been a long walk, and I'm very glad that for this endeavor and updating all the documents, I will be accompanied by all the chair of our political network or thematical network, because this is where we prepare the political decision together with the presidency. So I'd like to thank them for the important work that they've been doing so far. The first document that we will adopt now is the introductory document to the political resolution. It's an introduction, it's ready for a better Europe. This is where our family stands. We have concrete solution on high living cost, on inequality, on economic tension, on climate crisis, on a global conflict that are fueling all of them widespread discontent. We have an historic mission. That mission is to improve citizens' life in a just, fair and equal society, be it at the local level, at the regional, at the national, at the European level. Our political family has solution. We are mobilized. We underline that in the resolution around 5 key priorities that we want to give visibility and priority. This is housing, this is healthcare, it's quality job, it's sustainability and transition, and this is peace. These are the priority of our family. To the far right, and the temptation of the conservative to follow them, we say no to division and scapegoating, no to lies and manipulation, no to fear and return to a faraway past. We believe that hope in a better future is the direction. We want politics to gain back power in a world of uncertainty. Because we know the EU is not the answer to everything, but without the EU, we can't succeed. These are the priorities of the citizens. These are at the heart of our PES Congress resolution, ready for a better Europe. And I would like, and it will be the case for all the resolution, to invite some delegates to be part of the presentation of this resolution. And it's now my pleasure to invite, on behalf of the SND, Camilla Loretti from the SND group. Please welcome on stage Camilla, and I invite together Jamila Madeira from PES Portugal and Victor Negrescu from PSD Romania. Please come on the stage. Camilla, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Today, as we adopt the resolution ready for a better Europe, we do so with pride and responsibility. Pride in our belief that Europe can be fairer, more democratic, and more united. Responsibility because the challenges before us demand courage to deliver what we proclaim. Our debate is not about words on a page. It's about Europe, political and moral direction. We want a Europe that delivers security, solidarity, and sustainability. European security is not just about armies. It is a common European project, a European defense union rooted in democracy. Peace cannot exist without justice. We stand for Ukraine's sovereignty and demand a just peace, and we must also show courage where Europe's silence, like in Gaza, has caused its moral voice. International law must apply universally. Security also means economic sovereignty, protecting workers and industry from exploitation, strategic autonomy in energy, digital, and defense. This resolution puts people at the center, social justice, affordable housing, and quality jobs with fair pay and dignity. We need a European health union and fair taxation on capital to fund the green and social transition. Democracy in Europe is under siege from within and from abroad. Only if we deliver on these promises will citizens believe again in a Europe that protects, empowers, and inspires. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Dear comrades, social democracy offers a hopeful and credible vision for the future. It means challenging a model of capitalism that puts profit before people and the planet. This statement was highlighted to me by one of our activists, one of our PES activists. They are here because they believe. But we have, what have we done to this statement to be fulfilled? And make it not just another statement. For example, are collective agreements stronger and updated, or are they losing power? Are unions' roles more emphasized or less? We stand for workers, but how do they feel it? We defend them with minimum wage directive and pay transparency directive. We aim to increase the power of purchase, the power of trade unions and the power of purchase of the workers, and set the path for decent and equal pay. But when debating tariffs, what was the part of the agenda where this was in it? No, it was not. Did we highlight it because the right wing didn't put it in? Did we put it in and make it visible to the workers that we were defending it and getting closer to the workers, to young workers, to women, to older workers, and express our views in opposition to it? We have to balance the world step by step. We have to highlight our difference every and each moment we have a chance. We have to make clear that our path is a different one, and we must share solidarity and fair trade in each and every step that Europe gives. That's our role, that's our path. We have to defend it.
Dear colleagues, party leaders, dear PES activists, we gathered here in Amsterdam united by one conviction that Europe can and must do better. Across our continent, people are struggling with high living costs, inequality, insecurity, and fear for the future. Authoritarian voices are growing louder, rights are being challenged, and trust in democracy is being tested. But we, the Social Democrats of Europe, offer a clear answer: hope through action. We are ready to protect what is essential: our social model, our rights, our democracy, and also the possibility to change things for the better. Our mission is to make Europe a fairer and more democratic home for everyone. That means quality jobs for people that can allow them to build a better life, access to affordable housing and healthcare, sustainable energy made in Europe, and a union that stands firmly for peace and human rights. We stand for a Europe that works for everyone, for families, for workers, for women, and for young people, for those who believe that solidarity is our strength. Because Europe is not just a market. It is a community built on shared values and common purposes. This Congress is our moment to show that social democracy remains the strongest force for social progress, and this resolution underlines why we are the real alternative to right-wing austerity and extremism. Together, let us turn discontent into determination and build a Europe of confidence, equality, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our three delegates, speakers, Camila, Jamila, and Victor. Thank you very much. And now is the moment of the vote. So who is in favor of the resolution? Raise your card. Thank you. Who is against? Abstention? Adopted. Thank you very much. We can now move. And now it's my pleasure to invite Gabi Bischoff, who is the chair of the Social Europe Network of the PES. Thank you, Gabi, and a long-standing fighter for workers' rights. Big applause for Gabi, please. Member of the European Parliament, the floor is yours, Gabi.
Dear friends, dear comrades, quality jobs, that is at the heart of our political fight. We are committing for securing quality jobs for all. And too many workers still face poverty and insecurity with precarious jobs and new forms of work that undermine their safety, their dignity, and their stability. As members of the PES, we all here are resolved to continue our fight for jobs that pay, jobs that protect, and jobs that empower people. And this is the focus of our PES resolution. Good wages, good employment, and good working conditions are not optional. In our demands, quality jobs comes first, and that requires better conditions for work. Workers must be treated fairly and paid fairly, and there must be new rights that really match the growing impact of digitalization in the world of work. We need to invest in training at work, equipping workers with new skills, which helps them to move from job to job. We want fairer mobility in Europe, equal rights for mobile workers, and full liability through the subcontracting chain. And we want it now. Access to trade unions is an essential right, and we want to protect trade unions that are under pressure, and we want to safeguard workers' say democracy at work in transitions and in industrial challenges. And public money for good jobs. Colleagues, friends, public contracts should be awarded only to companies that respect workers' rights. It's the money of the workers. In conclusion, quality jobs benefit the workers individually, but we as a family, we are convinced that also benefits the society collectively. And I also would like to invite 3 of our delegates to come to the stage and share with us their take on this resolution. It's Estelle Keulemans from PES Belgium. Estelle, where are you? And John Gregg from Labour Party Malta, and Mikkel Nekeljärvi from SDP Finland.
Good morning, comrades. I speak today as S&D coordinator for the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs and on behalf of the Belgian delegation to fully support the resolution jobs that pay, protect and empower. My message is clear. No social Europe without quality jobs, strong worker rights and powerful trade union. All across Europe, workers face multiple threats: a rising of precarious and low-quality jobs, a cost of living crisis, wages that cannot protect against poverty, and a dangerous omnibus agenda, I mean deregulation. But let's be clear, we will oppose any attempt to undermine workers' rights, trade unions, or social protection. And we stand with our Executive Vice President Roxana Minzatou to support her ambitions for a real quality job package. That's why we call for strong legislative initiatives to protect workers from the negative impacts of technological change, especially IA at the workplace and algorithmic management, and a just transition for all. We also reaffirm our commitments to enforce the minimum wage directive, to tackle psychosocial risks at work, to ban unpaid traineeships and protect young youth workers from exploitation. Comrades, the future of work must be fair, democratic, and empowering. Together, let's keep fighting for Europe that delivers quality jobs for all. Thank you.
At the heart and core of our beliefs, all of us here today, lies one common factor: the worker. We are all workers here. However, a lot of workers here have the power to legislate. And when we legislate, we do so with responsibility, we do so with the solemn duty to protect and secure that which is very dear to us, that one common factor, the worker. Security has a broad definition, but today its definition here and now is the assurance of quality jobs, the safety of our jobs, but above all, to ensure that everyone has access to a decent life. No matter who you are, where you're from, this is the same promise that this resolution will make to you today. No worker deserves to go into work fearing for his livelihood. No worker deserves to go into work fearing for their mental well-being. No worker deserves to go into work fearing if their pay shall last them for their very basic needs. But above all, no worker should go into work fearing for their lives. No worker should fear being replaced by technology, but rather every worker should look forward to technology, artificial intelligence, enhancing their experience, enhancing their knowledge, whilst earning the same, if not more, than decent wage. In Malta, my country, we are nearing 0% unemployment, yet it is one of the lowest in Europe, yet it means nothing without these rights. It means nothing without resolutions such as this one. And it means nothing if we, as a European family, come together and ensure these rights are enacted. Resolutions such as this, the quality jobs, jobs that pay, jobs that protect and empower, sets us apart from the populists. Populism is built on a lie. Thankfully, it is built on a lie that is short-lived. And this is what sets us apart from the populists. At our heart of our politics is the worker. At our heart of our politics is hope. At our heart, at our core, is the most crucial thing of them all: progress. Progress for every worker. Thank you.
Dear friends, dear social democratic colleagues, friends all over Europe, we all are committed to securing quality jobs, good wages, good employment and good working conditions. They are important for both industrial growth and decent living standards. Workers must be treated fairly. Salaries must rise and boost workers' purchasing power against inflation and the rising cost of living. Workers' protections should be strengthened. It is important also to address psychosocial risks and mental health at the work, and we call for a strategy for zero deaths at the work. We want to ban zero-hour contracts and forced self-employment in all sectors and fight all types of precarious work. We are all determined to protect freedom of movement and to end the criminal exploitation of mobile workers. We will protect trade union rights, encourage collective bargaining and social dialogue. Unions should have rights in employment adaptation policies, union access to workplaces, the rights to organize and bargain collectively, and also to strike. Quality jobs benefit workers individually and society collectively. Together we stand for quality jobs that pay, protect and empower. Thank you.
Thank you for your words, Estelle, John, and Mikel, and thank you very much. With this resolution, our family is ready. We are the front runners in the cause for jobs that pay, protect, and empower. It's always quality jobs. And I would like to invite you all as delegates to vote on this resolution. So, dear friends, comrades, all those in favor, please raise your card on this resolution and make the room red. Yes. All those against, raise your hands. Here. And those abstaining, no one abstaining, that is always a good sign. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. Also.
So now we're going to move to the next resolution because we have a few. We have decided to be very exhaustive in our approach, political approach to the current challenges, and that's why we have decided to have several resolutions. And the next one is about social Europe, and I will leave the floor for Gabi for the introduction.
Dear friends, people's well-being and social progress are at the heart of the European treaties. They are binding us together. And without social policy, there is no real union. And in uncertain times, marked by geopolitical tension, economic strain, and huge attacks on democracy, Europe must respond with strength in defense, competitiveness, but above all this through unity and very strong social cohesion. And that is also the focus of our PES resolution, Social Europe, Strong Europe. We are committed to building a truly social Europe rooted in the European pillar of social rights and the cohesion at the EU's core. We fight poverty, and we want an ambitious anti-poverty strategy in Europe. We continue to call to strengthen the European Child Guarantee to ensure that no child is left behind, and that has decent housing and also adequate nutrition. We want well-funded public services, including social services, which are essential for making our societies more equal, strong, and resilient, particularly in times of crisis. We continue to fight for free access to quality education at all levels to ensure a lifelong learning approach and placing civic education at forefront of the EU's education agenda. We want a human rights-based European intergenerational fairness strategy that puts citizens' rights and participation of all ages at the center. A social Europe requires universal access to public services, health for all, affordable medicines, and an effective action to combat shortages. In conclusion, this resolution reaffirms our belief that a social Europe
means a strong Europe. And I would like to invite 3 of our delegates to come on stage and share with us their take on this resolution. I invite Jos Bertrand from ESO, Laure Philippon from Place Publique France, and Atanas Savirov from BSP Bulgaria. Please, comrades. Good to see you.
Dear comrades, I stay here for ESO. ESO means older people with a long-standing engagement in our movement. And often we are seen as older, but our first demand, President of the PES, President of the parties, is to be recognized also as actors for the future. Many parties don't have organization for the older persons. We demand to be recognized as full actors for the future. That's what older people are asking. And we are very proud that we have been the possibility to work together with Gabi and Yonek and the whole team on this resolution. For us, it's very important to insist on education. So you know we are older people, and I think we need to go back to the roots of our social democratic movement. When we become a strong forces in changing, it's why we educate people. Educate not only to be a workforce, but to be a citizens who stand for solidarity, for democracy and human rights. That was the force in the past of the social democratic movement, and I am very happy that that is also take over in the resolution. Second point, important for ESO, is also affordable housing. It's not also housing, but also age-friendly and safe environments, because housing is more than a roof over the head. We are very proud and grateful that you also accept our proposal for a care guarantee. We have a child guarantee. Care will become a very, very big problem in the future. Also, we need to work on the care guarantee. We are very thankful that it's in the resolution. And to the end, we stand for solidarity between generations. We want a society where even vulnerable people are recognized as full citizens, and where people, not machines or digitals, are there when we need help. We fight against ageism and demand an European policy against ageism. Thank you. You can count on us. We are long-standing militant in the party, but we will also be an actor for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, let me say this is a great pleasure for Place Publique to make its first statement as part of the Congress on this resolution, the subject of which is at the heart of our political DNA. The political context and the rise of the far right require a strong Europe, a Europe that is powerful in the face of its enemies who seek to undermine our democracies. This strong Europe is a social Europe that makes the fight against inequality the foundation of the defense of our democracies. It's a Europe that puts work back at the heart of the social contract, and therefore the workers at the heart of society, at the heart of our vision for society. It's a Europe that guarantees a decent income for all, that guarantees equal pay for men and women, and that refuses to see people dying at work in 2025. It's a Europe that is not satisfied with nearly 1 million people sleeping on the streets and addresses the housing crisis with a policy of sustainable and affordable housing. It's a Europe that protects its children and delivers a quality education for all. It's a Europe that guarantees everyone, regardless of gender, sexual identity, race, or religion, a dignified life, a quality job, access to health, and high social rights. It's a Europe that makes public services the capital of those who have none. Only this Europe, united by a sense of social cohesion between our countries, our territories, our citizens, united by a greater social justice, will enable us to strengthen our democracies and face the current wave of far-right extremism. This social Europe will be a powerful Europe, and this is for all this reason that Place Publique supports the resolution Social Europe, Strong Europe.
Dear President Loven, dear colleagues and comrades, Europe today stands against not only economic and geopolitical challenges. It faces a social test, the test of whether we will continue to be a union that protects its people or one that leaves them alone against insecurity, poverty, and inequality. The Party of European Socialists has always stood with the people, protecting workers' dignity, fair living conditions, and justice. Social Europe is the foundation of European democracy. In Bulgaria, the Bulgarian Socialist Party is the guarantor of social justice, equality, and solidarity. Those are the principles that unite our movement across Europe. This is our fight. For us, social Europe means fair pay, strong public services, protection for the vulnerable, and a future for the young people at home. We must never forget that the strength of Europe lies in its working people, the men and women who build, teach, heal, produce, and care. They are the real engine of our societies. Our duty as socialists is to defend the rights of workers, guarantee decent wages, and ensure that the benefits of progress reach those who create. The working people are the true backbone of our societies. Without them, there will be no economy, no peace, and no future for Europe. Let this Congress send a clear message. A strong social Europe with strong socialist parties is the only Europe worth fighting for. You can count on the support of the Bulgarian Socialist Party as a reliable partner, a support system, and a guarantor for peace, equality, and social justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fos, Laure, and Atanas. With this resolution, our family emphasizes again, only a social Europe can deliver for the real needs of our citizens. And this is why I would like to invite you again, the delegates, to vote on this resolution. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. That's a great signal again. And all those against, please raise your cards. None. Very good. And all those abstaining, that's a good signal, comrades. With unanimity, we have this resolution done.
Thank you, Gabi. A big applause to Gabi, our chair of our Social Europe Network. And now it's my pleasure for the resolution number 2 and number 10, so strong economies that work for the people and universal access to quality healthcare, to call Maria Joao Rodriguez on stage, the chair of the Financial and Economic Network and also president of the FEPS. Welcome, Maria Joao, and thank you again.
Hello, everybody. This is really a pleasure and an honor for me to present in front of the Congress the proposal for a PES resolution on a strong economy working for people. Friends, we want an economy that serves the people, one based on justice, rights, and the public good over private interest. Our task is more urgent than ever. Europe faces increasing geopolitical and economic uncertainty, climate change, societal challenges, along with the rising tech powers and repeated trade wars. Our economy must successfully navigate the green and digital transition in this very large global disorder. Our vision is for an economy that puts needs of the many first, a model that prioritizes justice, fairness, and sustainability. That the focus of our PES Congress resolution, these strong economies that work for people. We have a big priority for the next period. We must reindustrialize Europe, decarbonize production, boost European clean technologies, keep and create quality jobs, build on our digital sovereignty with a strong Made in Europe strategy. We must secure clean and affordable energy, boost R&D and innovation, promote a new approach to competition policy, and use public and private procurement to steer resources to common goods. We choose to invest, not to cut. We propose a big, ambitious investment plan for the green, digital, and just transition, combining public and private financing, a realized savings and investment union, a stronger MFF, a permanent long-term EU investment capacity with a real European economic solidarity. And then we have a final point, is that we know there is rising inequality, wealth concentration, tax evasion, threatening our European social model and our democracies. So we also want to fight inequality with much fair taxation. Now, allow me to come with a personal statement. We are a strong political family. Our progressive family was able to make strong imprints in the European project in favor of our citizens. We were behind the economic strategy based on quality jobs, innovation, creativity. We were behind the European Pillar of Social Rights. We were behind the European Green Deal, with Frans Timmermans playing a leading role. So these are strong foundations of the European project, and we should be proud of this. But we also must make sure that we can project these foundations for the future. Yes, we want a European project based on these foundations, but projected for the future. And now I can tell you, we will be confronted our next battle, which is the upcoming European budget. Because we are being told that we cannot go on with these priorities because we have a higher one, which is security and defense. Well, let me be clear about this. Of course, we need to build up our security and defense with our approach. We need this to counter also Putin's Russia. This is what, without doubt. But at the same time, we will never, but never sacrifice our priorities for social Europe, for green transition, and for this economy providing quality jobs for the sake of security. We are the guarantee this will never happen. And this is fundamental to deliver a better Europe for citizens. So we count on you for this. And let me now invite on stage 3 delegates who will come with their takes on this resolution. We'll start with Matthias Ecker from SPD. We follow with the Vice President of YES, Jorge Zumas, and then Xavier Moreno from PSOE Spain. So welcome on stage. And I'm inviting you to come with your takes on our common resolution, strong economy to deliver for people.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Dear comrades, Europe is at a turning point. Around us, global tensions are rising, inequality is rising, and the climate crisis is accelerating. At this moment, we face two clear choices: an economy of stagnation, of scarcity, of zero-sum games, or an economy of abundance, of sustainable growth, and of innovation, and an economy that only works for the few, for the rich, or an economy that works for all. This is the two clear choices, and our answer is unique amongst our political competitors. For too long, neoliberal policies have prevailed: deregulation, wage suppression, race to the bottom of taxes. And these policies have weakened our communities and split our countries in half. But they have also weakened our economies and made them dependent on fragile supply chains. We say, enough. We stand for a new economic direction built on innovation, solidarity, and sustainability. And we believe in strong economies that serve the people and not the other way around. It means investing in European industry, creating quality jobs. It means a bold European investment plan. It means fair taxation. It means a European industrial policy, especially for specific, very important sectors. Our vision is simple: an economy of abundance, prosperity, and innovation. A strong and productive industry that makes us in Europe independent and sovereign. Most of all, we will build an economy rooted in dignity, opportunity, and hope. An economy for the many, not the few. Thank you.
Dear comrades, I'm coming from Greece, a country that faced one of the most unfair economic crises during the last decade. But Greece survived, PASOK survived, my mother party, and this crisis learned us with a very difficult way that Europe's economy must not only be strong, it must be fair and just. Because my generation inherited crisis after crisis, and we refused to accept an economy that serves profit over people. And that's why we think that we do need a new model, one that guarantees good and green jobs, fair wages, and public investment in housing, in education, and in culture as rights, not as commodities. We live in a world while billionaires grow richer, and at the same time, young people face precarious work and rents that cannot be paid. The ultra-rich and big corporations must pay their fair share so we can invest in our common future. That's why we say loud and clear, tax the rich. So Europe must choose solidarity over austerity, investing in its people, in its youth, and in a fair green transition. And we must persuade with actions our societies about it. Because the future of Europe cannot be left to the markets. It will be built between our societies. Thank you, and always free Palestine.
Buenos días, compañeros y compañeras. En 90 segundos, como en el Parlamento Europeo, but I will do it in English. You said, Maria Jo, Europe must strengthen its open strategic autonomy in our resolution. Let me focus on the external dimension. Let me focus on trade. We are a global trading power. We stand for multilateralism, for a rules-based trade, not for the jungle, as Trump wants. That's why we support and we defend the WTO and the reform. That's why we say no to Trump. Now he wants to put some tariffs on Spain. Maybe he said because we don't spend as much as he wants in defense. I think it's because we are socialists, not because of that. But he doesn't know that the tariffs are against the European Union, not Spain. So that's why we have to be tough with them. We have to put countermeasures if necessary. We have to protect our sector if they are affected. Pedro Sanchez has prepared 40 billion of euros in order to protect the sectors who can be affected by these tariffs. And we have to diversify. We have a network of 76 partners, like-minded countries, agreements, the CETA. We profit from the CETA more than the Canadians. We have the Mercosur on the table. We have India. We have to diversify our trade. Just to end, I have 5 seconds. The internal dimension, the single market. We have to complete the single market. We have to go back to the Jacques Delors spirit to push for our enterprises, for our citizens, and for our workers. So let's go, and good luck with the resolution, Maria Jo.
Thank you very much, all of you. So you could bring very rich statements to go further in our resolution. And now I will invite all the delegates to take their position. And I will start by asking who is in favor of this resolution. Please raise your cards. I see many, many, many. Good. Who is against? So-called team. I see no one, but the team will check. And who abstains? Very well. So it seems to me it was approved with unanimity. So we are very pleased to count on this PES resolution for strong economies working for people. And now we will move to the next resolution, which will be about health. And this is a big idea. We understood this so well during the COVID period, so a high moment for social democracy, because we understood by being united and by counting on European Health Union, we could be further. So the main ideas of this resolution I'm reading are that, first of all, health is a fundamental right and must be guaranteed for everyone. Health remains one of the largest concerns of our citizens, and rightly so. Everyone should be able to visit a doctor and afford a medicine with a real access, universal access. Health must be a central priority in all policies, with the principle of prevention as its core. The focus of our resolution is also counting on a great contribution coming from S&D Group. So we need also to express our gratitude to S&D Group. For our political family, social justice comes first. And so the European Health Union should be really our ambition to make sure that all citizens in Europe, they can count on the access to health, but also to care services, and the idea of the care guarantee is also there. So this is my pleasure now to invite on stage 3 other delegates to complement what I just summarized. First of all, Christophe Clergeau from Parti Socialiste de France. Christophe, bienvenue. Then Enzo Maraio from PSE. Enzo, welcome. A voice from Italy. And then a voice from our recently elected Secretary General, Ilia Vatari.
Dear comrades, I'm coming in front of you as Vice President of the S&D Group in European Parliament, who recently adopted his health position paper this resolution is coming from. Health is becoming a key priority for our political family. It is good news because health is a key priority for people all over Europe. They heavily call for equal access to medicine and healthcare services, and they do not forget the difficult times of COVID-19. They expect from us the promise of a better quality of life, a better future. Yes, health is about social justice and environment. Where we live, how we live, the pollutions and the dangerous products we are exposed to matters and have impact on our health. In Europe, we are confronted to the rise of a new epidemic, an epidemic of cancers and degenerative diseases, but also an epidemic of mental health diseases. In Europe, farmers are killed by pesticides. In Europe, mortality of children is increasing. This is not our Europe. We have to react. We have to fight against industry who promote tobacco, junk food, and screen addiction. We have to fight the far right and the right who refuse any change in agriculture, any ban on dangerous products, and dismantle the Green Deal legislation. We have to fight beside NGOs and people for all these very concrete and day-to-day life issues. Dear comrades, they're in our life. We will make it brighter and happier. Thank you.
Ria, go ahead.
Dear friends, health. Is there really anything more important? In the end, when people are asked about their greatest hopes in life, most answer simply, health. That is why I warmly welcome this resolution. When wealth gaps grow, resources concentrate in the hands of the few, and healthcare becomes less and less accessible, it is the ordinary person who suffers the most. Today, however, I want to speak about the gender bias in healthcare. Historically, it has been assumed that medical research conducted on men could be generalized to women as well. Women's underrepresentation in research and the resulting lack of data on non-men lead to a gender bias in medicine. As a result, women's health issues receive less attention, less funding, and less research, despite their widespread impact. This leads to worse outcomes, delayed diagnosis, misunderstood symptoms, ineffective treatments. The impact on both national economies and women's personal finances could be significant if the gender bias in healthcare was corrected. We need more research on the cost effectiveness of quality care for women-specific diseases, as well as on access to care and service use. Friends, this is a structural injustice, and we have a responsibility to fix it. Thank you.
Dear comrades, the principles affirmed in our Congress resolution on health must guide the health policies of every country of the European Union. Protecting public health is a fundamental step towards social justice, which is essential for us socialists. The right-wing government in Europe are doing exactly the opposite. In Italy, my country, for example, in 3 years of right-wing government, the Italian healthcare system has lost 13 billion euros, and in 2024, nearly 6 million Italians have given up on seeking treatment due to economic reasons and long waiting lists. This is unacceptable. Little investment in public health care, little hiring of new doctors, a push for the privatization of the public service. This action confirmed that for the right-wing government, the principle of universal public health care is irrelevant. Soon, to get health treatment in Italy, you will no longer be asked for your health card, but for a credit card. I'm worried. Therefore, for us, it's important to repeat, protecting public health is the first step towards social justice. Thank you.
Many, many thanks to the 3 delegates for your insights in reaching our resolution. And like that, we can now move to the vote. And I will invite all the delegates to express who is in favor. Please raise your cards. Who is against now? And who abstains? Here we are. I think we got it again by unanimity. So many thanks for the Congress, and we move ahead with the next resolutions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Joao. And now we will move, and I will call the chair of our Environment, Climate Change, Energy Network, and it's Javi Lopez. Javi, please join us. The active chair of the ESEN, please, Javi. And Javi will present 3 resolutions for a just and green transition, housing is a right, and quality of life in cities and regions. And then we will call the delegates. Thank you, Javi.
Well, thank you very much, Jonek, dear friends. The state of our environment is critical. No? 2024 was the warmest year on record and the first calendar year to exceed 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Probably we will have 5 degrees of increasing finally in Europe. The impacts of climate change are being felt across every corner of the world. Meanwhile, the EPP has aligned with far-right forces to undermine the European Green Deal and target environmental NGOs. More than ever, our family must lead the way for a just green transition, and this is the focus and the goal of this resolution for a just green transition. We are at the forefront of climate action. The European Green Deal was brought to the Commission by our dear Franz Timmermans, and now Teresa Rivera and the commissioners from our political family continue the work despite rising far-right pressures. Our political family can count many successes on this field that we now need to fight to preserve. Europe is on a path to reduce net greenhouse emissions. It is cutting carbon pollution for imported goods, and it is supporting vulnerable families during the transition. But more needs to be done. Boosting the transition to clean, renewable energies, decarbonizing and shifting away from fossil fuels must become a strategic driver for our economic growth. Our message is clear. There can be no pause in the green transition, and the resolution reflects our commitment in fighting climate change and social inequalities. And we need an ambitious climate action more than ever. For this reason, I would like to invite 3 of our delegates to come on stage and share with us their take on this resolution. Eli Harris from YES, Mohamed Shahim from the S&D Group from Netherlands, and Rina Sikurt from SDE Estonia.
Good morning, Congress. My name is Eli Harris. I'm a YES Vice President on behalf of Labour Students UK. I'm standing in front of you today because I genuinely, truly believe that our PES family is the natural home of young progressives. It would be easier to stand on the sidelines to criticize everyone for not doing enough, but we're in this room today because we believe in this fight so strongly. I believe resolutely in a vision of a Green New Deal that prioritizes our relationship with trade unions and the labor movement. I believe in a vision of energy security where our energy comes from Europe for the greater good of Europe, securing job opportunities and stability for the next generation. Most importantly, I believe in a vision of a Green New Deal with young people at the heart. I ask and implore our political family today to continue to maintain dialogue with the youth and to make sure our needs continue to remain at the center of any and all dialogue. This is a step in the right direction, and it is an accumulation of steps that will bring us towards a greener Europe. As YES, we are here to continue representing the voice of young Europeans, and we will continue to fight for a socialist Europe with green policies at our heart. Thank you, Congress.
I know that our chair, Esther Mirjam Sant, this morning has welcomed you to Amsterdam, but of course, as a Dutch MEP, I also have to say, welcome to Amsterdam. So, Let me first say thank you, Javi, for the very good introduction, Eli, for your words. And of course, I'll ask you all to vote in favor of the PES resolution, because fighting climate change is not just for the environment, it's also for social justice. Because of just transition, we have to create new jobs, green jobs, good jobs, well-paid jobs, as Gabi says, and build a resilient and sustainable economy that ensures that no one's left behind. And we stand firm today against the far right, too often emboldened by the EPP, who seek to weaken climate legislation from restoration nature to cutting CO2 emissions. We choose to defend the Green Deal because it's the strategy for a more autonomous, competitive Europe, a Europe of tomorrow that creates jobs and creates new industries. So I'm not going to point out all the different points because Gavi did a good job. Let me just say, holding back to the past will not bring you a good future. Let me enlighten you with one important saying in the Netherlands. If you stand still too long, the water will catch up. Climate action is just like that. If we stop paddling forward, we'll all end up underwater. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, forestry is an important sector in Estonia, so I often get the question that if we don't continue logging the timber in the growing volumes, what about the profits? What about the growth? And to be honest, it reflects two things. First, that the need to be credible about the compensating measures and mechanisms, that no one's livelihoods will be put at risk, but more importantly, it reflects the values of our opponents. Where they see timber, we see forest, and it's valuable even if there's no harvester close by. It's valuable as an inhabitant for hundreds of species. And where they see labor resource, we see humans. Where they see profit, we see well-being. They rely on loud noise and steering discontent. We give hope, as has been said numerous times on this stage today. And I would like to emphasize what Irache said, that we don't have to choose between security and sustainability. We have achieved so much in Europe, and we have to be able to defend it. We have to defend it. But at the same time, we need to move forward, and forward towards just green transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. It was clear how committed we are to fight for a green transition in this political family. Now it's time to vote the resolution. Votes in favor? Against? Abstentions? Then it has been adopted by unanimity. Thank you very much. Now it's time to move to the next resolution, that is about housing, one of the priorities of our political family for this mandate. Access to housing is not only a basic human need, it's a fundamental right, and we are completely committed to deliver on this mandate. It's one of the main sources of inequalities in our societies. It's challenging our social cohesion, our democracies, and the well-being of our citizens. We know that we have an investment gap of 270 billion per year for affordable and social housing in Europe. And the housing market is threatening our social Europe. It's time to scale up measures to ensure affordable social housing. And for this reason, we have this resolution. Housing is a right. We must stop speculation, regulate rents and short-term rentals, combat shortages and end homelessness. We will effectively reform state aid rules to enable regional authorities to invest in social and public housing. As progressives, we will work for the green transition in housing by promoting sustainable renovations, ensuring tenant protection against evictions, and phasing out fossil fuels heating. This is the message to our political family, that We are listening to the demands of our citizens, and we will work with cities and regions and our majors to deliver affordable housing. To talk about the resolution, we have Anna Pilgert from YES. We will have Gabby Bishop from the S&D Group in the European Parliament, and Conor Sheehan from the Labour Party Ireland.
Dear friends, dear comrades, for us, housing is not a commodity. Housing is a social right. And this is why we are fighting so much for affordable, decent housing in Europe for all. And we are in this beautiful city of Amsterdam, where housing prices have doubled in the last 10 years. And when we look all over Europe, we can see the same. We have a huge housing crisis. And this is why also as Vice President, I'm so proud, and thank you, Ratche, that we did fight for the first ever special committee on housing to deliver, and that we did fight to have the first housing commissioner, and we are working now on a housing strategy for Europe. And Javi said it. Javi really, with this resolution, emphasized in his introduction, we want to have solutions to the huge problem of short-term rentals, and we know how to tackle it. And we want to reform state aid rules. We want to stop the financialization and speculating on housing. And this is why I encourage you very much, vote on this resolution on housing, support us all in this fight for affordable and decent housing for all.
Dear friends, I want to say it out loud and clear. Housing is a human right, not a market asset. Yet, across Europe, housing is becoming increasingly unaffordable, unstable, and unequal. The EU is facing a house crisis, and it demands coordinated action against speculation, against soaring rents, and against the commodification of something so basic, so vital as a home. And we must remember who is hit hardest: young people. Our generation is being locked out of secure, affordable housing. Rents rise, wages stagnate, and home ownership drifts further out of reach. Everyone deserves access to a safe, decent, and affordable home, and that means policies that put people before profit. That is why we call for real, concrete solutions, starting with a youth housing guarantee and rent-to-own models that give young people a path to ownership. These are not radical ideas. They are fair, they are necessary, and they are long overdue. As young European socialists, we know that decent housing is the foundation for a dignified life. I warmly welcome this resolution and call on all of us to fight for a Europe where no young person is left without a home.
Gurmila Mahagwev, I come here from Ireland, the green country, where unfortunately we have a shameful homelessness crisis. We have 16,000 people homeless in my country. We need European solutions to the housing problem, and supporting this resolution is an important part of that. Housing is a human right. It is not a commodity, and we need to see tenant rights strengthened. We need to see a European-wide movement to build social and affordable housing at scale. Build, baby, build. And we need... because this housing crisis is stressing and testing the very fabric of our union and the very foundation of democracy across this union. Because if we solve the housing crisis, we will solve so many of the social problems that come with it. It has never been more important This is our opportunity. This is our moonshot. We need to support this resolution, and we need to build social and affordable housing at scale. Gurmagwith.
Thank you very much. It was clear housing is a right, it's not a luxury or a commodity for profit. Now it's time for voting the resolution. Vote in favor of this resolution about housing, against, abstentions. It has been adopted by unanimity. Now we can move to the third item today. Thank you very much for our impressive introduction to this resolution. Now we are moving to the quality of life in cities and regions. Dear friends, delivering on quality of life in Europe requires starting at local and regional level, in our cities and in our regions. We are determined to provide answers to the uncertainties in our cities and regions, because the cost of living, the housing crisis, the energy and transport poverty, struggles with employment, climate change, and generalized feelings of neglected. This is the focus of the PES Congress resolution, quality of life in cities and regions. With a strong presence and influence of our political family in cities and regions, in the Committee of the Regions too, we will drive progressive change and make a tangible difference in people's everyday lives. As Socialists and Social Democrats, we are committed to ensuring quality jobs with good salaries and efficient public services. We put housing on Europe's agenda. We believe in supporting local economies and building an inclusive democracy that strengthens our communities. And we leave no one behind. And that's why we call for a strong, decentralized EU in cohesion policy, especially now with the battle of the MFF. We will protect the regions, we will protect the cities the next years in this battle. The best fights for quality of life across Europe and is ready to deliver, hand in hand with strengthening local and regional voices. To talk about this, we have Josko Klisovic from SPD Croatia. Also, we have Sofia Christodoulou from EDEC Cyprus and Luca Messini from the PES Group in the Committee of the Regions.
Thank you. Can I?
Yes, you can start, please.
Dear comrades, there is no quality of life in cities and regions of the European Union unless everybody who lives in these cities feel equal. And not everybody feels equal. Women are paid less for the same job comparing to men. They are subject of violence and family violence and abuse, femicide. They are subject of psychological and physical violence. They do not feel equal. In many of our cities, including my city, Zagreb, there are men praying on the main squares of the cities for traditional conservative women, decent women. When you translate these words, decode them, then you understand they're praying for subjective women, submissive to men, woman who is object of relationships, not the subject. That's why we, socialists and progressive forces of Europe, declared our cities free and safe for women. The PES initiative, the PES idea and program, Safe Place for Women, has been already implemented in my city of Zagreb. This is our conviction, this is our values. We are going to fight for it. Everybody should feel safe in cities where progressive forces rule. Thank you.
Dear comrades, the resolution shows that the European project begins locally, in our communities, our towns, our regions. Together, we make Europe fairer, greener, and more inclusive. We stand with citizens facing the cost of living, housing and energy crisis. We demand eco-social measures for all areas. We fight poverty, strengthen public services, guarantee access to healthcare, education, and mobility. We push for affordable rents, fair regulation of short-term rentals, and strong public housing. We support local leaders, protecting tenants, ending homelessness, and securing investments for a just, sustainable housing future. Our regions power Europe's growth. We support SMEs, circular economies, and local innovation ecosystems. We strengthen democracy, gender equality, and citizens' participation for lively cities and regions. We fight hate and violence, promote safe places for women, and celebrate diversity through education, culture, and social inclusion. Together, comrades, we connect the local to the European, delivering a better quality of life for all.
Dear friends, from the side of the PES Group in Committee of the Regions, we are particularly happy that our PES families have chosen to focus on quality of life. At the beginning of the mandate, we chose 3 priorities as a group in core: cohesion, democracy, quality of life. Improving people's lives is what motivates us to do politics, and it's what we do best. And especially at a local level, this is what citizens can easily see, feel, and they learn to trust the results of progressive leadership. We want to level up the living standards of everyone in our union. This solution captures that spirit. It puts forward a vision of social, green, and inclusive cities and regions. We are not where no one and no place is left behind. It calls for stronger public services, fair access to housing, good jobs, and a healthy environment, the real foundation of well-being. It reinforces the link between social justice and territorial cohesion, and between European solidarity and local democracy. It also reaffirms our belief that Europe's strength lies in its community, in empowered local leaders who deliver every day for their people, delivering on Green Deal, better housing, fighting poverty, on promoting equality and democracy. Together, from the local to the European level, we can make Europe not only stronger, but truly a better place to live in. Let's stand united behind this resolution and show that improving people's lives everywhere in Europe is what progressive politics is truly about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this resolution, it's clear that we are completely committed to advancing the quality of life from the big cities to the rural areas in Europe. Now it's time to vote. The resolution, votes in favor, against, abstention, and it's adopted by unanimity. Thank you very much. I think my time is over.
Excellent, and we can thank and a warm applause to Javi, the chair of the Energy, Climate Change and Environment Network. Thanks again, Javi, for all the work that you have been doing over these years. Now, it's my pleasure to call for the next chair to join us here on the stage, Ana Caterina Mendez, please. She is the chair of the Migration and Integration Network, freshly nominated, but already hardworking. Thank you, Ana Caterina. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, dear cameras, dear friends. It's my pleasure to present you one of the most important resolutions of this Congress, which is about democracy. And as we know, our political family delivers a strong democracy, but we face a lot of challenges and a lot of threats to our democracy. And it's my appeal here is that we really need to rebuild a new bridge of trust between citizens and institutions, between citizens and political parties. And it's our duty here these days to have a new agenda on a strong welfare state. Without a strong welfare state with answers on housing, health, education, it's not possible to have a stronger democracy. A stronger democracy with freedom, with equal opportunities, but especially a stronger democracy for all of us. That's why it's my pleasure to invite Dimitris Mantsos from PASOK to share with us the stage. Also Sandor Ronay from Hungary and Joanna from Rainbow Rose. Please come to the stage and make us have a stronger democracy.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, dear friends. When as a Hungarian I speak with my European friends, my European colleagues, the conversation always turns to Viktor Orbán. Many now see how he has destroyed the rule of law, captured the parliament, the media, even the billboards, turning the whole country into the stage of his propaganda, while attacking and weakening Europe from within. But not everyone understands the essence of his systems. In Orbán's Hungary, power is not means to serve the people, it is the ultimate goal. The goal pursued to get rich, to reward the loyal, and to stay in power at any cost. But we now can see that this is not only a Hungarian problem anymore. The same language, the same playbook on every continent, it's a global trend now. Even in the United States, we see democracy is being tested, not just by lies and hate, but by the president who seeks to place himself above the people's will. And it's no coincidence that in Europe, the leader who admires him most is Viktor Orbán. They cooperate, they learn from each other, and they protect each other. That is why we too must stand together and fight together for our democracy and for our beloved country and for our beloved homeland, Europe. Because when democracy falls in one place, it can shake the foundation of all others. When it falls in one need in all. That is why this PES resolution matters, because it reminds us that documents are not written to be voted and forgotten, but to be lived until their words become the reality of our people. Thank you so much.
Dear comrades, dear friends, this resolution calls for urgent action to defend democracy, protect fundamental freedoms, and ensure that Europe's digital transformation remains human-centered and grounded in our core values. Across Europe, women, LGBTIQ+ people, minorities, migrants, and persons with disabilities are facing growing backlash. We stand for a true union of equality, where every person enjoys the same rights, dignity, and protection. We demand that member states be held accountable for any violations of equality standards, including through EU funding conditions. We reject attempts to weaken protections for diversity and inclusion, and we urge the Commission to introduce a strong anti-discrimination directive and fully implement strategies for the rights of persons with disabilities and Roma inclusion. We call for action against intersecting inequalities in education, healthcare, employment, and political participation. Hate crimes and hate speech based on gender identity, sexual orientation, and sex characteristics must be formally recognized at EU level. All families, including rainbow families, must receive equal recognition. We support banning harmful conversion practices and protecting intersex children from unnecessary medical interventions. Finally, we reaffirm zero tolerance for discrimination, racism, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia. All of Europe's communities are an essential part of our shared European identity, and we in PES will protect their rights without compromise. Thank you.
Comrades, friends,
What remains of democracy? When power spies instead of serving, when institutions cover instead of protecting, when those who pose the difficult questions are treated as threats. Across Europe, we see how fragile democracy can become when vigilance fades. In Hungary, we already heard, but also in Greece, my own country, we have witnessed painful signs of democratic backsliding. First, the wiretapping scandal, where journalists, political leaders, including the leader of PASOK, Nikos Androulakis, and even citizens were targeted by the state's surveillance machinery. Secondly, the agricultural grants affair, where the government obstructed the work of the European Public Prosecutor, undermining transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. These are not isolated events. They are warnings that when governments misuse institutions, when they put party loyalty above legality, democracy rots from within, slowly, quietly. This is why resolution democratic, vibrant, and inclusive societies is so vital. It builds a firewall against the far right and authoritarianism. It strengthens the rule of law. It protects journalists and civil society, and it demands full accountability for surveillance and misuse of power. It reminds us that democracy must be protected in every act of governance, not just as proclamation, but in action. So I ask you, will we let silence become complicity, or will we, the socialists of Europe, contribute towards making democracy open, just, transparent, accountable? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. Without social cohesion, democracy weakens, opening space to populism, disinformation, and we spread distrust. That's why I invite you all to vote for this motion for a stronger democracy. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Please raise your cards. It's democracy. Okay. All those against? And all those abstaining? It's approved by unanimity. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And now? Now it's time to speak about the importance of young people and to bring young people to our party. And that's why I want to start to thank you so much to the young European socialists for their collaboration and commitment in working together on these issues. And when we speak about young people, we must always, as all citizens, have to say that we need you in our decisions, and we need you in an agenda of decent work, in an agenda of equal opportunities on housing, education, but we really need to have this voice, your voice, with us. That's why I will not speak about young people, but I will ask Anna Orvat to join us, to Fem Van Artog to join us also, and also João Martins. The voice is yours.
Yes. Friends, our precious, hard-won democracy is gasping for air. Young people are tuning out, turning away, scrolling past the very system that protects their freedom. We cannot let apathy win. We must fire up the engines of participation in classrooms, online, on the streets. Give young people a voice, a stake, a reason to believe again. Because if we leave democracy to grow old and grey, it will wither. It's 5 to midnight, but there is still time if we bring the youth back to the heart of our democracy.
Dear friends, dear fellow Europeans, I'm Anna Horváth. I'm the International Secretary of Societas Hungary. And as Hungarians, we all know what it means to live under an oppressive system. We know what happens when freedom is silenced, when people are being punished for simply being who they are. This summer, we made history in Hungary. We had the largest Budapest Pride ever, together with you. For standing up for a simple but still a powerful truth that no one should be punished for being themselves. And we carried out the same spirit beyond our capital to Pécs, a city led with the Hungarian Socialist Party, and we showed once again that love and equity know no boundaries. But friends, words are not enough. As the PES Youth Resolution reminds us, every young people must have a say in today's decisions, not in tomorrow's dreams. And we, the younger generation of socialists, are ready to take responsibility, not as the future, but as the present of our movement. And I stand here as a young woman, as a proud Hungarian socialist, to say that we will not stay silent when freedom is threatened, when minorities are attacked, and when young voices are ignored. So I ask you, please, support this resolution so we can keep building a Europe where everyone, especially young people, can live freely, equally, and without fear. Thank you.
Dear delegates, dear friends, in Europe and in many parts of the world, young people today are in great danger of being maybe the first generation since World War II to have a worse economic and social situation and less perspectives than their parents. Succession of economic crises in the last 20 years, skyrocketing cost of life, and increasing inequalities, housing crises, mental health issues, are probably enough legitimate reasons for eventual despair, with the impression of not having even a word to say for finding solutions. However, in front of this emergency, it is our duty as socialists, social democrats and progressive to oppose this despair with an alternative of hope, solidarity, emancipation and progress. And this is what we do with this resolution. Acknowledging that youth should be part of the decision-making and sole owners of their own future, this resolution outlines a youth plan, a path for a society where equality is not a vague word, but a concrete reality, where young people can access quality jobs, free education, decent and affordable housing, to live in good physical and mental health in a sustainable world. Basic rights that should be universal. As the president of the Young European Socialists, I want to express, of course, my gratitude to the PES Presidium for endorsing this important resolution and encourage you, of course, dear delegates, to vote in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, you all, for your words of hope, future and solidarity. And now I invite all the delegates to vote. All those who vote in favor, please raise your... Okay. Those who are against? No. And abstain? It's approved by unanimity. Thank you very much to the younger European Socialists.
And also a very big thank to Anna Katerina, that we can applause one more time, please. The chair of the Migration and Integration Network. And now we still have 3 resolutions to go. The next one is more feminism equal more democracy. And who else than Zita Gurmai, the re-elected president. Congratulations, Zita, of PES Women. For the introduction of this resolution, welcome. Welcome, Sita.
Friends, on my flight from Budapest to Amsterdam, a flight attendant noticed my PES badge. She smiled and said, "I always vote for the left because I want my daughter to live in a fair world." That line stayed with me because that is what our fight is about. Not abstract politics, but real people who want dignity, security, and freedom over their own lives. Thank you. Friends, gender equality is not a side issue. It is the foundation of democracy. And today that foundation is under attack. From Warsaw to Madrid, from Budapest to Brussels, the far right is trying to turn fear into policy. They want to roll back women's rights, silence minorities, and pit us against each other. But we say clearly, more feminism means more democracy. Do you agree? When a woman can walk home safely, democracy wins. When a girl can decide about her own body, democracy wins. When we close the gender pay gap, when we stand up to hatred online and offline, we are not just helping women, we are defending freedom itself. Our resolution sets out a clear path. Europe must become a zero-tolerance zone for gender-based violence. We must secure bodily autonomy and reproductive rights for all. And we must close the gender pay gap and pension gap, value care work, and end gender equality in every euro of public spending. And we must build institutions. We propose creating a gender equality council within the Council of the EU to coordinate and enforce gender equality policies across member states. We believe gender perspective must be incorporated into the foreign policy and external action of the Union and member states. But because equality cannot depend on goodwill, it must be guaranteed by law, budget, and power. In conclusion, our resolution charts a clear path, making Europe a zero-tolerance zone for gender-based violence, securing bodily autonomy and reproductive freedom, closing the gender pay gap, care and pension gaps, embedding gender budgeting in all public spending, strengthening feminist expertise in our institutions, and projecting a feminist voice in Europe's external action. And now I would like to invite three amazing comrades of our delegates to come on the stage and share with us their take on this resolution. Birute Vestaje from Lithuania, former women organization, former Minister of Finance, Dan Biancala from Luxembourg, the co-president, and Rosario Gambia, my dear sister, PES Women Vice President from Portugal. Let's have a huge clap hands when they come, just to show that they are all feminists. So we start with Birute.
Dear friends, I full support the resolution More Feminism Equal More Democracy, Zita. Many generations of our sisters worked to make better life for women in Europe, but still much to be done. Zero tolerance zone for gender-based violence. We made a lot all over Europe in our countries, but still we need to do some more. What concerns economic independence, that is precondition of women empowerment. We have 3 amazing resolutions: minimum wage, women on boards of directors, and the pay transparency resolution. These are really diminishing gaps in pays, in pensions, but still, care work is still underpaid. And going to my body is my right, I should say that having politicians using this for their, I should say, nationalistic, sexualistic tasks. And Putin, using these so-called family tradition values, use it for propaganda to cover his bloody war. So if you ask every woman outside in the street what is the most important today, she would say peace and security. Thank you.
Done.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, let us be clear. Gender equality and women's rights are not optional ideas. For us as socialists and democrats, they are fundamental. Today, conservative powers are not just questioning our achievements, they are putting them at direct threat. We must resist, we must act. That's why the LSAP party fully endorses this resolution. Regarding Section 2, My Body, My Rights, I have news to share with you. Dear friends, we are proud to announce that with the full support of the LSAP, in the upcoming months, Luxembourg will enshrine the freedom of safe and legal abortion in our constitution. We will be the second country in the world to do so. This was a battle that our French comrades won in France. It's a battle that we won in Luxembourg. And it's a fight that we will need to win across all Europe. Because when Meloni, when Orban, when Trump want to drag us back to the Middle Ages, we socialists and Democrats are proving that sexual and reproductive rights are safe with us. Anyway, this battle needs to be fought. You can count on the LSAP. Yes, we are proud to be a feminist party and we are proud to belong to the feminist movement. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. And Rosario?
Comrades, dear friends, our resolution, No Feminism, No Democracy, carries a clear message. Gender equality is not an extra goal. It is the foundation of democracy, freedom, and justice. At a time when far-right and anti-right movements are attacking women and LGBTQI plus people, we say clearly, defending women's rights means defending democracy. This resolution calls for a strong European action, from an EU human rights charter to laws that protect women from violence, to recognize the right to safe and legal abortion as a fundamental right in Europe. For the first time, we also speak openly about prostitution, calling for protection, dignity, and real choice for those affected. But this is not only about laws. It is about justice in everyday life, equal pay, fair pensions, care work, and human health. With this resolution, PES Women gives voice to millions of women who believe that feminism is the path for a more fair, more freedom, more equal Europe. Because without equity, there is no democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks you so much to keep the time. And I'm super thankful for the newly elected PES Women Executive to continue the fight. Thank you very much for your contribution for that. And of course, thanks for your personal contribution and engagement. And of course, with this resolution, we make our stance clear. In the face of fear and division, we choose feminism, solidarity, inclusion, and progress. And now, I would like to ask all the delegates to vote on this resolution. All those who are in favor, put hands up. I think it's time to put hands up. No, I don't see all in. Okay, looks good. But anyway, let's see if there is anybody against. Hopefully it is not the case. Hopefully nobody forget the hands up. And then, of course, just to be fair, all those who are abstaining, even this light is not easy for me, but I don't look anybody who would do that. So dear friends, let's stand up and say it's so fantastic to be in a feminist party of the European Socialists. Stand up for women's rights and gender equality. This is a real party led by Stefan Löfven, who is a real feminist party. So the homework is done. Thank you. Dank u wel.
And a big applause to Zita, please, for re-elected president of PES Women. And now it's the two last resolutions, so it's my pleasure to invite Kati Piri from the Netherlands, the chair of the Foreign Policy Network, for the two remaining resolutions, fostering peace, prosperity, and inclusion in Europe and its neighborhood. And I have to say that we had lots of discussion on that one. And then the last one, a progressive vision for the EU in a changing global order. So thank you, Kati, for being with us and for chairing the network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see only the diehards are left in this room, but I very much appreciate it that you are still here. Dear friends, our family stands resolute in its commitment to fostering peace, human mobility, inclusion and stability across Europe and its neighborhood. We are living in a time when the very foundations of our rules-based international order are being shaken, when international humanitarian law is violated again and again. And that's why we must be even more outspoken in defending what matters to us: security, peace, international law, democracy and human rights. That is the focus of our next PES Congress resolution, fostering peace, prosperity and inclusion in Europe and its neighborhood. We are committing to achieving peace by supporting Ukraine and its people and to stepping up pressure on Putin's regime. And we call on the EU to step up efforts for peace and stability also in its southern neighborhood. And we believe in a future where Palestinians and Israelis live in peace, dignity and security. I'll conclude. Our commitment to human rights, solidarity, dignity and global cooperation is stronger than ever. I would like to invite 3 of our delegates to come on the stage and share with us some thoughts and their take on this resolution. May I ask Yannis Maniatis from the SD, Magda Zdira from Nova Levica, and Niccolò Carboni from the PD in Italy.
Dear friends, comrades, we are meeting in Amsterdam at a time when our continent stands once again at a crossroads. We are facing hard times. Our values are being challenged. The usual ways of dealing with international problems, the multilateral cooperation, the rules-based international order, no longer seem to work, and we need to find the light at the end of a long tunnel. Our resolution is a call for Europe to act with courage, coherence, and conscience to defend peace, democracy, and human dignity without double standards. As socialists and democrats, we must stand firm. International law is universal. We stand by Ukraine's right to defend itself, to reclaim its territory, and to live in peace with its internationally recognized borders. United Europe was, is, and will always be a peace project. But to defend peace, we must be able to act when others will not, and to protect all European citizens from Lisbon to Athens and from Helsinki to Nicosia. Dear friends, Europe's credibility depends on its consistency. In Gaza, we witnessed an unbearable human tragedy. The collective punishment imposed by the Netanyahu government with the total destruction of Gaza and the use of hunger as a weapon of war constitutes crimes against humanity. We extend our solidarity to progressive forces in Israel. Their courage is a reminder that peace begins with conscience, even in the darkest times. We welcome the deal agreed and the return of the hostages. But this is not the end of the road. It is just the first step. The two-state solution remains the only path to lasting peace, and Europe must be a leading force in this effort. Europe must reclaim, and we as socialists will make it happen. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, I speak here today as a delegate from Poland, a country that borders both the European Union and Ukraine, and knows what it means to live in the shadow of war, but also what it means to defend freedom, dignity, and democracy against aggression. Russia's brutal and illegal war has taken hundreds of thousands of lives, displaced millions, and shaken the foundation of peace in Europe. Yet Ukraine continues to stand with extraordinary courage and moral strength. Their fight for sovereignty and democracy is also our fight, and it fights for the future of Europe. This is why the Party of European Socialists must continue to lead, politically, militarily, and economically, and morally. We must maintain and strengthen sanctions against the Russian regime and ensure that war crimes are prosecuted and that frozen Russian assets rebuild Ukraine, its homes, schools, hospitals, and hope. But rebuilding Ukraine means more than infrastructure. It means rebuilding democracy, social justice, gender equality, and the rule of law. As a progressive, we also cannot look away from the suffering in Gaza and across our suffering neighborhood. Peace and prosperity are inseparable. Inclusion, accountability, and respect for human life everywhere. Let us be clear, there cannot be lasting peace in Europe until Ukraine is free, sovereign, and secure within an internationally recognized borders. Europe must speak one voice for justice, for freedom, and for a future without fear.
Thank you. Thank you, Kati, for your work, and also to all the Dutch colleagues for the organization of the Congress. I think that the message of this resolution is quite simple in the end. We are the party of peace and multilateralism, and we want to be part of who are building peace, starting from Middle East, obviously, where we welcome the ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all the hostages. But we also know that true peace and security, not only in the Middle East, but also in Europe, can be built only recognizing the role and what the multilateral organization, the EU, the United Nations, the International Court of Justice can do, and that we must always defend and preserve. Because I believe, and we strongly believe as a party think, that is the only way to build a Europe that can stand for peace, for multilateralism, and to build a Europe that can be still democratic, and the Europe that we want, and not the Europe that is wanted by Donald Trump and his many friends also in our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to Yannis, Magda, and Nicolo. Then let's put this resolution to the vote. Can I see all the hands for those who are in favor? Those who are abstaining? I do it in a different order. And then those who are against. So a large majority adopted this resolution. Thank you very much for all the people working on it. Thank you. Then we go to the next resolution. You say that or I say that? I say it. Okay. We go to our next resolution. Reaffirming our support to multilateralism and international dialogue as a necessary means to achieve lasting peace and prosperity across the world. In a world of rising tensions, autocracies, crises, and climate disasters, progressives must defend the rules-based international order and act together to meet these challenges. And that is the focus of our final and last PES Congress resolution, almost time for lunch, a progressive vision for the EU in a changing global world. And as we continue to promote multilateralism and cooperation, we strive towards equal partnership with the global South, promote peace, prosperity by supporting a ceasefire and a two-state solution in the Middle East, as well as continued support to Ukraine. We aim to strengthen our role in development by achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and advancing feminist foreign policy. To promote the progressive vision across the world, we also believe it is essential for progressives from across the world under a joint initiative to unite and empower a shared vision, contributing to global stability and sustainable progress. Now, I would like to invite to the stage 3 delegates. Number 1, Erwin van der Putten from Vooruit, Belgium. Delegate 2, Morgan Johansson from SAP Sweden. And the 3rd delegate, Lere Payin from the SND. Welcome to you.
Hey, Morgan.
Friends, comrades, Trump is attacking our economy and jobs. Putin is attacking our security and lives. They are trying to change the rules of the game, or even more, they're trying to change the game. This resolution and the ambitions of this resolution will make sure that Europe doesn't just play along, but will fight for its own game. We cannot, for example, praise multilateralism while outsourcing courage to unanimity. When lives are at stake and civilians are starving, hiding behind consensus is a failure and means we're not the builders of tomorrow. Moving to qualified majority, therefore, is necessary and not just technical. It's an absolute demand for us. Europe must stop being paralyzed and start acting with principle and power. Secondly, we are serious as progressives, as socialists, for human rights, sustainable development, and a rules-based order. Therefore, it's our conviction to fund them properly, defend them loudly, and enforce them consistently ourselves. So we can have no more declarations that sound as empty press releases. We need Europe as a strong, united voice and power in the world to protect our jobs and defend our lives. Socialists will deliver on this, or Europe as we know it will be no more. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, almost done, come on. Thank you for being here. We live in a changing world in constant crisis. This resolution acknowledges that we live in a new international context marked by geopolitical tensions, humanitarian crisis, and setbacks in global cooperation. The cut to USA that the withdrawal of the United States from multilateral organizations such as WHO and the Paris Agreement have weakened the rules-based international order. In this context, we need a European Union committed to development and cooperation aligned with SDGs. This resolution places an international development cooperation at the heart of the European Union's external action. We want to highlight the transformative role of the development instruments as a key tool to align European investments with the SDGs, with robust transparency mechanisms to assess the impact of these investments in terms of poverty and inequality reduction. The resolution provides new momentum ahead of upcoming EU-Select Summit to strengthen the European Union's strategic relations and partnerships with Latin America and Caribbean region, but also with Africa, based on a shared progressive agenda. Colleagues, in a world where the extreme right use uncertainty to sow fear and hate, we must strengthen the resilience of our societies, be forceful with our values, but above all, effective with our public policies. There are no European problems and global problems. They all affect us. What happens in Africa, Palestine, Afghanistan, Sudan, and Latin America affect and concern us. We must be the voice on the action of peace, multilateralism, international humanitarian law, and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and dear friends, the former Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme used to say that international law is our first line of defense. And that is absolutely true. Without international law, we would have the law of the jungle. Without international law, we would have a world of the wolves taking whatever they want. And it was to prevent that we once set up international regulations and institutions and created a rule-based world order after the catastrophe of the Second World War 80 years ago. It was never perfect, this new order. Nothing is perfect, but it was far better than the alternative, which would have been international anarchy. We as Social Democrats must defend international law, and it's even more crucial now when we see how it is being challenged by so strong forces as it is today. It is challenged by Russia with its ongoing war against Ukraine. We must, comrades, keep on standing up for Ukraine, because if Putin prevails in Ukraine, who will be next in line? It will be Moldova, of course, but who will come after that? But international law is now also challenged by the United States in many aspects. Trump declares that he wants Greenland. Trump sanctions the International Criminal Court. Trump stops the Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, from coming to the UN General Assembly. Trump lies about South Africa. In a situation like this, when Russia behaves as it does, US behaves as it does, it is even more important that Europe comes together. But not only come together, that Europe also reaches out to the rest of the world. Europe has to reconnect to the global south. We need to defend the rule-based world order and international law, but we cannot do that on our own. We need broad support. Therefore, we should stand by this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all your statements. Now let's put this final resolution to a vote. Who's in favor? Who's against? No one is against. And who abstains? So almost by unanimity, it's a very difficult word in English, but with a large majority, this resolution is adopted. I want to thank you all and wish you also a very nice day in Amsterdam. Thank you.
Thank you, Cathy. We can big applause for Cathy, the chair of the Foreign Policy Network. It has been a very, very, very long process, 13 resolutions, but really a big thanks to you all. Now we're going to have a break, and then later on, we continue with the program and, of course, with the implementation and the fight for all these resolutions. So thank you very much, and we see you very soon. Thank you. I wish you to all a very good Congress. Thank you.
die? Ietsje. Nee. Andere kant. Andere kant. Hij moet...
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, if everybody want to come in and take their seats, I would be very happy, and many with us, I think. Before I was running up to the scene, I was a bit nervous, but thanks to the wonderful GDFL, who set the tone, I became calmer at least. So a big applaud for GDFL and the good music and the tone they set. And for you who are wondering who I am, I have the honor to be your host of the Congress today and tomorrow, so you should bear with me. My name is Evin Insir, member of the European Parliament, Swedish, and of course, Social Democrat, a part of our proud progressive movement. We do have a great lineup of speakers, of leaders, here today and tomorrow with us in this wonderful venue. And there is nothing better than when progressives all around Europe and all around the world also gathers together, because that's where ideas are being created. So thanks to everybody who are here today, and thanks to all our leaders who are here today. Colleagues and friends, are you with me? Are you ready for Stefan Löfven, for Jacinda, for Julia, Pedro, Franz, Magdalena, Svetlana, and many, many more? Our first speaker, however, is the deputy mayor of this beautiful city of Amsterdam, Marjolein Moerman. The deputy mayor and the winner of the last municipal elections. Congratulations. Marjolein, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I have a very difficult Dutch name. My name is Marjolein Moerman, so thank you for trying to pronounce that. So good afternoon, everyone, my progressive friends, and a warm welcome here in Amsterdam. And also a warm welcome here in the Beurs van Berlage. This magnificent building, designed by architect and also a social democrat and pioneer, Hendrik Petrus Berlage. He was famous for a new social architecture that was both functional but also beautiful and accessible to all, and built on the principles of social equality. So what an honor and what a pleasure to welcome so many esteemed guests to our city here in Amsterdam. People that inspire me because they have shown tremendous moral leadership in these troubling times. Yulia Navalnaya, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, former Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, the mayors of Paris, Barcelona, Rome, Athens, and Budapest, and so many others. So seeing you all together here in Amsterdam, it fills me with gratitude, and it also fills me with hope. Now, as you may have heard, our city turns 750 years this year. And yes, we do have a lot to celebrate. From its humble beginnings as a small village, actually right here in this place, on these grounds, Amsterdam has grown into a city of freedom, of creativity and diversity, and a truly European and progressive city. And we cherish this identity, and we are strongly committed to it, especially when it means swimming against the tide. And my word, do these times make us swim? Because we live in a violent, a divided, and a confused world, with endless war in Ukraine, genocide in Gaza, the devastation caused by climate change, and the rise of authoritarian leaders. In Europe, democracy and social rights are under pressure, with the EU retreating from its progressive leadership role. And across our continent, trust in politics is eroding. And the voices that fuel division and conflict are still getting louder. In the Netherlands, we have recently been reminded of these dangers of scapegoat politics, paving the way for incredible outbursts of right extremist violence in our streets. Only a week ago, here in these streets. And all this is very unsettling. It brings uncertainty, it brings anxiety, but it's also a wake-up call. It means we have to raise our game. It means we have to swim harder. Now, more than ever, progressives have to show moral and practical leadership. We have to show moral leadership by standing up for democracy, for human rights, and the rule of law, resisting the steady erosion of these principles by right-wing conservative forces. And we have to promote new progressive perspectives, a new approach based on solidarity and community spirit to replace bankrupt neoliberalism, and a new mentality to replace individualism and the idea that success and failure are exclusively your own responsibility. We also have to show practical leadership by bringing hope and change wherever we can, by sharing wealth and opportunities more fairly, and by providing real solutions to the challenges of these times, for ourselves and also for our children, because they deserve a better future, a healthy and safe future. They deserve equal opportunity and a real chance of living a good life. In Amsterdam, we have introduced the principle of unequal investment for equal opportunity, meaning we have to focus our efforts on where it is needed most, not in the affluent center or south of the city, but in the north, in the southeast, and the new west. For example, to deal with the urgent shortage in teachers in these neighborhoods, more than double than other neighborhoods, we have offered bonuses and other benefits for teachers who want to work in these neighborhoods. And that's often challenging schools. And yes, it worked, because we managed to reduce teacher shortage by 50% in those neighborhoods. And still another example. We have given our poorest and most vulnerable families a monthly extra allowance without any conditions to get their life back on track. And we have welcomed more Ukrainian and other refugees than was asked of us. Because above all, we want to be an open, we want to be an inclusive city that reaches out to people in need. And we have done all this swimming against the tide without much support of our right-wing governments. Because we believe that when governments are dead in the water, cities have to accelerate. They have to swim faster and do what has to be done. So ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we live in a world full of shadows. And we also live in a world full of light, full of compassion and solidarity, full of hope. And hope is contagious. That is said by the wonderful Jane Goodall. She said, "Your actions, they inspire others. And the cumulative effect of thousands of ethical actions can help save and improve our world for future generations." It is something all of us, not only politicians, should take at heart. So enjoy your time in Amsterdam and keep inspiring each other. Let's bring hope to the world and to Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Marjo Lane. And you are right, I have a lot to do when it comes to improving my Dutch, and I'm trying to work on it. We'll see for the next Congress if it's improved. Amsterdam is a city that goes from words to actions, that turns ideas into actions. And we have many leaders that does exactly that. But we have one special leader that I want to welcome up, that always goes from words to action, since I have known him. Since he was my party leader in Sweden, since he was my prime minister in Sweden, we saw change in very short of time. I want to welcome Stefan Löfven up to the stage, but before Stefan comes up and take the floor, we also want to show a video.
Born into a working-class family in the outskirts of Stockholm, Stefan Löfven first learned the meaning of solidarity on the factory floor as a welder. It was there his journey began. From trade union representative, he would then become president of EF Metall, giving workers a strong and fearless voice. In 2012, he later became leader of the Swedish Social Democratic Party, a role he held for nearly a decade. Soon he was elected Prime Minister of Sweden. For 7 years, he led his country through domestic challenges and European crises, while continuing to guide his party with purpose and resolve. As Prime Minister, he championed the European Pillar of Social Rights, a landmark achievement in the fight for a fairer, more social Europe, working together with his Portuguese counterpart, Antonio Costa.
Under his leadership, Sweden officially recognized the State of Palestine in October 2014.
On the global stage, Stefan Löfven earned the respect of world leaders across the globe as an advocate for peace and to uphold a just international order, a unionist, a socialist, a steadfast champion of human rights. Stefan Löfven chairs the board of the Stockholm Peace Research Institute, the Olof Palme Fund. He co-chairs the UN Advisory Board on Multilateralism, and many more. Since 2022, as president of the Party of European Socialists, Stefan Löfven has carried that mission forward. For democracy, for peace, for justice, for a stronger Europe. He brings our leaders together, delivers on the international stage, and stays close to the people and principles of our movement, guiding the progressive path forward. In 2025, Stefan Löfven is once again running for president of the PES.
Welcome to the stage, our leader, Stefan Löfven, and the candidate for leader. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear delegates, dear leaders, dear guests, dear friends. It is a true honor to welcome you all to Amsterdam and to our Congress of the Party of European Socialists. Today we gather as one movement, rising in a critical moment of history. We are called to mobilize, hand in hand with everyone who defends democracy and fights for progress, and united with one purpose, and that is to spark the positive change we so urgently need. Let's start now. I want to start by thanking also our hosts, Grönlink, PVDA, and especially Frans Timmermans, for welcoming us to this very beautiful city. Amsterdam is a city of ports, a city of bridges. It's a city of ideas, culture, diversity. A city that reminds us that respect and dialogue are what truly connects us as people. And here we come together to ask ourselves, how do we build a local, a national, and global society where every person can live with dignity, prosperity, and in peace? This, my friends, is the essence of politics. It's the very essence of democracy. To exchange ideas, visions, and even utopias, and ultimately to act together. As Job den Uyl once said, democracy thrives not on imposed conformity, but on shared responsibility and mutual trust. Yes, democracy rests on people and institutions, but it lives through our shared effort to shape the world that we want. And the urgency of our times leaves us no choice. We need to deliver. Inequalities are growing, trust in politics is eroding, wars rage on our continent and beyond, and the climate crisis threatens our future. Multilateralism, the very idea that nations can work together for peace and prosperity, is under strain. And the far right, carrying the shadows of old post-fascist movements, seek to divide us with fear. So yes, the world is in a bad shape. The challenges we face are real, urgent, existential. But another future is also possible. We still have a choice. And today is our moment to make that choice. Because we refuse to give in to despair, to yield to those who trample fundamental rights, to accept a regressive vision of international relations and trade wars, and to bow to those who use war as a weapon of domination. This is the foundation of my candidacy and why I ask for your trust to lead the PES in this crucial struggle. My personal journey from the trade unions to Prime Minister of Sweden taught me that leadership is about dignity, solidarity, inclusion. And I have drawn strength from the social democratic movement, a movement of hope. And these values always guided me and now guide my vision for the PES. But hope is not enough. We will make this real. Our citizens and future generations are counting on us. And to do so, we need three pillars of action. Action for fairness and dignity. Action for democracy. Action for peace. And let me start with action for fairness and dignity. I strongly believe that hope must begin at home. So when young people cannot afford rent, when farmers lose crops to drought, when factory workers are afraid of losing their job. These are not isolated stories. So we must ask ourselves, is this the society that we want? Politics is about the street we live, the school our children learn, and the community we belong to. And our Congress resolutions show our determination to tackle the challenges citizens face every day, supporting quality jobs and boosting competitiveness, ensuring affordable housing and protecting the social welfare system, advancing gender equality and strengthening democracy, and much, much, much more. But progress doesn't stop at national or European borders. The challenges we face cross frontiers, and so must our solutions. Poverty, inequality, insecurity, climate change, these are all interconnected. And yet, at this critical moment, while global cooperation is more essential than ever, the world is turning inward. Now, we need precisely the opposite. As walls rise, we build bridges. And this is why we have to change the narrative. Too many leaders now act as if isolation can keep us safe. But it weakens us all. Nationalists claim to speak for the people, but their creed of isolation only leaves us smaller, weaker, and further apart. The most effective way to invest in our community is to invest in humanity itself. As social democrats, because we believe that the strength of a society is measured by how it treats its most vulnerable. And when we lift everyone, we all rise together. And the same must be true at the international level. And friends, this is crucial. When we work with all nations, helping others to stand tall, we lift humanity as one. And that is an important task. Now, some say we can't afford to help others. But this is not a question of scarcity of resources. This is a matter of political will to act. Consider this. We need around $5 trillion to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In contrast, the 5 richest people on earth, 5, have a wealth of more than $1 trillion. And global financial assets total some $450 trillion. So I ask you, is this fair? As Social Democrats, our answer is clear: no, this is unacceptable. And dear friends, wealthy nations continue cutting development aid, some dismissing it as a waste. But the truth is undeniable. Investing in poorer countries is not charity. It drives growth, fosters stability, and expands market. It benefits us all. And prosperity is never a zero-sum game. Opportunities for shared growth are always win-win. Only by putting fairness at the heart of global economics and supporting development can we achieve meaningful progress. And our movement, internationalist by nature, we had a duty to put EU towards that path. So dignity at home and dignity across the globe, this is how we can turn hope into action. And dear comrades, to steer Europe towards fairness, we need first to act for democracy. Democracy is about empowerment all over the world. Democracies have been built by the hands of the people, many of them also putting their own life on the line. Only through democracy can we be respected and equal. We fought for it because we know that democracy is a system where power belongs to us, the people. It is not a state for strong men to dominate, but it is a shared foundation where no one stands above the rest. A principle where the division of power is not seen as a weakness, but as a guarantee that no individual can override our freedoms. True democracy is a promise that every voice counts, and only through it can citizens be truly free. But even the strongest democracy is never safe from those who see it as an obstacle to power. And that is why we will always stand firmly against the far right, but also confront the mainstream right when it chooses to shake hands with extremists. History teaches us that appeasement does not stop authoritarianism, it emboldens it. And we cannot go back to that dark past. We will fight the far right with all our might. Dear friends, true democracy doesn't stop at the ballot box. It lives in our everyday. It is sustained by equality, and it is inseparable from gender equality. Every woman and every girl must enjoy the same rights, the same opportunities, and the same protection as every man and every boy. And yet today we see reactionary forces determined to roll back hard-won rights and freedom. And that is why standing up for gender equality and women's rights is central to our social democratic project. Because for us, equality is more than a moral conviction. It's common sense. A society that excludes half of its people from full participation is not full democratic, and it's not fully functioning. So we have to make the best of our society, the most of our society. We have to make the most of all of us. That's a real society. And this means standing also with civil society, not restricting it as the far right and the conservatives now seek to do. Civil society must be heard, not silenced. And I believe Malala Yousafzai put it very clearly, and I quote, "We realize the importance of our voices only when we are silenced." Our pledge to the many civil society organizations here in Amsterdam and watching from home is simple. We will always stand by you. You are the power that connects people in society, builds trust and transparency. Your voice is the voice of democracy. Friends, defending democracy also means defending truth. Democracy is a system that flourishes in debate and exchange, not violence and fake news. That is why we progressives combat disinformation, protect press freedom, and secure democratic debate. Because without truth, there can be no trust. We will do everything in our power to protect journalists and press freedom and civil society. And finally, regarding democracy, more than ever, diversity is key. Regardless of gender, background, or belief, dear friends, democracy is ours together. And this brings us to one of the gravest challenges of our time, the rising tide of hate and discrimination. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. Islamophobia is spreading. Racism and homophobia are stoked and weaponized by extremists. According to the wise words of Lao Tse, we have an obligation as individuals, in my view also nationally and globally. He advises us, and I quote, "Watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. If hatred takes root in our society, it poisons it. But if respect guides our words and actions, democracy grows stronger. And let us be clear, to defend democracy is to defend diversity. To protect democracy is to protect everyone. We have to ensure that every person can live free from fear. Turning hope into action also means acting for peace. Not peace as an abstract ideal, but peace as the daily right of every child, every family, every community to live without fear. Peace is at the very heart of the Charter of the United Nations. Dag Hammarskjöld, former Secretary General of the United Nations, he once reminded us that, and I quote, "The United Nations was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell." This promise, forged after 2 world wars, is under attack as conflicts persist worldwide, from Sudan to Myanmar. And on this note, dear friends, the situation in Gaza is a profound human tragedy. People are starving. Hospitals are overwhelmed. Water, electricity, sanitation collapsed. Gaza was declared uninhabitable by the United Nations. Families are shattered. Thousands of children have died, and in total more than 67,000 lives lost. The world has watched as red lines were crossed, and history would judge us for this, rightly so. A few weeks ago, the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry has conducted that Israel's actions in Gaza meet the criteria of genocide under the 1948 Genocide Convention. We cannot stay silent when evidence points so clearly to such crimes, because international law must be our guide. Clearly, we remember that the attacks of October 7, 2023 were horrific. Terror by Hamas, taking lives, holding hostages. It's an undeniable violation of international law. We condemn these atrocities without hesitation. But when international law is breached, it must be named, condemned, confronted. No state, no leader is above international law. Friends, the recent ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas is fragile, but it's a vital step. It has already stopped the killing and eased the immediate suffering. And if fully implemented, it will save lives, and this is the most important. Yet we must be clear. True, lasting peace requires more. Peace for Gaza, yes. For the West Bank, for Israel, and for the entire region, it requires more. It requires a clear peace plan. It requires respect for international law. It requires long-lasting security for both Israelis and Palestinians. It requires countries to recognize the state of Palestine. And it requires everyone to seriously work toward a solution where Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side. Because this is the only path to security to hope and a future for both people. This is what we must do, and we must do it for humanity itself. Friends, supporting Ukraine is more urgent than ever. And for us, supporting Ukraine is a test of our values and our unity, defending freedom, sovereignty, and shared security. For Ukrainians, this is a fight for their homeland, dignity, and the right to determine their own future. Millions displaced, tens of thousands killed, communities destroyed, and yet Ukrainians continue to resist with admirable courage and determination. And let us be clear about Russia's role. Putin has not changed his course. He has not changed his objectives. He wages a war of aggression both to end Ukraine as a sovereign state and to weaken Europe. No illusions. An aggressor cannot be rewarded. So Ukraine must win for the sake of its people, their freedom, and Europe's security. We hope the United States will be with us, but we cannot be sure. So while we wait, we need to strive for the best, but also prepare for the worst in terms of engagement from the United States. European Union needs to stands together with our partners in defending Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. And this entails deepening our collaboration with like-minded partners, such as Japan, Canada, Australia, and others. And this calls for concrete action, credible security guarantees, and long-term investment in Ukraine's reconstruction. Ukraine's struggle is Europe's struggle. If democracy falls in Kiev, it is weakened in Warsaw, in Berlin, in Paris, and here in Amsterdam. It is our moral duty to stand with Ukraine because we believe that might can never make right. Dear friends, supporting Ukraine and working for peace in Gaza are not separate struggles. They are part of the same global imperative, defending international law and the principle that no child should grow up under bombs. But turning hope into action also means looking into the future. How do we prevent wars? How do we build a system where peace is the rule? Some action has already begun. In September 2024, the UN General Assembly adopted the Pact for the Future, pushing for global governance reforms. Now it's important that this pact is implemented. But we should think even bigger. Like the leaders who once signed the United Nations Charter, proving even adversaries can sometimes choose cooperation over confrontation. Let us also dare to imagine a world free from nuclear threat. Nuclear threat is based on mutual assured destruction. The abbreviation is MAD, MAD. But nuclear weapons don't guarantee security. On the contrary, they threaten humanity itself. Reagan and Khrushchev once said, "A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought." So let us today move towards mutual assured survival, based on the insight that if my neighbor feels safe, I feel safe. The fundamental principle of collective security must guide us. And no first use has to become the norm. We want these weapons gone at the latest 2025. It is time to come to our senses after a century of madness. Friends, believing in peace is not naive, it's necessary. This is a progressive impulse we will bring to Europe and the world. Because to act for peace is to act for the future. Dear comrades, to conclude, this is how we will turn ideas into solutions. History shows what we can achieve together, building the welfare state, defending workers' rights, championing peace and putting equality at the very heart of progress. New challenges rise. New regressive forces test our resolve. But when darkness knocks, we renew hope. Because when there is no hope in democracy, we open the doors to extremism and autocracy. Now, this Congress proves that even in difficult times, our movement is strong, ready, and determined to deliver. Dear friends, the future will not wait, nor will the people of Europe, nor will the world. Now, I'm honored to have led the PES with all your support in the past years. We led a strong European campaign with Nicola Schmidt. We continue to fight in the European Parliament with the S&D group under Iraq's leadership. We have fantastic progressive executive vice presidents and commissioners of the European Commission defending our key priorities as quality jobs, housing, competitiveness, climate, and youth. So my thanks to Teresa, Roxana, Dan, and Glenn. And under the leadership of Antonio Costa as President of the European Council, we have a leader devoted to safeguarding our union's interests and strengthening dialogue across Europe and beyond. Together, we will always act responsibly. But this responsibility is no one-way street. It requires all democratic political forces in the European Parliament to act responsibly. It requires the EPP to be true to its history and stop playing with democracy and using it as a bargain chip. And for us, dear friends, this means three crucial things. No attacks on social rights. No rollback on the Green Deal. And no, we will never cooperate or make alliances with the far right. Comrades, preserving democratic stability and strength in the European Parliament and in our national parliaments is essential. But this is not enough. This is why we choose the theme of this Congress, progressive mobilization, because we need that mobilization now. A mobilization that goes beyond our political boundaries. A mobilization that connects civil society, activists, and progressives around the globe. A mobilization that starts here, today, with you, with our Klein Links PVDA comrades, and with Frans Timmermans, a fantastic progressive figure that has done so much for our movement and continues to do so. So this Congress is a perfect starting point for this mobilization. Together with you, this can be a truly inspiring moment to kickstart this process. Friends, allow me to conclude with prelude of the United Nations Charter, a key milestone for humanity that is currently under increased pressure, but that remains very important. We, the peoples, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. This is our responsibility. This is our obligation. This is our mission as progressives. So let us leave Amsterdam with determination. Together, now, let's launch this great progressive mobilization. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for this very important and emotional speech. You always speak from your heart and to each and other person's heart. So those words that you have delivered to us, I think all of us will bring along into the work that we are doing. And you are totally, of course, right, that we are not stronger than our joint strength together. So what we need to do as progressive is join forces within our movement, but also other progressives outside of our movement, to make the change that the world is in need of, to make the change that the EU is in need of right now, to make the change that our member states are in need of right now. So thank you very much, Stefan. And it is also true that solidarity must never ever see any borders. Solidarity is about giving, but it's also about receiving. And solidarity must therefore always be global, must always be international, especially during the times now when our multilateral systems and international law is at stake. And therefore we need a strong global movement. With this said, I would like to turn to our Deputy Secretary General, Thomas Vowell, who will be announcing some statutory moments. The floor is yours.
Yeah, friends, since I'm a bit responsible for the statutory things, as we already have seen in this morning, I now have the pleasure to announce a very nice statutory moment. And I have the pleasure to call on stage two very important persons for this Congress. In the morning, in the presidency, we endorsed the two Congress chairs. And now I would like to call them on stage. Two strong women, two strong progressive leaders from Finland. Tytti Tuppurainen, long-term PES presidency member and leader of the group of Social Democrats in the Finnish National Parliament. And someone I really don't have to introduce here, our PES vice presidents from the PvdA in the Netherlands. Kati Piri, please come on stage. And I hand the microphone over to the chairs to start with Kati, maybe, and you take over.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for coming here, and welcome to Amsterdam, welcome to the Netherlands. Probably a lot of you don't know, but the PES was actually founded in 1992 here in the Netherlands. It was the founding Congress, not in Amsterdam, but in The Hague. And I thought, let's check who are in the room. Because of course we also send out invitations to our party members of GroenLinks PvdA. So let's check, let's make some noise. Who are the Dutch people in the room? Who are the people from outside of Holland in the room? Yeah, that's 50-50. And are there any people from Amsterdam? Welcome, welcome to all of you. Thank you very much, Stefan, for inspiring speech, but also to you and all the people of the PES for organizing this fantastic Congress. We still have more or less 24 hours to go, but I think we already feel the energy in the room. So let's enjoy it, enjoy your time here, and I hand over to you for the very important announcement.
Exactly. Thank you, Kati. It's so good to be here, and thank you, Stefan, for your wonderful speech. It was a powerful message to us all, wasn't it? Let's give a big hand to Stefan for his great speech. The leader of the PES. It is time to mobilize the progressives in Europe and in the whole world. And as we are all Democrats, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear comrades, it is our great privilege and also a great joy that we need to have a vote. We wouldn't be Democrats unless we have an election. And we have a leader to be elected. Therefore, please be careful and listen to me. I have some instructions for you. All delegations, all members of the delegations need to vote. Don't miss it. It is your chance to say your word who will be the next leader of the PES. If you want to vote for Stefan Löfven, make sure that you don't miss this election. So the head of delegations, please make sure that every member of the delegation will have a vote. And it's the responsibility of the heads of delegations to collect all the votes and cast the votes to the ballot box. You will see the ballot box on the right side of the plenary hall. Make sure that by 15:45, your delegations will have casted the vote. So, it is my great honor and privilege here in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands, in the PES Congress, to now officially announce the voting started. Woo! Let's elect the new leader for our party of European Socialists and Democrats. It is our chance now to have our say. The voting has started. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Titti. Thank you, Kati. I think that was both emotional and very clear to the rules. That is exactly the kind of chairs we need. So thank you for having this important job on this Congress. And I hand over back again to our moderator, Evan.
Thank you very much, Thomas. As said, you can just start standing in the line for the voting. And while the voting is going on, we will turn to our first panel of the day. I promised myself to not say it, but I will do it still. To quote a person who is not in politics, who was never in politics, but who was in music. He said, a little less conversation, a little more action. And action is what we need right now. Therefore, the next panel will go under the name Progressive Cooperation in Action. And for that, I want to invite up the moderator, Katinka Eikelenboom, and our speakers, Robert Bidron, Maria Joao Rodriguez, Judith Kirton-Darling, and Pepe Provenzano. Welcome up. And a big applause.
Thank you, and I applaud you on the pronunciation of my name. So you're progressing in terms of Dutch. My name is Katinka Eikelenboom. I am the chair of the Green Party in the Netherlands. And I'm very grateful for the invitation. And I think it's also not self-evident in every European country to have a leader of the Green Party hosting a panel on a social democratic Congress. And I am fortunately not the only Green leader here in the room. And I would like to extend a special welcome to the co-chair of the European Green Party, Vula Tsetsi. Vula, are you here somewhere already? She'll be here at some point. And before I give the floor to this amazing panel, I would like to share with you a few insights on the progressive collaboration that we have achieved here in the Netherlands. And it has been mentioned already throughout these days. We are working towards a full merger of the Green Party, my party, and the Social Democrat Party into one new progressive movement to be constituted next year. In the last few years, membership of both parties has pretty much doubled. We became the second biggest party in national elections in 2023. We won the European elections, and we are one of the leading parties now in the polls with national elections coming up. And our cooperation brought green and social democrat politics back to the center of the political stage. And I think a lot depends on the specific context of the Netherlands. So I want to just name a few success factors. One, we cooperate on the basis of equality and equivalence. And when this cooperation took off, both parties, the Social Democrats and the Greens, were pretty much the same size. And what is very important, we build a lot of trust through personal relations. We use this cooperation to reinvent ourselves, to try to think of new ideas that connect us. And we have a strong motivation. This was also mentioned, of course, and this is true in many European countries, that we have this strong rise of radical right-wing parties. And to conclude, we have, of course, a political system with proportional representation and no electoral threshold. So there is a very strong political fragmentation. And I think a lot of voters they really appreciate the attempt of political parties to work together and to form something new. To wrap up, just one more thing that is important for, I think, progressive cooperation is to build trust through personal relations and to genuinely understand, to try to understand each other, to acknowledge also the potential conflict of interest, to find ways to strengthen each other and to value also each other's differences, because it's not always easy and it's not only a walk in the park, I would say. So now I would like to go to you guys. So happy to meet you. We just said hello before. And I want to begin, Robert, with you, because for many years, I think Poland presented a particularly challenging political environment for progressives. Can you highlight a case where cross-party cooperation achieved meaningful change in Poland?
Thank you very much, and it's a great question. I've done a lot of campaigns and fighting for people's attention, but this will be a challenge for us today. That those people who already voted and are there are also paying attention. Let me use, first of all, the opportunity to say a big thank you. Thank you for your solidarity. I use the word solidarity because I come from the country of historic solidarity movement of the biggest workers' trade union in Europe. The Nobel Prize winner, Lech Walesa, who was a leader of this trade union fight during the communist time. We would not manage without solidarity also from this socialist family. If this socialist family is for something, it's for being in solidarity with those who are in need. And I want to thank you for that. If you are asking me about the ways how we achieve to not only come back after 18 years of not being in power and being in opposition, but how we manage to fight authoritarian, de facto authoritarian government in Poland, I think what is important to remember is we need to find the ways in these difficult times when we sometimes have a feeling that we walk through this dark valley between democratic forces. It's very crucial that we look for what unites us. The second thing is, I think, is what helps us to bring back democracy to Poland is to fight for strong, independent, free media. It's a crucial and vital for every democracy, and cooperation with civil society. It's very important. And the third thing, which is equally important, we always need to stay firm with those who are marginalized, discriminated, left behind. Women, whether it's in Poland or Hungary, LGBTI people, whether it's in Slovakia or in Italy, people in Gaza, people in Ukraine. This is about our values. This is what we are fighting for. And the fourth thing, which is equally important, we need to take care of these values every day. We need to remember that peace, democracy, rule of law, and human rights are not given for granted. They are like beautiful flowers. We need to take care of them, water them every day, and then we succeed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being an inspiration also, the Polish success. Maria, at FEPS, you've championed European progressive ideas exchange. And based on your experience, how can progressive foundations at the national, European and international levels join forces to turn shared ideas into tangible, concrete political action?
Look, I'm bringing here the role of foundations and think tanks as a major source for political creativity, because we, progressive movement, we need to be based on political creativity. And so think tanks are about bridging between very different actors, the intellectuals, the policymakers, but also activists for the entire civil society, and then to come with a kind of invention of the future We are a bridge between these actors, but we are also a major catalyst. We come with really new ideas. Now, my pleasure has been, after also policy making in the different European institutions, because I made the tour of the European institutions, was to have the privilege to chair the foundation of our progressive family. And this is now a quite big house, because we are based on a network of 70 national foundations, and we provide many activities, research, training, debate, publications. Now, we reach a scale which is, let's say, 100 events, 100 publications each year, so it's quite big. And we are very proud about this. Nevertheless, we think this is not enough. We need to go on developing our European Foundation, and we also need to organize in a different way to cope with a new opponent we have in front of us, which is the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is organized at international level, is putting together powerful means of ideas, media capacity, finance, and political connections. And we need to rise up to this new scale. So we are preparing a big operation. It's not my moment to announce this, but we are already working in this direction because we need.
Thank you. It sounds very promising. Thank you. Looking forward to counter the MAGA movement.
Yes.
Yeah, and start something new. Pepe, I said something about the Dutch political landscape, and I think we can relate because Italy has a very complex political landscape. And what does that teach us about the realities and opportunities of progressive cooperation? Can you share some success stories or maybe failure stories, because you can also learn from them, I think?
Yes. Thank you, Katinka. I'd like to thank PES people and our Dutch comrades and friends, because I believe that here in Netherlands we are witnessing a true example of a progressive cooperation, and I wish France every success in upcoming elections. Progressive cooperation today is not an option. It's a necessity in all our countries. In Italy, we are facing an alliance between the far right of Giorgia Meloni and Matteo Salvini and the so-called moderates of Forza Italia, EPP. This is nothing new. Berlusconi perfected this formula almost 30 years ago, but something has changed now, because the right today is very different, is a part of a global wave that's eroding democracy. It moves toward a paradox theorized and practiced by Viktor Orban, the liberal democracy, that denies the very essence of Europe. And if this is the threat, the unity is not only a necessity, it's a duty. Remember, Giorgia Meloni is in power because the progressive and democratic coalition was divided in Italy. And we cannot repeat that huge mistake. We are by far the main opposition party in Italy, and we have the responsibility to bring together all the forces, including liberals, that want to challenge this far-right coalition. Yes, of course, political arithmetic is not enough. What we need is mobilize our people around a shared idea of progress. And we have the duty to speak to a majority of people, not about democracy in abstract, but about how it can improve their material lives. Luca Mandami in New York, his message, affordable, speaks to the struggling majority, not only a politics of identity, but of redistribution. And I want to conclude about our success story. Let me say that just last weekend, we won the regional election in the beautiful Tuscany, with the PD at reaching the 35%, and we will have another election crucial in the upcoming weeks, and we are very confident in the results. We'll let you know.
Thank you. Thank you. And So I've been to many congresses, also the Green Party, and I know it's also great to socialize here, but maybe try to keep it a bit down because it's also good to be able to understand and hear each other. Judith, from your work with Industrial, which cross-party initiatives in Europe's industrial and labor policy have achieved the most impact, and what they made them successful? Can you share some of your insights, please?
Yeah, sure. First of all, it's a real pleasure to be here as a former Labour MEP. It kind of feels like coming home a little bit, and it feels also like coming home because as a trade unionist, we have to recognise that we are a wider labour movement, socialist movement across Europe, and we in the trade union movement are mobilised already, so we are waiting for you to join us to put forward the progressive narrative and alternative to take on the far right in Europe. Because that's what is needed right now. Workers in Europe are facing massive economic insecurity. It's a very politically and economically turbulent period. It creates enormous anxiety. And we urgently need this progressive narrative of hope, of a good way forward. And we have some examples of how we've done it in the past. And the best example, I think, that we can draw on is what we did around the Minimum Wage Directive. Because there we had a campaign across Europe which was not just about lifting people out of poverty, but it was about strengthening collective bargaining. And if we want to give people security at work, it's about giving them a voice at work, the right to negotiate their terms and conditions. Absolutely crucial. What we need to do now is tie that to an agenda around the economy and a progressive industrial policy. That is the missing piece of the puzzle at European level today. But the good news is that actually where progressives are in government, at local level in Florence, at national level in Madrid, there are elements of industrial policy which are about putting forward a worker-centre industrial policy. Social conditionalities on every single cent of public money to industry, tying it to collective bargaining, tying it to a just transition. And so building on that success of the pass on the minimum wage directive, we now need to see, as a family, a progressive family, making the fight for a just transition framework for Europe. Because in this turbulence, this economic turbulence, what people need is security about their future, security about their employability, security about their industries, and that's where a strong just transition framework in a proactive industrial policy is the piece of the puzzle which will speak to the workers that I represent, whether they're in IF Metall in Sweden, whether they're in Solidarność in Poland, or in CGL, Chisel, FIM, and the others in Italy. We need to be speaking to workers in the workplace and setting out an agenda which is about security of their jobs. And it starts with their right to industrial participation in the workplace, as we demonstrated with the Minimum Wage Directive.
Thank you, Judith. And maybe if I can be a bit cheeky, because we didn't prepare this question, but of course, I'm from a Green Party, and we're here in the Netherlands really trying to also mobilize labor movements with the environmentalists together for a green and just transition. Do you also have examples on how to unite those political forces?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have now at European level the start of an industrial policy, the Net Zero Industry Act, for example, an engagement for local production in clean tech to try and avoid that we lose ground in industries that we already have some leadership in. And that's about the jobs of the future. We need to be telling a story about transformation and not about deindustrialization. It's absolutely crucial because that's where the anxiety comes from. We all know, I come from the north of England. I know what Brexit did, but Brexit was the result of deindustrialization in my region. It wasn't anything to do with EU law or EU budget. It was the consequence of people feeling left behind. We need to speak to that sentiment, and you do that through industrial policy. And of course, you need to tie it to the industries of the future. You need to set out a vision of how our economy will innovate, will grow, about investment, about ensuring that we're actually creating good jobs for people. And that's in existing industries as well as the new industries, because there is no green industry in Europe that doesn't have an energy-intensive industry behind it. So we need the whole transformation of our industry, and that's a proactive industrial policy with social conditionalities right at the center.
Thank you so much, Judith. We have a few more minutes, and I got very strict instructions about the time, so we have to almost wrap it up. Robert, the creation of Nova Lewica, is that right?
Perfect.
Yeah, okay.
You're very good.
That brought together different progressive currents in Poland, right? And what were the biggest challenges in uniting these forces, and what lessons can we learn from that?
We don't have much time left.
Yeah.
So the biggest challenge, which always shows how pathetic we are when we do that and how bad we are, is there was divisions between progressive forces. When we are divided, we always lose. When we are united, we always win. And this is the lesson I can give you from Poland. United, we won. United, we are in the government. United, we defend social democratic, progressive, however you call it, socialist, democrat values. And this is the goal for us, progressive mobilization in our unity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the fight for democratic values is a very great uniting
Of course,
force.
with Greens too.
Yeah.
Welcome on board.
Well, welcome to you too, the Green Movement also.
We are a
as well.
family.
And Pepe, maybe one more question for you, because the PD in Italy is really also focused on global progressive cooperation. Can you say something about how you achieve that? Or
as we always say with our leader, Eli Schlein, we cannot leave internationalism to the nationalists. And all over the world, democracy under threat, as you mentioned. Let me express our solidarity to a prominent journalist in Italy who was attacked last night. It's very, very, very dangerous. And the right wing has built an alliance between billionaires, extreme nationalists, and religious zealots. And they operate, as Maria mentioned before, within a coherent ideological framework supported by powerful transnational networks and an enormous media ecosystem. And how can react to this? We have very little to compare today. And I believe, first of all, we must unite the progressive network, all of them too weak. The Progressive Alliance, together with the Socialist International, for example, and the PES can play a crucial role on this. I think that we can defeat the right if we provide real answers to the people's material problems. But in a world of wars, protectionism, crisis of multilateralism, the right will have always the wind at its back. And we need for that a proposal for a new global order. And our proposal is Europe with a strategic autonomy. We need a common European defense, of course. It's different from 27 national rearms. Peace, as Giacomo mentioned this morning, will not come through strength, only by force. Peace needs politics and justice. In Ukraine, just like in Gaza, in Palestine, in Middle East. And this is our role, this is our commitment. And Europe must become a point of reference for the global majority of countries and people that seeks peaceful cooperation. I conclude with an example. The EU-Mercosur agreement must become not only a free trade mechanism, but a great space of economic, social, political cooperation with the so-called global south. We need Europe because the world needs Europe, and we have to build it. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't see it because we have a screen here that says, please wrap it up, please wrap it up. And it keeps sliding. I'm sorry, Maria, I really would like to hear more about your counter-MAGA movement, because this really sticks, I think, from his panel. So we hope to soon to hear more about this. I would like to thank you all for this panel. It was really nice to meet you. And thank you for listening in. And see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's fine.
Thank you. Hello, hello. Microphone doesn't work. Hello, hello. Thank you very much to our panelists. Now, the next panel, or we will actually, yes, we will start with a spotlight moment, and you will see what a spotlight moment is in any second. But that spotlight moment will be focusing on how we tax the super rich. Because in the end, fair and equal societies demands that we have fair taxation systems. And the only way to ensure that we have those fair taxation systems is to ensure that the systems are based on that everybody are paying based on ability and receiving based on a need. For this first spotlight moment, I want to introduce, or we have a video, I should say, from Gabriel Zucman, world famous economist.
Hello, I'm Gabriel Zucman. I'm the director of the EU Tax Observatory. The super rich have seen their wealth explode over the last decades, but they pay much less tax than the rest of the population. We need to fix this problem, and the most powerful way to do this is with a minimum tax on wealth. Since 1987, global billionaires have seen their wealth increase from 3% of world GDP to 14% of world GDP. But recent studies have shown that all taxes included, they pay only half as much in tax relative to their income than all other social groups. With a minimum tax of 2% on their wealth, on the wealth of billionaires, we could get hundreds of billions of euros in additional tax revenues at the global level. Most importantly, we could ensure that the super rich pay as much as the rest of the population. This should be the top priority for tax reforms globally, ensuring that those who have most benefited from globalization are asked to contribute to the common good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For more inspiration, I would want to welcome Paul Magnet, the PES Belgium leader. Welcome, Paul.
My honor. Yes, great to meet you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'll be very brief because do I really need to explain why we need to tax the rich? We know that we need to do it for reasons that Gabriel Zucman just right now has perfectly explained. The rich today, the billionaires, they pay on average 20% of taxes. The people who work hard, who have long days, who do their best for the prosperity of the nation, they pay 40%, 2 times more. This is completely unfair. And yes, the second reason is very simple. We need money. We need money because we need to keep investing. In Europe today, much too many people still do not have a decent housing and decent food on their table. Much too many people still don't have access to health and education. And we need to keep investing massively for those public services, as we need to invest in climate transition, to reduce gas emissions and social inequalities in the same time. The Conservatives will tell you, well, no, we can't do it. There is no legal base at the EU level. That's always a good excuse. There's no legal base. That's not true, best friends. 2 years ago, I introduced a European Citizen Initiative, and the European Commission recognized that, yes, the EU can tax the rich. It's not a question of legal capacity. It's a question of political will. So, of course, it will not be easy those days, Stefan. It will not be easy with the European Council that we have, and although Antonio does his best as the President of the European Council. But we can start from the national arenas. Pedro does it in Spain. The law was introduced and passed in the National Assembly in France. I have introduced it in the National Assembly in Belgium. Frans Timmermans will win the election in 2 weeks, and he will introduce it in the Netherlands. And all together, we will make it a European reality. The billionaires must know that within a few years, they will pay their due fare in Europe. And this has lasted for too long. So yes, best friend, let us tax the rich. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And indeed, let's tax the rich. Colleagues, friends, our next topic touches on the foundation of social Europe. Jobs that pay, protect, and empower. Fair wages, secure work, and dignity on the workplace. First, to give a keynote speech, I would like to welcome our own Executive Vice President of the EU Commission, Roxana Minzato. Welcome up, Roxana. Oh, welcome, Roxana.
Set up, hi.
You can stand here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh, do I go directly there? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was a panel directly from the microphone stand. Hi, everybody, and thank you so much for being with your hearts, with your minds, with your work, part of the great family of the Social Democrats in Europe. This is what people expect from us, and I think we're in such an important moment where we need to, again, answer this question in the current context. What kind of Europe are we building? Who are we as Europeans? In very complicated times, in very turbulent times, when we need to look at security, where we need to see how we adjust our fiscal rules to be able to invest more in defense, where we need to be more competitive, how are we able to keep our eyes on the ball? And the ball is our citizens, it's our people, it's their rights, their social rights, their jobs, their income, their protections. This is, I think, such an important mission for us, for the socialists. This is also part of my role in the European Commission as Commissioner and Executive Vice President in charge with quality jobs and social rights, with skills and preparedness. And every day, and even today, I was on my road to Amsterdam from Brussels. We have to work, let's not say battle, for every policy, for every measure that we put forward to protect our citizens. I'm just going to share a couple of them. We're looking to be presenting soon something that is pivotal in the current context, the Quality Jobs Roadmap and the proposal for a Quality Jobs Act. Because people that have a job need to know that with the salary that they earn, they can also be dignified. They are able to afford their housing costs, their rentals, their expenditures with medical expenses, their everyday life expenditure. And in so many sectors, we have precarious jobs. Looking at construction sector, at agriculture, transport even. I've met truck drivers across Europe, a lot of mobile workers. These are jobs that we need, that are essential, but where the work is not always dignified. But we also need to look at the future of our work. More and more, we have algorithms. We have artificial intelligence that manages our teams, our workers, instead of a human. This is a transition to a new world but it has to remain people-centered, with the rights of people, with the dignity in work, with their privacy and intimacy, with their right to have free time protected. So in this sense, the Quality Jobs Report will look at all of these dimensions. Algorithmic management, what do we do with precarious jobs, especially when we have long subcontracting chains, a right to disconnect. These are all such important elements. Of course, we also need to look at the jobs that disappear, the jobs that need to transition from an industry to another, the green transition, the AI transition, the jobs that we create with every euro we invest. And this is also going to be part of the package. Whether automotive is going towards green, whether we invest more in semiconductors, and these need to translate into jobs for Europeans, and good jobs, well-paid jobs. Mobility, because I've spoken about it, we're a united Europe. We are here in the Congress of European Socialists. We are talking about our single market, what unites us together. This is also the freedom of people to work wherever they can and want in Europe. But mobility should not be a way towards lower standards, towards, for some, social dumping, exploitation, abuse in work. And again, we've seen this in the context of free movement, with European citizens, but also with third country nationals. So next year, I will present also the Fair Labor Mobility Package, which looks exactly at what we need to improve the working conditions of mobile workers, from having a digital pass that will include all their information, all their contractual and social protections, to looking at the situation of third country nationals or the role of our European Labour Authority. And I will also mention that it is very important that we look at the goal that we have set forward to fight and eradicate poverty, child poverty, all types of poverty. European strategy for fighting poverty, this will be a first tool that we will deploy again in 2026, the most complex of the ones that I've mentioned, because fighting poverty refers to not just the 95 million of Europeans that are currently in risk of poverty and exclusion, but those that also can be impacted by the trade wars, by all the evolutions that we see in economy, and we need to protect for the young and the old alike. These are a number of initiatives that need to be put on the table, that this Commission will put on the table, for which we need to fight together. And a final message on my side, we talk so much in the European bubble in Brussels about competitiveness, about the competitiveness compass, the speed, the agility of the economy. And I told them, do not forget about our European pillar of social rights, because this is our social compass. This will make sure that we all get to the direction that we want to get our European economy, person by person, with all our peoples together, leaving no one behind. Thank you, and looking forward to our panel.
Thank you very much, dear Roxana. And indeed, we should not forget the European Pillar of Social Rights, which, if everybody here remembers, was adopted 2017 in my city, Gothenburg, under the leadership of our own leader, Stefan Löfven, who was Prime Minister back then. So a big applause for Stefan for making that possible. Now, while Roxana is saying yes here at the stage, I would like to invite up other panelists and a moderator. First, I would like to invite the moderator, Marit Maj. Also a colleague of mine in the European Parliament. And our distinguished speakers, Esther Lynch, João Martínez Pereira, Oliver Rupke. Welcome up.
Hi, Mamma Mia.
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Esther, you have such an effect. It's you. Great to see you.
I think we are all awake with this nice sound that we just heard. Thank you so much, Roxana, for your inspiring words as a start of this panel on jobs that pay, protect, and empower. And you have mentioned that the European Commission will present the Quality Jobs Roadmap and Act soon. Can you share how soon we will receive it and what will change in the lives of workers in Europe when we have this?
we start with the Quality Jobs Roadmap, which is a strategic policy paper that we will present in the first week of December, I think, this year. And then at the same time, we will launch the first stage consultation for a Quality Jobs Act, which is a package, a legislative package, that will explore a number of topics, and I've mentioned the present and the future of work alike. So we have areas where we're looking at the future of work, algorithm management, right to disconnect, which is also connected to the people that work in a hybrid or remote system even now. We need to look at algorithm management, because what does it mean to have an algorithm managing a team of workers? Intensity, privacy, a number of issues that are not a question when there's a human in charge. Then I've mentioned the precarious jobs in construction, in agriculture, in food, sometimes even in transport. And for this, we need to look at long subcontracting chains, because many times this lack of liability, it's one company delivering the goods with a truck, having the contract that delivers the goods with the truck, and the third or fourth and 10th company that employs the worker, the driver, with a very low salary, beyond the standards, with no protections. Very concrete example. So looking at subcontracting and also the idea of liability in this. Looking at health and safety also. I want to mention that this will be also part of the initiative.
Okay, thank you very much, Roxana. Part, of course, of the job market is young people entering into the job market. And João, one of the things that our political family has fought for is for banning the unpaid internships at the European level. How can we make sure that trainees are treated in a fair way?
Thank you for this important question, and I think the solution lies on one word: coercion. Because we know that the balance of power is not in favor of the trainees, over the workers. And so, because sometimes, of course, having an internship is mandatory if you want to have a degree, if you want to, validate your credit. So if we let liberalism work with the offer and demand, of course, nothing will change. And we have some examples. For instance, in France, when only internships that last more than 2 months are mandatorily paid. So you have young students that propose themselves to do short periods of successive 2 months just to make sure they're not paid, so they have a competitive advantage in comparison to those who are paid. So this is, of course, not a desirable situation. So coercion, saying that the intern is paid from the very first hour of work, and we need, of course, transparency in that, with the obligation to mention the salary level in the internship offers. But this is not the only thing. We need, of course, to add some things on that. For instance, control on the working hours and working conditions. We see that in some sectors, for instance, manual sectors, but also finance, where the boss obliges you to just fill the timetable, not according to your real working hours, but according to what the law says. So we need to put more control, more strict rules on the quality of work of trainees. Of course, we have to also take into account the right that comes with work. So when an intern works, it also should benefit from pension rights, unemployment rights. That is to say that interns are doing the same kind of work as any other worker, but also with the perspective of learning. He is there not as every worker, he is also there to learn.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this is a very important element that we need to continue to fight for. And another thing, Esther, welcome also in this panel, that we need to fight for is collective bargaining. How can we promote collective bargaining and ensure that workers are being paid a fair wage? Not just trainees, but all workers.
Before I answer that, I want to begin by saying thank you to Vice President. We're so grateful that you fought this hard to get us on the cusp of the Quality Jobs Act, to get us to the point where we're going to have a Quality Jobs Roadmap. That's going to answer so many of the problems for working people in Europe. And your leadership has got us here. And I want to say the trade union movement is with you every step of the way, and you can rely on us. And that's why I wanted to be on this panel, was to say that very clearly.
Thank you.
For the collective bargaining, there's two things I'd like to put into the discussions that you're going to have at this Congress. The first of those is exactly as Stefan Löfven said, about everybody being free from fear. whether it's free from fear of the future, but also free from fear to be able to join a union, to be able to organize, and to have your right to collective bargaining properly recognized. And the International Trade Union Organization keeps a rights index, which looks at what are trade union rights like in the world. And the part of the world that in the last 2 years, trade union rights were most under attack and the sharpest decline was Europe. So we have a lot to do to make sure that workers can join a union and that they can have their right to collective bargaining properly recognized. And that's the last point I'd like to make on this section, is each of you, as leaders, as mayors, as people responsible for public procurement, could make one significant change. You could make sure that every public contract, whether it's for construction or cleaning, goes to companies that have a collective agreement, that recognize the rights of those workers to be able to bargain for a fair wage and decent conditions. You could do that. We're with you on the journey, and we hope that there will be legislative change to make sure that everybody does it in the future.
Thank you. I think that's a call that we can all work with. Let's move to Oliver. Oliver, as a president of the European Economic and Social Committee for the past 2.5 years, you've been the voice of the organized civil society in Europe. What is the importance of civil society and the social dialogue in policy making?
Thank you very much. Allow me also to make a reference to Stefan's strong speech. Stefan, you said that progressives will always stand with civil society and stand up for fundamental rights. And this is actually where we stand for in the European Economic and Social Committee as the voice of organized civil society. We wanted to be the watchdog for social rights and for fundamental rights, and we tried to be vocal and visible over the last 2.5 years, because I'm convinced that, let's say, social dialogue, participation of civil society is not a nice to have. It's not a luxury. It's a cornerstone of our democracy. And without this, a democracy is not fully fledged. And we see more and more attacks on social rights, on fundamental rights. We see shrinking space for civil society, and this is a trend that we have to reverse. And therefore, we in the committee tried over the last years to build alliances with the progressive forces, with Roxana, with the Commission, with the ETUC, the social partners, to strengthen these rights. Because we are convinced if civil society are on the table, if workers are on the table, then policy is much more inclusive, much more balanced. And we think that the ESC is a unique forum in this respect, which should be used and which has been used to have a strong voice here for civil society, for fundamental rights and for social rights. I remember the La Hulpe Declaration, where we were really one of the supporters as the whole ESC. So also employers, trade unions and civil society. And let me also say, I think we tried also to look beyond borders, to reverse, to show that it's possible to reverse this disastrous trend towards authoritarian regimes, shrinking space for civil society. One example, we joined forces with the Brazilian Council, where President Lula has re-established social dialogue and civil dialogue. So we reinforced our ties with them. We have a strong cooperation also with the African to show that this trend can be stopped and can be reversed. And the last word, if I say we have to look beyond borders, then definitely we have to look even stronger in our candidate countries. We have involved social partners and civil society representatives in our work as first EU institutions. Western Balkan countries, Moldova, Ukraine are on board, are part of our work. And I think this is important. I was very glad to see that 2 more parties joined as associate parties, now the PES. But I really would call on everybody, really show solidarity. Solidarity doesn't stop at our borders. We have to go beyond, and we have to support social partners, trade unions and civil society, also especially in our neighborhood, in the candidate countries.
Thank you so much. We're going to do a test now, because we have less time left than we thought we would. So I will pose you a question, and you will have 1 minute to respond. I hope this will work. because the topics are big topics. And the topic I wanted to dwell with you on, Roxana, a little bit more is the topic of migrant workers and their criminal exploitation. It's something that we see specifically also here in the Netherlands. You have said a little bit about it already. What are the things that we can expect from you to fight this exploitation?
This is the answer, the fair labor mobility, to many of the most abused and one of the workers that suffer most on our labor markets, and this is unacceptable. So the fair labor mobility package will include a strengthened mandate for European Labour Authority so that they are able to do joint inspections also for third country nationals. So they will offer tools such as a wage calculator so that these salaries can really be offered at the right level despite the very mobile nature of some jobs like transport. Again, I give this example. We'll introduce the S-Pass, which is a digital pass, as I've mentioned, which includes all the paper documents, now the portable documents that a worker needs to present as he crosses many countries. And sometimes you don't know if they're authentic or not, if their contributions have been paid or not, and they are uninsured and unprotected wherever they are sent to work. So this S-Pass is a protection for them and simplification also for administration and companies. We're looking at the posting of third country nationals. Many come into one EU member state for 1 day, 1 week, then they are sent as posted workers. But this is bogus in other member states, and this does not cover them correctly. And we need to look at work permits and their residence and how we can really make it so that they are protected. And as I've mentioned again, looking at liability inside long subcontracting chains in the context of cross-border work, of course. This is also be part of it.
I think you have us on your side here in this fight. Thank you. João, entering the labor market is not easy for young people. In some countries, even very difficult. What do you think we can do to smoothen this entry for young people?
In 1 minute, it will be a little bit late.
Less than 1
I'll try
minute.
my best. First, I think we have to build more ties between companies, universities, schools, and the students to make sure that, of course, that the students, what they learn is more appropriate and more connected to the skills that will be required from them in the labor market. So having this close connection between companies and the programs in the schools and the universities. Also making sure that more people can enter these universities. So also having a public action on tuition fees. So making sure that the education is free for everyone. And then just to add one line so that I'm in time, also we've seen some experiments, you know, about anonymous CVs and procedures to apply for some jobs, so that to make sure that we reduce the inequalities, making sure that regardless on where you live, your origins, your beliefs, your gender, you can access more easily the labor market.
Thank you. I think those are good measures. Esther, turning to you again, we've seen in many countries that workers are shifting their support towards the far right. What do you think about these dynamics, and what can you advise us from the perspective of the workers you represent to counter this trend?
The first clearest message is the far right has nothing to offer to working people anywhere. Please don't, I don't have the time. So the second thing is we need to expose the lies of the far right. Every time they had a chance to vote with working people in their unions, they chose to go against it at European level, and we need to expose that. But here's how I think we need to recognize the real situation of working people. Just from my own situation, my mother's working life was much tougher than mine. Much, much tougher, as was my dad's. But when I look at my son's working life, it's much more in common with my mum's and my dad's than mine. And that's the real challenge that we need to address. We need to make sure that there's wages people can live on, rights they can rely on, and respect. Respect no matter who you are, where you're from, or who you love.
Thank you so much, Esther. And last but not least, Oliver, the world of work is undergoing many transitions at this moment. We've talked about them. How can we ensure that they will truly benefit workers and that they will truly create jobs for those workers?
Well, I think there's a simple message, because the world of work is indeed changing. Technological challenges, climate change, geopolitical challenges, but there must be one core principle, and this is People and workers must be first and come before profit. And I think this core principle is always then in the forefront if social dialogue and the social actors are in the driver's seat. So we have to support, we have to strengthen social dialogue, the involvement of civil society, to make sure that this transition will be a just one and with equal chances for everybody. And we have to work against the backlash. We have to implement the directives. We have to implement the platform work directive, the pay transparency directive, and so on. No backlash on this. This is clear. And let me also say, when it comes to women's rights, just yesterday there was the endorsement of the roadmap for women's rights. I think this is also where we're facing a backlash. We have to stand up against this. We, the ESC, will stand for this, definitely. And at the end, let me also thank the whole family for the great cooperation over the 2.5 years on behalf of the ESC. It was really a great adventure. Thank you for this, and look forward to continue our cooperation.
Thank you. A big hand of applause for this round of speakers on quality jobs and on the benefit for workers individually, but also the society collectively. Good wages and good employment and good working conditions are not optional. And that brings us to the next discussion that will be about health and mental health and the fundamental pillar of well-being, often deeply impacted by the conditions of our work. Thanks again to this panel, and we go to the next one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That way.
Evan says thank you very much.
Yes, I say thank you very much. Now I can hear myself. Thank you very much to the moderator and to the speakers for this panel. Before we go to the next part of the agenda, I want to remind everybody of that if you haven't casted your vote yet, please do so. You have 15 minutes left, so it's 15 minutes left before the vote closes. I have my preference. I'm not only host, I'm also delegate, but show what is your preference through voting. With this said, with the current speed, change, and development, we are all being affected. And it is not at least affecting our mental health, not at least the young people's. It's therefore time now for another short progressive spotlight, and this time on mental health, human forever. We are joined by Irja Vetteri, Secretary General of YES. Irja, the floor is yours. Welcome up.
Thank you so much, and hello, friends. Let's get to it. When we talk about security, we often think about borders, armies, and weapons. But real security isn't only about those who has the biggest or the strongest military. It's also about whether our societies are cohesive, whether people feel they belong, whether they have something to defend. Poor mental health is, first and foremost, a deeply human pain for those who experience it and for the people around them. But it's also a social and economic risk. Mental health problems can tear apart communities, strain our economies, and in some cases even pose risk to public safety. Mental health is hard politics. It may seem tempting to some to save a quick euro by cutting welfare services or mental health funding. But those short-term savings lead to much bigger costs later on. The OECD estimates that mental ill health costs our economies up to 4% of gross domestic product. 4%, that's an enormous price for neglect. Now, many of the solutions can and should come from the grassroots, from good leadership at work, reasonable expectations in schools, and community-based innovations. In my home region in Finland, we even had a mental health ambulance, a pilot project that brought psychiatric help directly to people in crisis. It worked, it saved lives, but it wasn't continued. And that shows exactly why we also need political will. Your mind being broken should be taken as seriously as it is taken when you break your leg. And yet, across Europe, access to care is still unequal. Young people in particular have been hit hard by social insecurity, pressure to perform, discrimination, and the long aftermath of the pandemic. There is a generation that has already gone through enough historical times for a whole life, but we see no end. That is why we need mental health to be fully integrated into the European social model. We need European strategy on youth mental health, with funding for services in schools, universities, workplaces, and communities. Europe must treat mental health as what it truly is, a key to prosperous future, a safeguard for our societies, and a matter of security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irja, for this powerful spotlight, for this powerful speech. I now would like to welcome up our next speaker, Theun Tobes, humanitarian activist and co-creator of Human Forever. But first, let's watch a video.
My name is Teun. I'm 24, in perfect health, and live in the close ward of a nursing home. Why? I am 24, but not all my life. That's why I'm now going to start looking for answers for the future. In a 3-year journey across 11 countries and 4 continents, I look at how other countries deal with dementia and the people who have to live with it. And how can we shape society in the future for the people who so desperately need our attention, but whom we so often forget? Surely everyone, regardless of age or diagnosis, has an equal right to a good life, right?
Ja, ben je toch helemaal niet meer van enig nut.
Heeft u dat gevoel?
Ja. Dat is toch ook zo? Wat voor nut heeft het nou nog als ik leef?
Dear delegates, at the age of 21, I decided to start living on the closed ward of a nursing home for 3.5 years, voluntarily. And what started because I deeply feel worried about the way we treat people we see as the other is now transforming into a worldwide movement of humanity. This message, this hopeful message, Human Forever, has premiered in almost 30 countries. And more people and governments are embracing this message for a better future. And I have 3 recommendations for you for this better future of our society. Because we might not forget that a better future for people living with dementia is above all a better future for all of us. So firstly, change the narrative by breaking down the stigma of dementia, the stigma of loss, the stigma of dehumanization. Looking differently always leads to doing differently. Secondly, please make systems based on exclusion more inclusive. So stop building nursing homes and dementia villages as the only solution to dementia, because it isn't. We should support and create more inclusive forms of housing. We should support communities where your care indication or your diagnosis is not your entrance ticket to be allowed to live somewhere or not. And finally, thirdly, please change and transform the fundament of our healthcare system. Because now, the fundament is the more sick you are, the more money an organization gets. And we can't expect quality of life to be the result if someone's disease stays the fundament of our healthcare system. Dear delegates, please don't forget, only if we keep seeing the human being, he will never disappear. Thank you.
Thomas.
Do I have sound? Yes, now the sound is back. So friends, coming from the very concrete issue of mental health now to the broader issue of social Europe, we heard already today in the morning about it and adopted our resolution. I think it's a classical social democratic issue. It's an issue that we often tackle at congresses. Nevertheless, I would also argue it's more important maybe than ever. If we look around and if we look to what conservatives and right-wing forces are doing in Europe, but also in the United States, attacks on social rights, attacks on social welfare, I would argue social Europe is one of the key battlefields for our family where we have to fight back and where we have to prove that social progress is possible. So, with this said, I'm very honored now to announce, and maybe I go on the other side, the next panel with, panelists we all know, and I may start with the former Commissioner for Social Affairs and Jobs and our common candidate in the last European elections 2024, Nico Schmidt. Please come on stage. It's a special moment, I think, for us to have you again here on our Congress. Then, next to the stage, I would like to invite our PES Vice Executive President and Vice President of the European Parliament, Katharina Barley. Then, the party leader from the Social Democratic Party and Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies in Romania, Zorin Grădeanu. Zorin, please feel welcome on the stage. From Ireland, our party leader from our sister party here, Ivana Bacic, please come on stage. And from Belgium, Forut, also leader of our party in Belgium, please come on stage. Conor Rousseau, it's an honor to have you. And last, but honestly speaking, never least, let me invite to the stage someone who has yesterday already been re-elected. So, welcome on stage the re-elected president of PES Women, Zita Gurmai, and give a big applause. Okay, so let us start. We have a sharp time today, but I think you all are experienced, so we will have a good discussion, sharp on the point. Nicolas, let me start with you as our common candidate in the last European elections. You put social Europe central place. It was always a key component of your policy as commissioner as well, and you were very much involved in drafting the action plan for the European Pillar of Social Rights, I would say an historic step. What can be next step on the basis of this with all your experience?
Thank you. Nice to be here again. If you allow me, I just want to refer to the previous presentation on mental health. The previous commission worked on mental health, and this is a very, very important issue for many people, especially also for many young people. And I must say this country has innovated a lot in these approaches. So this should be also for this commission still an issue, working on that point which impacts so many European citizens. Now, We have indeed in our campaign put social in the center. And I listened to Roxana, and I must say I admire her courage. I approve absolutely her vision and also her program. Now, I know that the circumstances have changed. The political forces have changed. And we as a family, as a political family at all levels, especially in the European Parliament, but also in those governments where we still are present, we still have to defend the social dimension of Europe. It cannot be that the only word in the European policies is competitiveness. And I'm not the guy who says competitiveness is not important. But in the spirit of Jacques Delors, there is a coin with two sides. There might be the economic side, competitiveness side, but the other side of the coin is social, is respect for workers, fair working conditions. So that's what we have now to put into action. And I think what Roxana has announced is very good. So this should be done in a new action plan. But action plans only are valid if they really are followed by actions. And not just the next action plan, but also the action plan which was adopted in Porto. The implementation. Thank you.
Very good. And action is only action in reality, not action on paper. That is good that I think sometimes remind ourselves of that. Now, Katharina, coming to you. Social Europe is about what we just discussed, but it's more and more also about social fairness in the digital arena, about how we treat each other on social media. How can EU's initiatives in the digital field, the regulation of disinformation and hate speech can contribute to more social fairness on social media? What would your analysis be about this?
Yeah, I think you introduced it exactly right. It is now, for many people, especially for young people, it is a field, the digital space where we sort of live. I mean, we work there, we communicate there, we exchange information there, we get our information there. So it is absolutely vital. It is a social issue that everybody has access to the digital sphere, that has the means to go there, that it is indiscriminatory, the access to the digital sphere. But then on the other hand, as you said, when we are in this digital sphere, the social media becomes quite unsocial, asocial, as we say in German. So we need to have media literacy for the young ones, but also for the older ones. It's nothing that only relates to one generation. We have to protect especially minors, but not only minors, from harmful content of any kind. I am a parent. I would also say there are ages where kids should not be in this world at all. But if they are there, we have to protect everyone who is there. Europe is the only sphere, the only legal sphere that really takes care of its citizens when it comes to the digital world. We have introduced the DSA, the DNA, the AI Act, a lot of laws that you might not all know in detail, but in fact, your data is yours, the platforms have a responsibility to protect you, and we're enforcing these laws. We're the only region in the whole world who does that. No wonder that Trump and Musk and the Vance and all these and all the tech bros, they hate this and they attack us for this and they want us to step down. They want to take down this legislation. And we are fighting in solidarity with a lot of stakeholders. We will not take back our legislation because this is what protects our people from exactly those bros that want to take over our democracy.
Thank you, Katharina. And from what you said, I think it became clear when I opened this discussion by saying social Europe is a key battlefield for us. This digital sphere, it's an absolutely key battlefield, and it's a social key battlefield. I think it's important that we, as social democrats, as you elaborated, are active and engaged on this. let me come to another dimension of social Europe, that is cohesion. Soren, cohesion is essential for fair mobility and to prevent brain drain. What can Europe do even more on this field from your point of view?
Thank you, Thomas. Let's say from the beginning that cohesion is not only a principle. I think it's a condition for a real Europe, a Europe which must be equal for opportunities. I'm coming, as you said, from Romania, and my country is one of the countries among most affected by outflow of skilled workers. And I think, in a few words, we can propose something. First, I think we must increase the funding for cohesion policies and less developed region, particularly, of course, in Eastern Europe. We can also, second, we can create a mechanism to return the people, the skilled professionals, and support local investment in education and innovation. And third, I think it's important to mainstream cohesion objectives across European Union policies, transport, digital, and energy, to avoid two-speed Europe. In conclusion, I can say that, of course, Romania wants a union where people don't live to succeed, but they can succeed at home with European support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zoran. You reminding us that social Europe needs always be something that in the end ends with the people in their real life. So that's, I think, a very important element, and thank you also for painting the picture that social Europe is not something from North or South Europe, West or East Europe. It has to be a common issue, otherwise it will not function. So let's come from cohesion to housing. And with this said, I come to you, Ivana. You're from Ireland. For example, Dublin, I think housing is a big issue there. How can Europe help? How can the EU help with this social challenge, housing?
Well, Thomas Goramahagut, or thank you, as we say in Irish, and I'm proud to be here as leader of an enlarged Irish delegation. We had a good election last year. We delivered an MEP in the Socialist group from Ireland for the first time in a decade. So we are also in the Irish Labour Party on the cusp of electing a new left president. We're involved in a united left movement. We have elections next Friday, and we're looking at delivering a left-wing president in Ireland.
All the best.
Thank you. And we wish our comrades in the Dutch party and Frans Timmermans the very best for your elections on the 29th October too. But Thomas, a key reason why the left must win here in Holland, also in Ireland and across Europe is housing. In Dublin, which I represent, Dublin constituency, we see housing as an absolute disaster, not just a crisis, a disaster.
I see.
Average rents, €2,000 per month, more than 3/4 of the wages of most people who are seeking to rent. We have 5,000 children in homelessness. Our new MEP, Eoin O'Riordan, was elected last year. He was asked to represent Dublin. He was asked, what are your 3 priorities? He said, housing, housing, housing. That's how significant an issue it is. What can Europe do? I believe we need to push in the left at national level, as Conor Sheehan, our housing spokesperson, has said, to build, baby, build social and affordable homes through an active state, through state investment in housing. And at European level, push for relaxation of state aid rules so that the EU will facilitate states in providing funding to deliver the cost of construction, to build the social and affordable homes at scale, because only the state has the deep pockets to bear the risk of building. That's what we need Europe to do. And we need the EU to deliver on tenants' rights, on renters' rights, because that's a huge gap in protection across the EU. And we need Europe to deliver on sustainable construction methods to fight climate change. That's what we need the EU to do. And I want to thank Irache, the S&D Group, and acknowledge the enormous work that has been done by the S&D Group in the European Parliament, delivering a European Parliament Commission on Housing, delivering a report which we hope will see some change. And of course, we're delighted to see an EU Commissioner on Housing from the Socialist family. Housing is a right, not a privilege, and we want to see, as we had a common agricultural policy, a common housing policy across Europe. Grimagwif, thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. And thank you also for making it quite concrete where the EU can help on this issue. Sometimes people think housing, it's not a competence of the EU, but one can really do concrete things. EU can deliver, and we are working for that. We have the Commissioner, so thank you for this insight. Now, let's move from the housing challenge to another challenge, which is cost of living and still poverty in parts of Europe. And that brings me to you, Connor. How can Europe help fighting poverty and, very importantly, fighting child poverty? I think we all agree that this is something we really want to improve. What is your take on this?
Well, thank you all for having me. Goedemiddag, Amsterdam. Thank you for talking about poverty, because we have big news from Belgium. Last report today proved that Belgium had the best reduction of poverty in the whole of Europe today. And that shows that we, as Social Democrats, can really make a difference when we're in policy, when we're in government. But the real threat, Thomas, the real threat to poverty and to our working class people is the rise of far right. The far right is attacking the way we live, our way of life. Because every time they're elected on the support of average working class people, the moment they're in office, they turn against those same people. They always do three things: tax cut for the super rich, they attack public services for all people, and they turn democracy into oligarchy, which is bad for all people and leads to more poverty. And look at Trump, what he's doing right now, enriching himself and his billionaire brothers. He's attacking our economy. He's attacking our jobs. He's increasing the cost of living, and he will increase the poverty in Europe as well. And there, Putin forced us and made us closer to each other, brought us closer to each other on defense. The attacks of Trump should bring us closer on social economic level. We should start a social economic army, because let's face it, dear European friends, today the EU is divided and we are the knife in the gunfight. But tomorrow we could be united, and then we could be the bazooka in the gunfight. And how would that bazooka look like? First, make the super rich pay their part, do their part, not steal from welfare, but contribute to all welfare and help child poverty. Second of all, collaboration and make a stronger economic union, more trade deals, more autonomy, more independence, more economic growth. And third of all, use that growth to help all people, children in poverty, to help our welfare states, to have better wages, to fight against the cost of living and make life affordable again. Invest in better healthcare, invest in better education. But that all, and then I'll end, that brings us down to that one key decision, dear friends. A key decision for every EU member state. You're with Europe or you're against Europe. You're with Europe or you're with the enemy. And we ride together or we will die together. Absolutely. And that's the only answer for a welfare state and the only answer against poverty. And therefore, same as my neighbor from Ireland, I wish Frans Timmermans and P van de A all the best to fight against the far right and fight for our welfare state here in the Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. That was, I think, very clear and showed how big the task actually is when speaking about social Europe. It is not to be underestimated in these times with Trump on the one side and Putin on the other side. Also, this is the context of social Europe today. So, before I come to the last panelists for the first round, I have to make another official announcement because the tellers are urgently asking me to do this now. We are now closing the election for the president. I hope that no one gets a bad conscience now, but it is closed. So, with this said, we continue, and I continue with you, Sita, and let's come to the issue of equality. Equality is about rights, but equality is actually also about money. And looking to the gender pay gap in Europe, yeah, you have money on your skirt, this has not significantly decreased. What do we have to do more? Please.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to say hello. How do you feel? Good, I'm happy. Before I answer, let me tell you, social Europe, strong Europe means European socialists, Democrats and Labour. And that was us who built up this social Europe, and we have to do the utmost to secure this social Europe. And this is our duty here in this Congress as well. And of course, it's also very important for us to tell how important the Turkish CHP party for us, and I'm so delighted to say hello, Selin, my sister, and the party leader, because they are with us. We need them on the board. We need to make sure that everybody has to be free. And I'm so fed up with Erdogan, who is a good friend of Orban. Sorry, I really needed to do that. And I love you very much, and I'm so happy that you are here. So, equal pay for equal work. 2007. Is anybody in the room who knows who is Vladimir Špidla? Former Prime Minister of Czech Republic. He has been the first commissioner when we, PS women with PS, started the fight for equal pay for equal work. And Nicolas knows very well that with Helena Dalli, you did the utmost to have the pay transparency. And thanks for Roxana Mințatu, we are going to make it 2026. So this is the socialist family. That's what we can do together. And there is one thing, Katarina. We need to talk about implementation. My dear sisters and brothers, we could have the best action plan ever. But if you don't have the proper legislation, if you don't have the proper legislation, then you cannot do that. So that's what we need to be back in power. We need to be back in power in Holland as well. We need Frans Timmermans to lead this country. My dear friends, but law alone are not enough. We also need a real cultural change. The gender pay gap is closely linked to the care gap. Thanks for the S&D group, and let's have a huge clap hands for them because they did the utmost for them. As women still take on most unpaid care responsibility. This is not only limits their career opportunities, but also leads to a wider pension gap later in life. We must revalue the work in female-dominated sectors such as care, healthcare, and education, which are essential to our society. And this is ideal, parity. That's why I love this party. We have parity in the party. We really need to build it, parity all around to parties, because women has to be empowered as well. That is also about gender pay gap. I could go on, but I limit myself. I love to be here, and let's make everything possible to win the next election with France. Hands up, and let's do it for France.
Thank you, Zita. Clear, sharp, and inspiring as always. Thanks for that intervention. And now, looking to the time, actually, I will try a little let's say, experiment with all of you. To go through the second row of questions, I will try to be very quick in asking you, and let's see who will be the quickest in answering. So let's have a try. Nico, to start with you. One very essential element of Social Europe was and is the EU Platform Work Directive. You've been very much engaged in this. This we have. What has to be the next step with regard to this field of regulation? 3 points.
The first thing is to transpose this directive correctly. And here, the Commission has to play absolutely its full role. Second is, obviously, to implement the directive. And third is to think a step further. And the step further is platform. We have increased a bit the quality of work with platform. That's okay. But the quality of work is everywhere with artificial intelligence being more and more everywhere. And that's the next step. We have to extend the regulation, the frame of artificial intelligence, of algorithms at the workplace. This is fundamental.
Thank you, Nico. That was, I would say, on the point and even concrete. Very good. Next question, Katharina and Ivana. I will ask the question to both of you. You're both strong fighters for women's rights, strong fighters for sexual and reproductive rights of women. So how can we avoid a far-right rollback on these issues? What is our chance and responsibility as party? Who wants to be first?
Well, we're being very polite.
Okay.
Thomas, just 3 things. First, we can never be complacent. You're absolutely right. The far right are making gains. There's an anti-feminist backlash, so we cannot be complacent. Second, we must keep fighting. Zita's infectious enthusiasm is what we all need in continuing to fight for gender equality through our national women's movements and through PES women and international movements. And thirdly, we need solidarity. Solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the trade union movement, in the left, and solidarity with the LGBT rights movement, with trans rights activists and with others. And you're all very welcome to Ireland for 2028 Euro Pride. Gur Mahagrove. Thank you.
Thank you. Katharina.
I can't add very much. So as a lawyer, I can add we need good laws, need good law enforcement, we need good prevention. I would totally join in on the solidarity thing. I would say we need to think intersectional. We have to really also include the other aspects of discrimination into this fight. And I will take the opportunity again, as I did yesterday evening, to address the men. Because it's not a fight that women have to fight. The fight for equality is one that you should fight with us, men. It liberates you from your gender role that you could be stuck in. It liberates your sisters, your daughters, who will come after you, and it will be a better life for all of us if we join in. So please do.
Katharina, thank you for adding that aspect. And when we today adopted the amendment on feminism, we did not say this is just a principle for the women part of our family, it's for our whole family, and it's good that you're pointing to that. Zita, now emotional and quick for you, the next question. You're not fighting for women, not only fighting for women's rights, you're also fighting against a regime in Hungary that is not at all democratic. We're speaking here about the civic dimension of social Europe, civic education. Your 30 seconds on that.
Okay, civic education is fundamental for a strong social Europe. Roberto Galtieri is in the room, the mayor of Rome. I have been charged when it happened, and I'm still charged, and I still have to go to the court because this is the freedom in Hungary for a member of parliament. Of course, why this is so important? Because it gives people the tool to understand their rights, to think critically and to engage actively in democracy. And this democracy is in danger now. And of course, we need to promote equality and inclusion. Teaching about gender equality and human rights from an early age help to create a society where everyone can fully participate. And we really need to have a discussion on the NGOs and the civil society on an ongoing basis, because that's the foundation of a truly social Europe.
Brilliant. And very true, I think, without the civil society, we cannot win the battle against this new wave of authoritarianism. We have to be partners, civil society and politics. That's also what we want to do with this Congress. Sorin, social Europe cannot be disconnected from economy. And we see in the current legislation from the current Commission a high emphasis on the agenda of simplification. How can we nevertheless protect our social priorities? What is your take on this?
Thank you, Thomas. First of all, I think simplification must not mean less social protection. And Nicolas said before, competitiveness should be built on people, not just on numbers. So I think we can think on three proposals. First, ensure that administrative and budgetary reforms do not reduce funding for education, for health, and for social cohesion. Second, promote an inclusive competitiveness model based on decent wages, vocational training, and social innovation. And third, I think we can introduce an European social indicator in competitiveness assessment to align economic progress with social progress. In conclusion, simplification should not become a hidden form of austerity. A competitive Europe is one that protects and invests in its people. Thank you.
If we are in government.
I think we all could not more agree with this. Simplification may not become a way of austerity policy. I think that is a very true and very important sentence.
Trust me, I know in my country.
I can believe. We have the same discussion partly in Germany too. Now, final question, Connor. Social Europe cannot, the debate on social Europe cannot finish without speaking about the youth, the next generation, and how we empower them socially, but also politically. And yeah, maybe give us your view on this.
Thank you. I'll be very short. First of all, just show, don't tell. I was 26 when they elected me as party leader. Don't only ask young people their opinion. Don't only put them into boring meetings. Put them on key positions. Put them in parliament, make them party leaders. So very easy, show, don't tell. And we won elections with a very young leader and the youngest minister in our government. So if we can, Europe can as well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Connor.
Perfect. Yeah, good.
That's it.
So, and with this
I
said,
think I won.
Yeah.
I won, no? It was a competition. I was the shortest, no? I won.
Okay. I think you did.
I think you all did quite well, but you were quite short, that's true. So, but let me finish this panel by thanking all of you and thanking you not only for your contribution on this panel, but even more importantly, thanking you for all your contribution on all the different battlefields we just discussed for social Europe, because you are our actors, you are our leading figures for this fight. Thank you for that, and we move on.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Thomas. You are the best.
Thank you very much to our moderators and to the panelists.
Can I get your hand?
So, ready or not, here it comes. AI is here to stay for the good and sometimes also for the bad. So the next discussion will be, or progressive spotlight will be on, is the AI ready? Is the EU ready for AI? Please welcome up Senay Gebrab, Professor of Socially Intelligent AI, University of Amsterdam, founder of Civic AI. Welcome.
So, thank you for having me here. Looking forward to engage with you briefly on AI. My name is Senay Gebrab. As I said, I'm a professor of social intelligent AI here at the University of Amsterdam. And I was asked to address today here with you the question, is Europe ready for AI? My short and blunt answer is no. At least not when it comes to human-centered AI, the type of AI that the EU, Europe often promotes. And I will try to explain why I think so. I've been working in the field of AI for over 30 years. And in the past 15 years, I dedicated my work to AI for social good, AI for public good. I started AI programs for citizens, for civil society, for civil servants. I founded the Civic AI Lab here in Amsterdam, which is a lab that focuses on AI technology to tackle social inequalities in society in different domains. I've led EU-level projects trying to bring AI technology closer to marginalized groups in Europe. And I've also engaged a lot with policymakers throughout Europe and the world on the opportunities and risks that come with the use and the development of AI for social and ecological purposes. Now, there is one thing that I have learned over the years, and that is that governments, institutions in Europe and also beyond Europe struggle to reconcile three seemingly unrelated challenges. The first is envisioning a future for Europe. The second is understanding what AI truly is and how it can be used to shape the future. And the third is designing a future with citizens at the center and also in the lead. Now, when it comes to visions, a vision of Europe, many visions exist, including the ones that have been described in 2015 in a EU-funded report that envisions different societies of Europe in 2050. The report describes these scenarios based on two key dimensions. The first dimension is, or the first dimension asks, do we govern top-down through strong, powerful institutions, or bottom-up, guided by the wisdom of the collective of people? The second dimension asks, do we focus on a global and connected Europe? Or do we focus on regions and their resources? Now, these two dimensions yield four possible scenarios for Europe 2050. In the top-down, globally oriented scenario, the human is kind of an economic unit, and society focuses on efficient growth and control. In the top-down, locally oriented scenario, the citizen is a European citizen, and society aims at a resilient, thriving, sustainable regions. In the bottom-up, global scenario, the citizen is a node in a network that revolves around fairness, equality, distributed access, and so forth. And lastly, the bottom-up local scenario, in which the human is simply a human being, and society aims at healthy coexistence of living things. So each of these scenarios paints a radical different version, society of Europe 2050. But it also invites us to think radically different about AI. Each of these scenarios comes with a different form, a type of AI. The issue is that the EU, when it comes to AI, focuses AI investments, AI strategies, and so forth, focuses predominantly on global and top-down scenarios. Regulating AI, regulating markets, competing with the US, competing with China, consolidating power and responsibility. And at the same time, bottom-up innovations are often neglected or even seen as a threat because they challenge traditional ways of governance. Grassroots AI, community AI, local AI is neglected. And yet, this is exactly where the promise of human-centered AI lies, in the diversity, creativity, and agency of people, the diverse people of Europe, not just in the directives of institutes. So this is why I think and I believe that AI is not ready for, Europe is not ready for AI, or AI is not ready for Europe. A truly human-centered AI, the one that leads to a more social and a more democratic and a more resilient future, can only be materialized, can only be realized with citizens, with the diverse citizens and communities as co-designers of the future of AI, next to institutes, universities, industry, and so forth. And I think Europe is not there yet. There is potential, though. There is a lot of talent in Europe. There is a lot of good science in Europe. There is a lot of good technology in Europe. Europe has good values. What is needed, I think, is to shift the focus and mindset when it comes to engaging with AI, from competing for profit, power, progress, to co-creating with people, places, and the planet in general. And I hope you here will support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is a very important topic, a topic that we have been discussing for long now in the European Parliament also. And the Parliament is, and the European Union is actually the first regional and international body that have legislation on AI, the so-called AI Act. But from AI to the key people in our states, in our countries, that is the mayors, and that are the cities. We will now then go to next panel, which is named Progressive Mayors for Housing, Justice and Quality of Life. And our progressive mayors indeed shows how we go from words to actions when it comes to equality, when it comes to sustainability. So welcome up Roberto Gualtieri, Rome. Welcome up Harris Ducas, Athens. Marjolaine Moorman, Amsterdam, and Jaume Colboni, Barcelona.
Maybe we should move. We are only 4.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this new panel. Everyone, building on the important talk we just had on AI, we now turn to another set of urgent challenges that directly impact the daily lives of our citizens. My name is Céline Hervieux. I'm a member of the Parliament from France. Really happy to introduce this new panel. So our cities are on the front line of today's most pressing challenges, from the housing crisis to the rising cost of living. And progressive mayors are showing that local leadership can deliver fairness, sustainability, and real change for our communities. So we are really honored today to welcome some of Europe's most prominent mayors of major cities. We thank them sincerely for being here with us today. And as the time is limited, I will kindly ask you to keep your intervention in 2 minutes, but we will begin with you, Roberto Gualtieri, Mayor of Rome. I think we can applaud him. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Roberto.
Thank you.
You prioritize on housing in Rome. How relevant is the issue in the upcoming negotiation on the EU budget, and is it possible to improve on the EU financial regarding housing issues?
Thank you. Thank you. And we are very happy to have the opportunity to make these panels as mayors and also to make the point of how this has to become really a priority for our family. Together with Jauma, with the mayor of Athens, with a lot of other mayors, we have created this alliance, Mayor for Housing, which is not just with socialist mayors, and is gaining momentum. And we are trying to explain to all the institutions, and so also to the EU, that if we want to protect and relaunch our social model, if we want to uphold and strengthen our values, if we want to be understood by citizens, and also if we want to counterattack the aggressive propaganda of the right that want to divide the people, and make one poor or one middle-class citizen against one other. We should really be the one raising the flag of affordable housing and doing something new. And that's why we are really fighting on all levels, and of course also on the level of the next EU budget, because housing should not become a slogan, should become a priority. If it needs to become a priority, it has to be also with money on that, with resources. Housing, affordable housing, has been one of the pillars of the European social model. Health, school, pensions, housing. Now, if you see these four things, we are not totally well on the other three, but it's clear that the one now which is really in danger is housing. And without affordable housing, all the very foundation of European social model collapse. It's an issue of equality, but it's also an issue of growth and competitiveness, because if we don't have labor mobility, we will not even be able to grow. So what we are saying is that this should become a real priority. But if it needs to be a real priority, we need real money on it. And we don't see any trace of this in the current budget proposal. We don't see anything of that. Now some words are starting. We are hearing some words, especially from Antonio Costa, the President of the European Council, and we're very happy about that. But now we want consistency between the word and facts. So we will face a number of very important steps. The revision of the current MFF, where we would like to redeploy money on affordable housing, because we cannot wait 4 years to have the first investment to be done. And then, of course, in the choices for the next MFF, which we have a very bad proposal from the Commission, we want a real, direct, significant budget line for providing our citizens affordable housing, because all the levels, all the layers of this very foundation of our society, our cities, are weak now. We have a problem for immigrants, for the poorest part of society, but we also have a big problem for middle class, for workers that cannot afford the public service, health service, teachers, cannot afford living in a city. So it's really a priority, and it can be also a driver of growth, a driver of innovation, a driver also of climate sustainability. So that's why we are united, we are fighting, and we think the PES, and this Congress is a very good opportunity, should make of this one of the most important priorities for our family.
Thank you so much, Roberto Guartieri. Thank you. Now we will come to you, Marjolein Moormans, Deputy Mayor of Amsterdam. I think we can applaud her too, because she's welcoming us today for this Congress. So thank you so much for being here with us. Marjolein, you are strongly committed to the fight against inequality, especially when it comes to education and children. So could you tell us what are the challenges at stake and what needs to be done to tackle them?
Yes, and thank you all for being here. I think it's a wonderful conference, and all these people just brings me hope. And yes, of course, housing is very important. We have national elections coming up, only 1.5 weeks, and housing is very important. But I also want to stress the importance of education, because education is, of course, the foundation of every rightful and inclusive society. And especially these days when we see that the far right is coming up, and that our democracy and that our rule of law is under pressure, we really need good education. We talk a lot about defense, but defending your cities, defending your country, defending Europe is also based on good education. And we still see a lot of inequality in education. In this city of Amsterdam, I see a lot of inequality between children. I see in the poor neighborhoods that people get less chances to really have good education. The teacher shortage is higher in those neighborhoods. So we really have to do something about it to give equal opportunity. And what we do in the Netherlands, and especially in Amsterdam, because not all of the Netherlands, we also have a very right government, but in Amsterdam, we invest unequally for equal opportunity. So we invest in those neighborhoods where we have children that get less chances. And what we do, for example, is giving their teachers a bonus and giving them more opportunity on the housing markets to keep them just in those neighborhoods where they're most important. And what we also do is we invest in family schools, where we not only help children with the best education, but also help their parents, from the idea that it takes a village to raise a child. It's a very famous quote, of course, but it really takes a village to raise a child. So what we do is we help the children and give them their best education, but also help their parents from debts, with language education, with everything that also gets out the stress in those families to get the children further ahead. Because we really have to invest in all those opportunities, and we really have to invest in all those talents, because that makes us all stronger. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Marjolein. I will now give the floor to Jaume Collboni, Mayor of Barcelona. I think we can applaud him too. Thank you for being here, Mr. Mayor of Barcelona. Jaume, you have been at the forefront of providing affordable housing and regulating the short-term rentals in Barcelona. Can you tell us about the measure that you had taken in this regard?
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to share with you, dear colleagues, this special moment to our family. Yes, housing is today the first source of social inequality across Europe in cities. Our struggle today is to guarantee the right for citizens to stay in our cities. And the EU has a lot to say on this. The European project has been extremely successful in promoting the right to mobility. But now, we all need to protect the opposite, the right of people to stay in their own neighborhoods, in their own cities. Access to decent and affordable housing is now the main obstacle towards protecting this right. And that's why housing is the #1 priority for us. And this is why we have adopted in Barcelona extraordinary measures to respond to an extraordinary situation. I would like to highlight two. We have applied a rent cap on a long-term rent. Since we have done so, rents have decreased in Barcelona by 9% in the last year. It is not enough, as they continue to be extremely high right now. But we have changed the dynamic in my city. And on the other hand, we have decided to ban touristic short-term rentals in our city in 2028. No more Airbnb in my city in 2028. The impact that they represent to put back 10,000 households again for the people. Our housing stock producing now 1,000 social housing per year. But it's not enough. We need action at all levels, local, regional, national, but also at EU level. This is what the Mayors for Housing Alliance is all about, requesting urgent action at EU level with cities at its core. Because we have, finally, we have a common goal, urgent EU action on housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaume. And we are following your steps regarding those issues in Paris. So thank you for the fight. And now we will come to you, Haris Dougas, Mayor of Athens. I think we can applaud. Thank you for being here, Haris. How does Athens balance welcoming tourism with preserving quality of life for its residents? What strategy are you using to protect local communities and maintain a sustainable, livable city amid rising tourism.
Really glad and honored to be here today. Just to say about housing that we are working hard with the other mayors. All we need is house is the motto. We have a roadmap, we have a plan, we have data. What we need is two things. First, fresh money, and second, cities to have the authority to proceed on what we have designed. It's difficult indeed to have a balance between local life and tourism. What we initially did is we created this carrying capacity study, a study to identify oversaturated areas. And this study illustrates that we are not like Barcelona. Barcelona is a very beautiful city, but not the most beautiful.
Athens is
I think Athens is the most beautiful.
Just after Paris.
But it's also oversaturated. We identified that there are over 20 neighborhoods in Athens that are oversaturated, and we did the following. We stopped Airbnb apartments. So we paused new Airbnbs for this year and for the next year. Second thing that we did is that, you know, Athens is famous for Parthenon, for Acropolis, and for the neighborhood nearby called Plaka, the neighborhood of gods, and we don't want Plaka to be a mall. So we said no new hotels in Plaka. So we stopped permits of new hotels, and then we created an office that will, let's say, regulate that what we design is also happening. But in a way, what is critical to identify is how we can proceed the next period, because we are considered to be, let's say, a hop into islands. Athens, now we are a city break destination. We are the #1 destination in Greece. It's, of course, important for added value, but also it's important for citizens and for quality of life. So tourists is pressing social and affordable housing, and in this respect, we need European Commission to highlight the issue of social housing in order to help us to keep this balance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Charis. Now I will come back to you, Joma. The rise of the far right is a huge challenge across Europe. How does providing quality of life at local level contribute to fight and against the far right?
Yes, we think that today many people are afraid about its future. They are afraid of losing their jobs due to technological change, afraid of not being able to afford to live in their city because they can't afford housing, afraid of those who are different. And this fear of the future and of a new world that is already here is what the far right is exploiting now. In the cities, we know this well. We, the mayors, are in the first line of defense of democracy. We cannot allow ourselves to be led by rhetoric and doesn't translate into concrete solutions. When a neighbor needs housing, when a family can't make ends meet, when a young person can't find opportunities, declarations of intent are not of no use. They need action. From Barcelona, we propose to guarantee the right, as I mentioned before, the right to stay in city. Guaranteeing the right to stay in city means affordable housing, as I mentioned before, and more and better job opportunities, and a more livable city designed for its inhabitants. A city to live and work, not just to visit. An open city that preserves its identity. A global and open city, but on a human scale. But at the same time, progressives should not deny problems, but rather provide answers and try to find concrete solutions. In one sentence, combining security policies with social investment. And if you let, because it's my last speech,
unfortunately,
I would like to mention our colleagues, the mayors of the big cities of the United States. Now, attacking on one democratic mayor is attacking us of all. We're giving today a message for unity of all progressive mayors. We should extend our hand to our colleagues in the United States. They are suffering. Chicago, Los Angeles, Portland, and many other cities governed by progressive mayors are being attacked by the Trump administrations and suffering rates. We must be united. We must be united in a world where cities do matter. This is a sentence from Mayor Imamoglu. I think we should all repeat and defend. Cities do matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shoma. Thank you so much. And now I will come to you, Harris, again. Harris, Athens has planted in totally other topics then, has planted thousands of trees and eliminated municipal taxes for energy-poor families. So how do these actions fit into your overall plan to make the city greener and reduce energy poverty?
So Athens is one of the hottest capitals in Europe. We have also significant heat waves during summer. We are also within the highest, let's say, places in terms of air pollution. So what we are doing in terms of greening Athens is an existential need. The aim is to plant thousands of trees, 5,000 per year. It's not easy because it's a highly densely populated city, mega city, densely built city with the most highly populated neighborhood in Europe, Kypseli. But we are trying to find places. We are also destroying buildings and creating parks. And we are also currently developing through a huge regeneration project the largest park in the history of Athens. It's the place of Botanikos, in a place that was previously landfilled. But greening is one thing. The other thing is social solidarity. So we have strong social inequalities. And what we did is that we created the Energy Poverty Alleviation Office. And you can say one more office, not exactly. We identify energy-poor households. And for these specific households, we have zero municipality fees. So this is important because they save money. And then we have an energy benefit card. With this card, they can have financial incentives for energy upgrade of their homes. In a way, this is the core of our philosophy, to have, let's say, greener, more just capital of Athens, and this could be the paradigm for Greece. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shoma. Iris, thank you so much. Before we conclude this panel, we now have the pleasure to hear a message from Gergely Karaksoni, Mayor of Budapest, a strong progressive voice standing for democracy, social justice, and sustainable urban development. His leadership embodies the spirit of local resilience and cooperation that drives our shared progressive vision. Most recently, at the Budapest Pride this year, that we all know that was forbidden by the national power in Hungary. So let's hear his reflection. It's a video, I think, that we
Kedves
will see in
barátaim,
a few moments.
nagyon szépen köszönöm a meghívást erre a nagyon fontos beszélgetésre. Nagyon sajnálom, hogy csak lélekben lehetek veletek, de köszönöm, hogy szólhatok most hozzátok. Hozzátok, akikkel az elmúlt hónapokban, az elmúlt években nagyon sokszor közösen küzdettünk a városaink problémáinak a megoldása érdekében, akikkel közösen lobbiztunk Brüsszelben a lakhatási válság megoldásához szükséges források megszerzéséről, akik itt voltatok velünk a Budapest Pride-on, amikor megmutattuk azt, hogy Budapest egy olyan európai város, amely nem enged a sokszínűségéből, a szabadságából, és amelynek vannak barátai Európában, vagy akkor, amikor Isztambulban közösen álltunk ki a törvénytelenül bebörtönzött Ekrem İmamoğlu polgármester mellett. Ezek a programok is azt mutatják, hogy az európai városok mind-mind ugyanazokkal a kihívásokkal néznek szemben. Egy olyan politikai hangulatban, amikor egyre több honfitársunk, egyre több európai polgár a populista erőket támogatja. Nagyon fontos az a felkiáltójel, amit Ekrem İmamoğlu fogalmazott meg, hogy a populizmusra a progresszív politika válasza nem lehet az elitizmus, hanem leginkább az a politika, amit ő úgy hívott, hogy peopleism, tehát az emberek valódi problémáiból kiinduló, azokra valóban reflektáló helyi kormányzás. Én mélyen hiszek abban, hogy az a kihívás, amivel a progresszív politika, szocialisták, szociáldemokraták és zöldek szembenéznek Európában, ennek a politikai választnak nagyon-nagyon fontos része a lokális kormányzás. Mélyen meg vagyok győződve arról, hogy a világon egyre több helyen azért támogatják az emberek a populista politikát, mert úgy érzik, hogy a fejük felett történnek a dolgok. Úgy érzik, hogy otthontalanná váltak a saját hazájukban, és hogy a politika nem tud választ adni azokra a kihívásokra, amelyek nap mint nap szorongással töltik el őket. A jó helyi kormányzás, a szociális igazságosság és a fenntarthatóság értékeit képviselő helyi kormányzás igenis vissza tudja adni az otthonosság érzését az európai polgároknak. Éppen ezért nagyon fontos, hogy továbbra is közösen keressük és találjuk meg a megoldásokat az olyan kihívásokra, mint például a lakhatási válság. Budapest egy olyan város, amelyet sajnos mélyen érint a lakhatási válság, hiszen Budapest sajnos az első helyen áll az elmúlt években bekövetkezett ingatlanár növekedésben, és óriási szakadék van a bérek és az ingatlanárak növekedése között. Mindenki, aki hisz a társadalmi igazságosságban, a fenntarthatóságban, az innovációban, pontosan tudja azt, hogy a lakhatási válság milyen súlyos veszélyeztetést jelent ezeknek az értékeknek a gyakorlatias érvényesülésére, és hogyha valóban egy gyakorlatias, az emberek szorongására reflektáló politikát szeretnénk megvalósítani, akkor a lakhatási válság kezelése kiemelten fontos kell, hogy legyen a számunkra. És mélyen hiszek abban, hogy Európa válságára, az európai demokrácia válságára, az európai versenyképesség válságára a helyi politika az egyik legjobb válasz. És továbbra is arra kérek mindenkit, polgármestertársaimat, az európai szocialistákat, hogy álljunk ki közösen a lokális kormányzás, a városi kormányzás fontossága mellett. Jó tanácskozást kívánok nektek!
Sevgili dostum. Thanks to him, and to react, maybe Marjolaine, could you share your thoughts on the video that we just saw from the mayor of Budapest, especially in light of the recent Pride event? And what's the message? What message it sends to our family, progressive family here in the EU?
I gladly will, and I wish he was here because I think he's a real hero, standing up for our rights, our human rights. And what he did with the Pride is something we should all support. And we did. So our mayor, Femke Halsema, also went there, and I know other mayors went there too, to stand together to fight for the human rights. To fight, to fight for rule of law, to fight for democracy. And if it doesn't come from our national governments, then it has to come from the cities. And that's where we have to work together. But that also means that we need European funding for our cities, because our cities now stand strong together to fight for humans, to fight for rights, to fight for peopleism. I think that's a beautiful word. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support and your fight. We are now before to conclude, we are now delighted to share a message from Ekrem İmamoğlu, Mayor of Istanbul, currently in custody after being wrongfully arrested. And we will see a video from his wife reading a text from him. So I just wanted to know that, Ekrem İmamoğlu is also the PES course nominee for the Mayor Paul Adamovich Awards, award that honors those who embody courage, freedom, and solidarity, equality at local level. So please feel free to scan the QR code if you want to support him in this campaign. And now let's hear and let's listen to his words on behalf of Dilek, his wife Dilek İmamoğlu.
Sevgili dostlarım, değerli yol arkadaşlarım. Bugün aranızda olamamama rağmen İstanbul'un seçilmiş belediye başkanı olarak Amsterdam'da buluşan tüm ilerici belediye başkanlarını en içten duygularımla selamlıyorum. Paris, Roma, Barcelona, İstanbul ve diğer Avrupa kentleri demokrasiye duyduğumuz ortak bağlılıkla birbirine kenetlenmiştir. Sizlerin İstanbul'a yaptığınız ziyaretler halkımıza demokrasi mücadelemizde yalnız olmadığımızı göstermiştir. Dayanışmanız için teşekkür ediyorum. Bu ziyaretler adalet ve demokrasi mücadelesinin tüm dünyada paylaşıldığını halkımıza hissettirmektedir. Ne yazık ki Türkiye'de demokrasi en tehlikeli dönemlerinden birini yaşıyor. Mahkemeler artık adaletin aracı olmaktan çıkmış, demokratik muhalefeti bastırmak için kullanılan bir silaha dönüşmüştür. Benim gibi seçilmiş muhalefet belediye başkanları görevden uzaklaştırılmakta, uydurma yolsuzluk suçlamalarıyla hapse atılmaktadır. Bugün 17 belediye başkanı cezaevindedir. İstanbul'un ilçelerinin 1/4'inde seçilmiş yöneticiler görevden alınmış, yerlerine kayyum atanmıştır. Milyonlarca seçmenin iradesi yargı darbeleriyle yok sayılmaktadır. Ancak partimiz Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi, Genel Başkanımız Özgür Özel'in liderliğinde bu hukuksuzluklara karşı direnmektedir. İstanbul dahil ülkenin dört bir yanında yüz binlerce kişinin katıldığı mitingler düzenliyoruz. Bu mitingler halkımızın değişim arzusunun en güçlü göstergesidir. Bugün Türkiye nüfusunun %70'i muhalefet belediyeleri tarafından yönetilen kentlerde yaşamaktadır. Tüm engellemelere rağmen bu belediyeler şehirlerini model kentlere dönüştürmek için gece gündüz çalışmaktadır. İstanbul'da bu modelin en somut örneğidir. 16 milyonluk şehrimizde şeffaf yönetim, yeşil ve sosyal yatırımlar ayrıcalıklı bir azınlığa değil, tüm yurttaşlara hizmet eden bir anlayışla İstanbul modelini yarattık. Bu hizmet anlayışımız sayesinde tüm saldırılara ve manipülasyonlara rağmen yeniden İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanı seçildim. Ve işte bu yüzden aynı zamanda partinin Cumhurbaşkanı adayı olduğum için bugün cezaevindeyim. Ama buradan sizlere seslenirken umutsuzluk değil, umut taşıyorum. Çünkü manipüle edilmiş mahkeme kararları ve hukuk ihlalleri halkın iradesini asla silemez. Biz ilerici belediye başkanları olarak göstermeliyiz ki şehirler demokrasinin son kalesidir ve o kale ayakta kalacaktır. Hepinize teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you. Roberto, how do you feel after watching this video, the Ekrem Imamoglu testimony, we can say, especially given his unjust detention and the powerful message it sends about unity, resilience, and the fight for democracy in our cities? Could you share your reaction?
I feel, of course, as all of you now, extremely moved and shocked because it's really unacceptable, incredible and unacceptable that 17 mayors, including the mayor of Istanbul, the candidate for the presidential elections, are unlawfully imprisoned by decisions that clearly are politically motivated, are biased, are banned only on the basis of manipulating Turkish democracy, changing the situation where, on the contrary, it's obvious that people in Turkey want a change, wants democracy, and will also taking inspiration by the good governance model that Ekrem Imamoglu has been able to prove in Istanbul, what he called the Istanbul model. So that's why we really have to, as mayors, to look at our cities, of our problems, of our internal issues, but we can never, never forget and don't look at what is happening in Turkey, and we should really stand together. Today we made the first meeting, and I would like to thank Stefan Loffen for asking me to chair of this new network of progressive mayors of big cities, and Ekrem should have been with us, and he's in jail, and this is unacceptable. We cannot accept this, and we will never stop asking and fighting for his freedom and for democracy in Turkey. And not just we as a mayor, of course, but all the socialist family and all the citizens that have at the heart of their core values, democracy, should stand for. And we cannot accept that too many government leaders shake hands with Erdogan and forget and are not able to say one word against this scandal, including our Italian leader, government leader. So we cannot accept that. And so let our voice be heard. Let's stand for democracy in Turkey. Let's stand for Ekrem Imamoglu.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank to you. Thank to all our speakers today for the inspiring discussion on the role and progressive mayors. You are building fairer and more livable cities. Your commitment and cooperation are essential to strengthening our collective progressive movement. So thank you really for that. And thank you to the PES group, also the Committee of the Region for organizing this event. Thank you for everyone here following this event, and we will continue the fight together. So thank you all, and you will be continuing with the next panel. Thank you, everyone.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
And a big thanks to the moderator and our mayors for this very important discussion that just took place. While I'm going to present the next plenary discussion or conversation, there will be some change behind me. The next discussion will be focusing on what we just witnessed, the importance of solidarity, the importance of international solidarity, that solidarity must never ever see any borders. 2 years has passed since the tremendous suffering of the people in Gaza intensified. 2 years has passed and almost 70,000 people, over 70% of them, children and women, were killed, became victims of these horrific crimes that are taking place right now. Crimes that international bodies as ICC, ICJ, and others have clearly said are violations of international law. The same laws that we put in place after the Second World War, because it was said then, what happened then should never, ever happen to any people. But yet, we see that crimes of the past is becoming a part of our present. And that can never, ever be accepted. Therefore, today I'm honored to moderate this next panel on a topic that has impacted all of us. We have all seen the shocking images on the news, and we have followed it very closely. We'll hear first-hand accounts from those on the ground, Dr. Anna Jelani and James Smith. Welcome up to the stage.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Dr. James Smith, we'll start with you. Could you explain for us what were the main obstacles in delivering humanitarian aid in Gaza due to the Israeli military occupation?
Sure. Firstly, thank you so much for having us here, folks, and for centering Israel's genocide in Gaza, which, of course, is ongoing. The first thing I want to say, really, is that there are no humanitarian solutions to a genocide. And that might sound perhaps counterintuitive. The immediate humanitarian needs, of course, are profound. The solutions are political. As healthcare workers, we can put a finger on the problem, as Virchow famously said, but it's politicians who need to find solutions. And indeed, that's the most critical missing element at this stage. The major challenge with respect to access at the moment is, of course, genocidal violence, which continues. Despite the ceasefire, at least 37 breaches of the so-called ceasefire agreement in the days since it came into effect. The situation in Gaza now, the insecurity, the ongoing violence is profound. The Israeli military still militarily occupies at least 50% of the Gaza Strip. And that's to say nothing of the physical conditions, the infrastructural damage, and a lack of coherent political engagement, I must say, to bring about that sort of upsurge in humanitarian access that is most urgently needed. The Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt remains closed. The many other crossings that traverse the armistice line, which could be opened in the time that it takes for us to speak here today, and yet they remain closed.
May I maybe ask a follow-up question on that? Have there been opening of the Rafah cross-border?
Not in the time since the ceasefire came into effect. I was in Gaza at the time that the Israeli military occupied, destroyed, and then controlled the Rafah border crossing. And the conditions then, of the nature of humanitarian access was extremely precarious at that time and has only deteriorated precipitously since, including, I must say, during the last very fragile ceasefire period. But no, Rafah remains closed to my understanding.
That is, of course, very unacceptable, especially that one of the demands was that the borders will be opened and humanitarian aid should have been entered Gaza. And this is something we need to continue working on and with. Dr. Anna Jelani, we understand you carried out over 100 surgeries in Gaza. Can you tell us about the conditions that you were working under?
Yeah, so I was in Gaza twice. I was there in March of 2024, where I did over 100 surgeries in a 2.5-week block. And then I was there in September and October of 2024, where we did about 300 as a team. And it's something that is unprecedented. If you look at the infrastructure, there were times as a surgeon I could not wash my hands because there was no water. We were operating in the dark because there was no electricity. Israel refused to let in fuel for the generators, so we were in the dark. And there was no kit. So the second time I went, there were no gloves, there was no gowns, there was very little antibiotics. At times, there was no anesthesia. I specialize in treating children, and the things that we were having to do on children, even small cuts on the face. I imagine many people in this crowd have children, but a small cut without anesthesia to stitch it up, that's what we were forced to do because there was no other option. And in March, there's one patient that always sticks with me. So if I may, I want to share. She's a 20-year-old girl who lived in North Gaza. And at the beginning of the assault, Israel would send these leaflets down for the displacement orders. And they said, go to Al-Mawasi, which was a safe area. So she went with her family, and she was in a tent in Al-Mawasi, and she was lying in her tent, and an Israeli tank went over the tent and crushed her under the tracks. Her family were caught between the two tracks of the tank, and so they survived. She could not be evacuated from her tent for 8 hours because the Israeli army was shooting at the ambulances that were trying to help and get to her. She's called Ruwan, and it's really important while the dehumanization of Palestinians is happening that we remember the names of these people. Ruwan was my patient, and if I can share a photo, I haven't brought it on the screen, but the people in the front. So Ruwan lost the skin on all of her side of her body where the Israeli tank had gone over her. She survived for 20 days with very little pain relief. She had paracetamol. We take paracetamol for headaches. This is what Ruwan was using. It's important to see this image because we have privilege and we can turn away from these images, but we need to be able to see them. Ruwan recorded her own medical evacuation video, and she always said, Alhamdulillah, my family were not injured because they were between the two tracks. Ruwan had no antibiotic treatment that could save her, and it's the first time as a surgeon I prayed that she would just die because that was kinder than her surviving those injuries. And Ruwan should have been saved. She could survive these injuries if she had the nutrition, if she had antibiotics, if she had pain relief, if she had anesthesia. And that siege continues till today. There are thousands of Ruwans in Gaza that we just hear in the news, 10 dead, 20 injured. But these are people. This is Sajja, another child that I treated. Sajja was in her house when it had an airstrike. She was in Al-Shifa hospital. And the Israeli army entered Al-Shifa hospital for the second time, even though they had entered it once. And her dad picked her up and carried her for 8 hours to our hospital, walked with her, this 4-year-old child, to our hospital. This is the brutality that is currently in Gaza, and it continues. This was in March of 24, and that's what we're dealing with.
Thank you very much for the testimonies that I think many of us really feel strong for. And it is true, it is our responsibility to act. As the European Union, as progressives, and I feel sometimes as a member of the European Parliament how hard it is to make colleagues on the right side to understand the reality, how it is, as you are describing it. This should not be an issue about left or right. It should be an issue about what is right and wrong, and to stand up for international law.
But beyond... I agree with you, but I think beyond what party you are with, we are all human.
Exactly.
We are parents, we are we are sisters, we are brothers, and these are people, okay? And I would just implore everyone in this room, when you go home at night and you look in the mirror, are you doing the most you can for Rowan and Sajja, the next Rowan and Sajja? Because we have to look into our humanity beyond what we belong to and see that we're living in a world where this is happening, and in some cases we are saying words, but we're not acting.
Thank you very much for those powerful words. James, I would like to give you the possibility also to send a message before we go to our next.
I think for me, the most important point at this stage is that we are talking about short-term humanitarian interventions with no mention of accountability and no mention of justice. And we know full well that there can be no peace without justice, and there can be no justice without accountability. This is so well established. I think anyone that is serious about a socialist politics, about making a commitment to internationalist solidarity, must see that what is happening to Palestine and the Palestinian people is the convergence of this struggle for a serious socialist internationalism. If I may, I realize we are short of time, but I want to show a quick photo. And this is the most harrowing photograph that I took in my time in Gaza. This is an image I took after the Israeli soldiers had left Al-Amal hospital in Khan Yunis, which they had occupied. These are ultrasound cables that had been cut one by one by Israeli soldiers before they left. The only explanation for this is that caring for Palestinians, caring to preserve Palestinian life is perceived as a threat by those who are committing genocide. Ghassan Abu Sitta famously has said, the difference between war and a genocide is the difference between a flood and a tsunami. And this is what genocide looks like. It demands a response that we have yet to see from political parties throughout the European Union and, frankly, from across the political spectrum internationally. And what is needed now is moral courage, is political courage in pursuing accountability and justice for the Palestinian people, not just in the short term, but until we can realize a liberated and free Palestine.
Thank you very much, Anna and James, for your testimonies. Friends, even though some developments have taken place in Gaza, there are still many steps that need to be taken. 2 weeks ago, tens of thousands gathered across Europe for the Red Line protest, demanding that the, among others, Dutch government take action. That same spirit of unity and determination is what's bringing us here today. We're all here today as a symbol of solidarity and as a reminder that no red line should ever be crossed. Now, I would like to invite those sitting in the first 3 rows to the stage to join us for their red ribbon. Stefan should be maybe there. Stefan, okay. Can I squeeze in among you two? No, dear.
Von Seiten des Brandenburger Tors zu uns, dies gilt auch für palästinensische Parteienflaggen, auch wenn sie palästinensisch sind. To the resistance! Glory! واختطاف الناس أو الدعوة إلى مثل
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. It is our duty to continuing to ensure that there is an end to the genocide, that there is a two-state solution so we can put an end to this cycle of constant war that deprives so many people their lives. We will now go to the next point of the agenda. Mobilize for the good cause. The case of the Red Line protest. How civic action turns into lasting impact. Please welcome Rolin Sasse from PAX. She will share how she managed to mobilize 250,000 people. Welcome up.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's on. Well, we did it all together. 250,000 people here in Amsterdam 2 weeks ago. And they've asked me, how do you get 250,000 people on the streets? But it starts all with the emotion we just felt here. We felt over 2 years. The horrified emotion about Gaza, what is going on. And the anger and the feeling of helplessness that we all feel we can't do anything about it. And in that emotion, we happened to have a meeting with the Dutch Prime Minister asking him what action he would take. And he said he couldn't draw a red line. He couldn't draw any border when it would be needed to take action. And it was just from that emotion that we were so furious that we said, okay, then we are going to draw this red line with thousands of people in the street. And we had organized demonstrations with 20,000 people, and we were happy. But on that day that the first red line demonstration came, suddenly 100,000 people showed up. We didn't expect it, but they were there. And that success didn't come out of nowhere. First of all, we had an online campaign, not in my name. And already the online campaign mobilized many people who came together and could find each other together. And after that, when we started the red line, this sense of unity and the symbol of this red stop this Gaza war really mobilized people who finally found a place to be able to express themselves. We started with 5 organizations who happened to be there, and we could mobilize our own constituency. It was with Oxfam, SAFE, Amnesty, MSF, and PAX. But we broadened the circle. It was inclusive, and I think that is the second really important part. The grassroots joined, many other organizations joined, political parties, labor unions, environmental organizations, Muslim, Christian, and Jewish organizations, they all joined. And being inclusive is not always easy. It meant we had to all stand for just one thing: stop the killing, stop the genocide, and not go into details of different messages that everybody has or different identities. So be inclusive, be general, and at the same time stand together to allow everybody to have their own identity, their own ownership, and not get into division, which we so often do. Of course, you have to make it safe and organized, and that is a skill. That requires capacity and resources to really make sure there are volunteers, that there is music, that there is a good relationship with the municipality and the police who really helped us to keep it safe and to stay behind and not immediately react when anything happened. But it was very peaceful. And I think the most important thing that kept it peaceful was that old and young, people from many different backgrounds, everybody was there together and looked exactly the same. No brands, no important people speaking, just all together as people together, standing in solidarity. And in the end, the Red Line managed to turn the despair into action, to give people a platform to speak, to be themselves, to have their own message, and at the same time feel united, feel together in this strong, strong message that the genocide should stop. And indeed, we need to have inclusive peace and accountability now. So it's not over yet. When people have no voice, we can mobilize, we have to mobilize. And I think you can see that people feel that it's needed and they want to stand up. So please continue, join us and continue this message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I present the next speaker, I just want to remind the comrades and friends outside to please come in, because soon we will reveal the outcome of the elections for the president, the PES president. So please do enter the room. And I know somebody is excited here at least, or many of us. But for the next speaker, another way to mobilize through petition. Nax Lozano, senior campaigner at Avast, tell us about it. Ah, there you are. Welcome.
Hi, good night. My name is Nash Lozano. I'm a proud socialist, and I'm an activist. I'm an activist at Avast. We are a civil movement that believes that when people discover their collective power, even the walls built by empires starts to fall. So, dear comrades and friends, it's very nice to be here and to have a space to talk to you. At Avast, we believe that democracy isn't something you have, it's something you do. And our movement exists to keep that democracy alive. We are more than 70 million people united across borders to stand for our justice, equality, dream, the very values that build this family, this political family. When the Amazon was burning, we helped indigenous leaders bring the world's attention to the flames, and millions stood up. When tech giants let disinformation poison our democracies, Avast investigations exposed the networks and forced Facebook to take action. Our global petitions and pressure on some institutions have helped shape the world, and that is the value of mobilization. We mobilize because we know that power people can really shift and change the way we do things, and it can change countries and all kinds of problems. Like today, civilians in Gaza face this genocide. We are mobilizing millions to demand a permanent ceasefire and, above all, accountability under international law. This is as simple as that. Our model is very simple. Reactiveness meets strategy. We turn outrage into organized power through rapid campaigns, creative stunts, legal actions, and people power pressure that decision makers cannot ignore. Because progress does not defend itself. It takes citizens, ordinary people like you all, to face, to challenge, and who refuse to give on hope. That is what is Avast, a global rebellion of solidarity. And this is what also PES is. So let's keep hoping, let's keep dreaming, and let's keep changing the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nax. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Now we go back to politics. From Labour Australia, we have the brain on stage who managed to secure a great win in the elections. Paul Eriksson, welcome up. How did you manage to mobilize so many people and do what you needed to do?
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. It's a privilege to be a guest at this year's Congress and have spent today listening to delegates. I'd like to thank my good friend, Giacomo Filibeck, PES General Secretary, for inviting me to attend your Congress and make a few remarks. We're a long way from Australia here in Amsterdam, but we share so many of the challenges and the opportunities that I've heard the delegates speak of today. And those three pillars that Stefan highlighted earlier this afternoon, action for fairness and dignity, action for democracy, and action for peace. They so neatly sum up the social democratic program for a better future. 3.5 years ago, in May 2022, the Australian people voted for that better future and elected a Labor government led by Anthony Albanese. Labor won the 2022 election because our Prime Minister talked about the future, set out an alternative to more of the same, and offered Australians that feeling of hope that Stefan described, that things can get better. In May of this year, we sought re-election, and in that election, Australians confronted a much starker choice. Unlike the decision in 2022 between renewal and stasis, this year's election was, as Prime Minister Albanese said in January, a choice between two completely different visions for our future, for our economy, for our people, and for our place in the world. Labor sought the opportunity at this year's election to keep building Australia's future with a policy offering that focused on making households and workers better off over the next 3 years, building on the foundations that we laid in our first term. Growing the economy, delivering lasting cost of living relief, strengthening Medicare, building more homes and increasing renewables. Those policies gave expression to a positive vision of who we are and invited the Australian electorate to choose a uniquely Australian way of dealing with global uncertainty. And that vision was underscored by Anthony Albanese's steady, authentic and measured leadership. The contrast that was offered, the alternative, would have dragged our country backwards, back to the relentless, confected division of culture wars and punching down. And our campaign succeeded, ultimately because Australians accepted two simple propositions that we put forward. First, only Anthony Albanese and Labor had a plan to make Australians better off over the next 3 years. And second, in uncertain times, the alternative was simply a risk not worth taking. The Prime Minister outlined a campaign where both the progress that we had delivered and the changes that were to come were at stake. And we wouldn't shy away from arguing that with another term, Labor could get even more big things done, and we had a plan that would make a real difference. And that campaign ensured that by May, the choice was about which party would make you better off over the next 3 years, not a referendum on the last few. Our strategy worked because it was enlivened by the policy ideas that we put forward and campaigned on over 6 months leading up to polling day. Lasting cost of living relief with tax cuts for every taxpayer, especially those on low and middle incomes. Cutting student debts by 20%, making free vocational education permanent for workers, and building more homes. And finally, putting universal access to free primary healthcare back at the heart of our healthcare system. The theme of this Congress, progressive mobilisation within communities, within your nations and across Europe, it resonates. It resonates with the themes that we campaigned on. And in choosing Labor on the 3rd of May, Australians chose progress over retreat and a uniquely Australian way of dealing with global uncertainty. I wish you all the best for your mobilisation in favour of that same theme of hope and progress, and we look forward to partnering with you on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. And now, my friends, I'm going to actually call up Kati and Tuti to present the outcome of the presidential elections. The floor is yours. There are 2 microphones there, one for each.
Right. So now it's our time to thank the Congress and the delegations for casting your vote. Now the excitement grows, and we can announce that the result is here.
It's finally
We have the official result. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear who is the leader of the PES and with which result?
So perhaps let's start slowly clapping while I'm announcing the results. It's exciting, Stefan.
Excitement grows. Now this is political.
So 219 people voted yes, delegates.
Yes, a good number. Thank you. Thank you.
23 no, 5 abstentions, 1 invalid. That means 200. Why did you stop clapping? 248 delegates voted, and the result is 88.31%. Congratulations with your re-election, Stefan Löfven.
With a huge number of votes, we have elected Stefan Löfven as the leader of our party, European Socialists and Social Democrats. Great, great congratulations.
Stefan Löfven, our re-elected leader. Congratulations. Congrats. Stefan, do you have a few words that you want to send to this crowd here?
Yes, a warm thank you. And now again, I can try the trick with my wife, say, I bought you some flowers, my love. But she doesn't fall for that anymore, no. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I remember all my time in the trade union and, of course, also in the party. All the women and the men that I work with, struggling every year, every day for a better future, be it at the workplace or in the society. And I can see them in front of me now, watching you. That this is what it's all about. Getting together, creating results, putting the society forward. And I'm so proud over what we have achieved so far. I'm so proud that we can both think of and work for better jobs, decent jobs, wages, healthcare, training, but also thinking a bit wider, that the climate issue needs to be solved. We understand that we need to keep the warming under 1.5 degrees, and we also understand, and by doing so, we can build a better society. And that's a brilliant combination of here and now and for the future. We are also ready to think here and now in defending Ukraine. And we understand what it takes. We understand that it takes a lot from governments, from the European Union to make sure, and it does mean that we need to raise military expenditure. At the same time, we are ready to start talking about the future peace, because we know that the only sustainable peace is the one when we build a common security together, nations beside nations. That is the only long-term solution. Right now, we defend Ukraine because that is also defending sovereignty and their right. It's defending European democracy. But we as socialists, we have also an obligation to think ahead and think, what will our society be when peace is the norm, not war? Thank you very, very much. I will do my very best to live up to this expectation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And pass on to you here.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to us who have re-elected you. And France, you are up on stage. I don't want you to go down. I want you to stay while I thank the co-chairs of the Congress, and I thank our re-elected leader, Stefan. Thank you.
Aren't we all very proud of Stefan?
We are.
And you know, the one essential element, besides his strong commitment to social justice, strong commitment to peace, strong commitment to equity and equality, the one thing he brings to our family, which our family desperately needs, is kindness. Kindness. Let's cover this world with kindness. Kindness gives us hope for the future. Thank you, Stefan, for being such a strong leader. Now, since I'm on the stage...
Yes, you're going to present the next panel, but I want to say something about you before you present the next...
You want to say something about me?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm all ears.
I actually met you 2019. I was a new, freshly elected member of the European Parliament. I was elected as a member of LIBE Committee of Civil Liberty, Justice and Home Affairs. And I remember your very strong words on how important it is that the struggle for democracy, rule of law and human rights needs to go hand in hand. Because if they do not go hand in hand, we will see history repeat itself and we cannot go that path. Thank you for those words, and I give the floor to you to present the next panel.
Thank you very much. You know, I have a really, really important responsibility, and I feel it so strongly. You know, in the moments of my deepest depression on Russia, at times where you believe that the country will never be able to liberate itself of autocracy, of the totalitarianism we see now, when you think, what could Russia ever contribute to Europe other than bringing us insecurity and bringing us strife and bringing us fundamental rupture in human rights, putting a huge pressure on our future. In those darkest moments, there is one person that gives me hope. There is one person who has such a strong commitment to justice, to fighting corruption, such a hero of our times, such a hero of human rights, such a hero that gives me just a sliver of hope that the future of Russia might be the same future as other European nations who've liberated themselves from autocracy and have become democracies. It is my great pleasure and great honor to announce to you Yulia Navalnaya, one of the biggest heroes of our time. Welcome so much.
Thank you for your kind words.
Welcome.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Thank you.
No, now. No. Yes.
Спасибо вам огромное.
Спасибо, какой хорошо говорит.
Говорю.
Thank you very much, Franz, for introducing Yulia. And I would also like to welcome up Arkady Ostrovsky. Welcome up for a conversation. Welcome, Yulia. Nice to meet you.
Good evening. My name is Arkady Ostrovsky. I'm the Russian Eastern Europe editor, The Economist, and it's my enormous pleasure and honor to interview on this stage Yulia Navalnaya, who needs no introduction. And we're going to have a conversation, and then we'll open the floor to some questions. Some of you may have read Alexei Navalny's book. If you haven't, I really do recommend it. It's not a political memoir. It's not just a political statement. It's probably one of the most important, if you like, philosophical works that I've certainly read in my lifetime. It's an experience rather than a book. And that experience includes very much, and that experience was created together with Yulia. And when you read that book called The Patriot, you become aware to what extent this was a single life, both political, family, and to what extent it was driven by Alexei's feelings towards Yulia. So my first question is, now you have to carry on that life by yourself, having done this for years. How do you do it? How do you manage to do it?
What a question. I mean, we can spend a half an hour on this. I would like probably to you specify this, because I don't know what do you mean, how I managed to do, to continue Alexei's work or the life without him. Everything is very difficult, of course, to live with him. It's absolutely new, really new life. I feel that I finished one period not period, my life, which was finished on 16th of February, and now I started to live again. And Alexei's work and all people who've been around him for many years, his close allies, they are close allies for me now. They helped me a lot last year. They helped me a lot in 2020. And I know, thanks to them, that I'm not alone. And it's very important for me to keep my husband's legacy. And it's not just about memory about him, what is very important for me personally, but it's also about his work. To show to people who sent him many times in prison while we were in Russia, to show people who poisoned him in 2020, and to show the people who killed him in 2024 that it doesn't work like this. If you killed, even you killed such a charismatic, talented, really leader of pro-democratic Russia, there will be another person who will stand on their place. And to tell the truth, I hated all for many years this message from many of our supporters as well. Okay, Alexei is in prison, but probably Yulia stands on his place. And I all the time thought that it doesn't work like this, because it's not about replacing people, but it's about that politics should be the profession and should be work and job and life for the people who really want involved and to be in this field. But then when 16th of February 2024 came, I just realized that there are no any other options for me. I just must to come to the stage to say these words, to continue Alexei's work, and I hope that if something would happen with me or other people, there will be another people who would show, that it doesn't work like this. You kill one person, there will be another person, and there will be more people who stands against the dictatorship in our situation, against Putin regime, and it's very important. And I wanted to show these people's, Alexei supporters, that there is a hope. If I am able, after really very tough personal tragedy, to continue, that we must be united. If we have this opportunity, we must be vocal. We must be noticeable, speaking against Putin and his regime.
Do you... We'll talk about you being, as a politician in extremely difficult circumstances. Let me ask you one more, perhaps personal question. Do you carry on, as you're thinking of politics, as you're thinking about the world, do you actually carry on having a conversation with Alexei in your head?
Can you paraphrase? What do
you, when you're thinking about politics, when you're thinking about Russia, do you, in your own head, sort of still continuing that conversation with him and thinking, what would he say? You were very much, you were the most important person in his life. He talked to you about politics. Do you carry on that conversation?
Well, I think that I can put here a little bit of history. We met each other when we were, both of us, we were 22. That's why I could say we grow up together, and we built a lot of views and values together. That's why it's not even conversation with my husband. But of course I think about him every day, and I all the time in some kind of very weird, sometimes strange situation which happened with me during almost 2 last years. I all the time think that I would like to share with him this, to tell, and we would laugh together probably on these things and situations which happened with me. But of course, it's very important for me to keep this legacy, to keep his values, and they are really very simple values. It's not even about the views on which side you are, because we really never lived in the pro-democratic country or democratic country. We all the time, Alexei especially, but our generation in Russia, we've spent all the time struggling with probably at first very weak dictatorship, and on our eyes it became more tough, more strong, and we were trying to keep this fight to find the new ways to struggle. And I think that Alexei, and I don't think, I know that he was the best one. So of course in this way I could say that I really had a good teacher, because I was very close to him many years, and I knew, and I know now, what is important. I hope that I know what is important for people, what's important for our country, some methods how to struggle. Of course, from other side, my life is very different, because Alexei never did any of his political activities from exile or from abroad.
So I was going to ask you exactly that. He went back with your support. I was actually on that plane with you and Alexei when you returned to Moscow. That was the last time I saw him live on that fateful flight from Berlin, because he did politics in Russia. You find yourself filling that most important role that people crave. His supporters, people in Russia, look to you to carry on his work, his legacy, his values. But you are outside Russia. How, and the regime is getting more totalitarian by the day. Anything that is, when the regime becomes extremist, the normal life becomes a criminal offense. How do you speak to people in the country, which is where the space is getting smaller and smaller and smaller? I don't know how many of you follow the story, young women who went out to sing anti-war songs in St. Petersburg. One of them was arrested just for coming out on the street. How do you speak to these people?
Well, you're right, but it's not just one case. When we are sitting here and tell the story about this young singer from St. Petersburg who was arrested just yesterday for 14 days, it sounds like it's just one case, but it happens every day. A lot of people are in prison. I know how it works. It's very difficult to realize it from any of European capitals that they are in prison for likes in social media, for the words "no war," for singing songs, like normal songs actually, on the street. And there are a lot of these people. And of course, you are very right. And it was Alexei's strategy. And I think it was absolutely clear and right strategy. If you want to be a leader of Russia, you need to be inside Russia. But the period of time is changing. Now it's just not possible to do so. Really, if you are any activist, like real activists, it's not possible to operate from Russia now. You will be imprisoned immediately. And the amount of political prisoners who are in prison for very simple, as I said, things is growing every day. For example, and it's very important and personal example for me, there are my husband's lawyers who were his lawyers while he was in prison. 3 of them now are sentenced for 5 years, every of them, for doing their professional job, just for being lawyers of Alexei Navalny. A lot of people from my husband's organization are called extremists or even terrorists, like, for example, me as well. I never thought, and I think my parents never thought, that their daughter will grow up and become an extremist. But of course, when you're living in exile, it's like, it doesn't it's nothing pleasant in this, let's be honest. I don't think it's a kind of medal or something like this, but because, for example, my mom is in Russia, and it happens with a lot of activists that their parents are in Russia, but still. And coming back to your question, because I moved somewhere to another side, of course, it's much, much more complicated to build this bridge when you operate and work from exile. But first of all, probably the priorities are changing. I find myself in some kind of other things which I can do right now. And that's what I'm saying very often. It's not like, doing something big or build strategy. Everybody would love to have a kind of strategy about Russia, but it's about doing the right things. We still here, it's possible for me to speak about these people who are imprisoned, to remind the world, to remind you that these people now spending their days in prison just for saying the truth. From other side, my husband had, and I have now, pretty big organization, and we still find different ways to reach people inside Russia from YouTube. Yeah, last year they started to ban it, to slow down it, but still there are a lot of programs which we produce, telling people the truth about everything, and we can see that we have really like three very big YouTube channels, and every month there are about 20 million viewers watch us, and we can see that mostly they are from Russia, and we can understand that people still seeking the independent information. And it's very important to understand, probably they are not vocal now, but they want to get this independent information. And as I said, a lot of social media banned. They started to use VPNs and so on. They are trying and put some efforts to get this information.
Alexei, of course, did a heroic thing, and many people continue to do that and bravely come out, and thousands have been arrested. But actually, it's normal for people not to want to be heroes. It's normal for families not to lose their husbands, and to do the decent thing and to live a decent life without this being a heroic thing. And there is I would say there is probably a majority of those. What is your message to them? What do you think you can do for these people whose voices we very rarely hear, because Vladimir Putin doesn't want us and you, all of us, to hear them?
First of all, I want to share with you these thoughts that it's not possible to expect from every person in country that they will be heroes. That's why I'm sitting here, and we discuss my husband, and a lot of people in this hall, they knew him or read his book, because of course he was a hero. But there are a lot of people who are doing everyday very simple things, just to supporting, just to speaking sometimes just speak with their neighbors. And that's a lot sometimes. In Russia, sometimes that's a lot. Because, again, we can see that people could be in prison just, for talks somewhere. And there was a very famous case that there was a doctor, old woman, who told her patient that the war with Ukraine is bad thing. And this woman, her patient, she went and she wrote a kind of application to
denounced.
In police station, and this woman was just sent to prison. That's how it works. But still, people, even such people like this doctor, they find the strength, they find the power to do such kind of things. And it's very important to remember about these people.
When Putin started this war, the economists, we've reported it as a war on two fronts. It was a war against Ukraine, and it was Vladimir Putin's war against his own country. It was a tragedy for Ukraine and continues to be so, as its cities are bombed, as people continue to die, and it's a catastrophe for Russia. He has not overwhelmed Ukrainian forces. He hasn't even taken that much extra territory since 2022. Is he winning in Russia? Is he winning the war against Russia?
Does Putin, is Putin winning the war against Russia?
Yeah.
I don't think so. If I thought so, I would never do what I'm doing right now. Russia is my country. I really, thank you. Thank you for your applauses. I really appreciate it. Russia is my country. I was born there, and I spent all my life there, and I never wanted to live in exile. And that's why it's very important for me to have hope, to send hope to you, and to send hope to people who left Russia because of political reasons, and to send message to people, especially people inside Russia. There are a lot of people, Russia is a huge country, there are a lot of people, they never had the possibility to leave it. They are just keeping silence and to send, but they against these, all the things which are happening about the first of all, war with Ukraine, about political repressions, but of course, as we discussed, they're afraid, they are not able, and they never wanted to be heroes. That's why I know these people exist. I got personal messages from them. I come to every city, I come to every town, and there are some Russians who come to me and say, thank you that you are doing this, that you are our voice. And it's very important for me to continue this. That's why, of course, I'm absolutely sure that Putin, of course, is not winning this war. And if we are speaking about figures, which some European politicians as well like to play, like, 85% of Russians voted for Putin on the last elections. Really. There are no free elections in democratic countries where president can get 85%. Of course, we don't know the real support of Putin now. We can see that by any surveys that, they don't have such good figures. We are doing our own service, and we can see, we are not asking people if you support war or not, because it's not possible. People would never answer you directly. But from the other side, if we say, if there will be additional money on Russian budget, where you would love to spend them? And there are few people who say we would love to spend this money on military needs. everybody speaks about very normal things like education, healthcare. It means that people are worrying about these issues and these things.
You're talking to, this is the audience of politicians, of party activists, etc. What do you think there were mistakes made, there will be mistakes made. What do you think should be the policy from Europe towards Russia to help people like yourself to carry on that work? Not just support for you, but what do you think the policy of Europe, and do you think Europe has a policy, should be towards Russia, not towards Putin?
To separate Russia and Putin, because it's absolutely like this. I'm example, my allies are example. Putin is not Russia, and Russia is not Putin. He is a dictator who occupied our country, who keeps his who has been keeping his power for more than 25 years. Could you imagine there are the same people came to power and just keeping this power? Yeah.
I agree, and I think everybody probably would agree with that. But what is the thing that would help doing that? Because separating it, yes, that's all very good, and everybody would agree, but what do you think the policy should be?
No, it's very important. I'm sorry, you're saying like it's understandable, and it's understandable for you, but for many people it's not understandable, because they say like all Russians support the war, all Russians like Putin's regime, and everybody is satisfied with everything who is inside Russia. And I think that to send them the signal, to speak about these people, to send them the signal that you understand and you know that they exist, it's really important. It's very important because, for example, probably now the situation is changing a little bit. But 2 years ago, it was absolutely common knowledge in Europe that, all Russia supports Putin. Of course, it's not like this. Nobody knows, as I said, the direct figures. Let's be honest, propaganda works inside country very good, and there are some people, of course. And again, these people just, following the direction of the country. In every country, there are a lot of such kind of people. But I saw on my husband's example, when he was really opposition leader inside Russia, that when he called for rallies, there were hundreds of thousands of people who went on the streets, who were against this regime, who were against this corruption. And the big difference between my husband and some other probably pro-opposition politician was that it wasn't just about the big cities. When he called people for any actions, they were people from around Russia. There were rallies not in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And there were people, and they show up, and they didn't afraid. And there were times, several years ago, when they didn't afraid to go to the streets and to be imprisoned just for supporting us.
I think you're right. Rhetoric is very important, and people I talk to, my colleagues as journalists feel increasingly alienated because there is this rhetoric equating them with a regime, which is exactly what Putin wants, of course. We're actually, sadly, sort of almost out of time, but we probably have time just for a couple questions from the audience, because I'm sure this is such a great opportunity. So let's have just a couple of questions. Please, the hand, yes, thank you.
Hello, my name is Ricardo. I'm from the Netherlands, and thank you so much for being here. You carry the legacy of someone who dares to speak the truth in a place where truth can cost you your life. And what helps you not to become hardened in that struggle to stay human in the face of inhumanity?
Thank you for the question. I would say the memory about my husband. the hope for democratic Russia. Very simple things. My children, responsibility for these people who supported our family, my husband, but also our family, who are now probably struggling much more than I do, because they are not so famous. They don't have this opportunity to have this energy from you, not to hear these voices of support. Really, it's probably, you know, when I am answering such kind of questions, I understand that sometimes it sounds a little bit pathetic, but it's how it works. I come somewhere and sometimes I'm tired, sometimes I think I have like, I don't understand why I came here or there, but there are people where, for example, just before this conversation, I met the young lady at the corridor and she told me that she came specially to listen to me. And it means for me a lot. I feel this support, and so I feel the responsibility to give this support back to these people. And I think that's it.
I think there was a hand actually behind, there was a lady behind there, which I saw first. Oh. I have no control over this, so don't blame me.
Hello, I'm Alen from Georgia in the Netherlands, and my question is: there are so many young Russians who are living abroad in Europe who have never known a Russia without Putin in power, but they long for a democratic and a free Russia. So what are steps that young Russians abroad can take to help make that dream a reality? Thank you.
Oh, you came to the right person asking these questions, because, for example, I think that we can be more open here. We can do a lot of things which are not possible now inside Russia, and it's obvious. And I can see when people left the country, they didn't know what to do. But now I again can see that there are more and more activists I meet in different countries who left the country after mostly the war has started, and now they are united, they build a kind of communities. For example, me, I am going this November to hold the third forum where we discuss the future of Russia. We understand and we believe that one moment, once this moment will come, and we need to be prepared for this moment. And it's forum of experts from Russia on different fields, and we discuss economic situation, law situation, army situation, which should be done after this regime will change and will be dismissed. And also, speaking about young people, on this forum I invite young students, and I can tell you that there are a lot of young Russian students who study now abroad. They are very eager to come to our forum to speak with these experts, to give their opinion about future. And for me, it's not just, discussing all these questions. It's also about about trying to build the community of really good professionals and young people who will come back one day. And these people will be building the new democratic Russia.
I think we are out of time. I don't know, can we have... No, we can't have any questions. I will, however, I have one last question to you, and it's not about Russia, because I think it's really important to recognize this, that it started in Russia, there was dislocation, there were exiles from Russia. There are now, suddenly with the right-wing politics, what's happening in the world, in Europe and America, people are actually moving. What is looking from your perspective, what is the thing that you see happening in Europe and broader in the West, and what's your message from your personal point of view?
Well, you promised this short question with the short, I thought it will be a short answer, and I will try to answer short. Just don't take, and it's the right time to say it, don't take this democracy like granted. Still, we can see that all around the world, and it doesn't matter that if you are living in a democratic country or you're living for dictatorship, there are another elections, and for democracy, you need to fight, you need to stand for it, and you need to keep it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I can take that. Thank you very much to Yulia Navalnaya, the voice of courage, the voice of truth, the voice of justice. And thanks also to Arkady Ostrovsky, journalist from The Economist. Now, while, as you see, there is some changes here behind me again. And while I'm presenting the next panel, they will be changing a bit here behind. But the next panel is named Daring More Democracy. We will have a keynote speaker as introduction to the panel. So we go from a power person to another power and person with courage and who always talks the voice of justice and truth. We see right now how democracy is on backlash. We see it globally and we see it also within our own union. We see it all across our region, the European region. So, as a keynote speaker, I want to present Svetlana Tikhonovskaya, that everybody knows who it is, a power woman who continues the struggle that many of us are wondering how is it possible to have that courage and continue that struggle every day for so long time that she has done. Svetlana, the floor is yours. Yes, you can stand there.
So, dear Chairman Levin, dear Excellencies, dear friends, now we need champions who dare to stand for democracy. And I'm proud to say that PES has many of them. Champions like Stefan Löfven, of course, Franz Timmermans, Kati Piri, Joseph Olikas, Remigius Motuzas, Olaf Scholz, Pedro Sanchez, David Lemmy, Thijs Roten, Robert Bedron, and many, many others. I know that your hearts beat for free Belarus. I'm glad to see old friends among you, but also meet new ones. I heartily greet Inga Ruginenia, new Prime Minister of Lithuania, our brave ally. Gerbiama ministrė pirmininkė, mes vertinam ir dėkojam Lietuvai už solidarumą, už mūsų ir jūsų laisvę. You know, PES has always dared to speak up for democracy. In 2020, you launched the campaign We Hear You, Belarus. And 5 years later, the voice of Belarus in Europe is still heard. It is the voice of the people who resist despite brutal terror, people who dare to dream about freedom. Of more than 60,000 who passed through repression, at least 1,300 remain behind bars. And one of them is Mykolai Statkevich, the leader of Belarusian Social Democrats. It is his second prison term, and in total, he spent 12 years of his life behind bars. A month ago, when dictator Lukashenko decided to kick him out of Belarus, Statkevich refused. He didn't want to choose between freedom and his motherland. He went back to Belarus and was arrested again. We don't know his whereabouts. Mykola Statkevich dared to demand more freedom than he was given, and all dictators hate that. So, ladies and gentlemen, do we dare to give, to do, and to demand more for democracy? I think that we must. We cannot allow ourselves to conform with less democracy. If we do, sooner or later, we end up in dictatorship. Freedom is easy to lose, but hard to get back. We cannot conform with less security either. When Russian drones attack a NATO country, we cannot look away as if nothing happened. Many looked away when little green men appeared in Crimea. Now they appear on the Estonian border. How far can we retreat in order to appease dictators? The aggressors must not be rewarded for their recklessness. Dictators cannot be appeased. Dictators cannot be re-educated. So let's stand firm with Ukraine. Let's support Ukrainians with everything they need to win this war. And of course, we cannot conform with less justice. Maybe you have heard about the case of Dmitry Shinvize, one of the most cruel police commanders in Lukashenko's Bobruisk prison. He was responsible for torturing political prisoners. Recently, he moved to Germany to live a happily private life. At the same time, some of his former victims who fled to Europe from prosecution have troubles with legalization. So they need our support to overcome physical and psychological traumas. And these people still believe in justice. They believe that those responsible for the regime's crimes will be held accountable. So do we dare to be on the side of the victims? Dear friends, our Nobel Peace Prize winner Ales Belyatsky once said that there cannot be prosperity without freedom, and no freedom without justice. So let's not allow dictators to make us choose between democracy and prosperity, between freedom and security. In 2020, we, Belarusian people, clearly showed that we want democracy and prosperity and peace. This is why we look up to Europe as our future destination. We are actually forgotten Europeans. For 2 centuries, we have been torn away from Europe. We survived national repressions, occupation, and gulag. We don't want to pass through all this again. This is why we choose Europe, not the Russian world. Our eastern border is Europe's border, as President Zelensky said. And to keep this border safe in the future, we all need Belarus to become a democratic country. There cannot be a safe Europe without free Belarus. Dear friends, Europe is more than just a continent. It is an ideal of freedom, justice, and prosperity for many people and nations around the world, including Belarusians, Ukrainians, Moldovans, Georgians, or our Balkan friends. So let's dare to remain true to this ideal. Let's defend it from those who hate it, because there are times when defending your ideals is the most pragmatic thing to do. Thank you. Живи Беларусь!
Thank you very much, Svetlana. Thank you very much, Svetlana. And as the Belarusian people chooses Europe, we choose Belarus. Now, with those inspiring words, we will turn to the panel under the same name. For that, I am welcoming up my MEP colleague, Thijs Reuten. Whoa, everything went well, no? Good. And then the panelists, Paul Magnet, Clara Dobrov, Diana Bakic, and Macris Cabrero. Welcome up.
Please.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you very much. We are approaching the end of the day, and it has been a full program. So we are going to make this last panel a bit shorter, but very energetic, very catchy answers, poignant answers, because it's we are having to follow up to Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, so that's big shoulders to stand on. And I think that building on Svetlana's words, I think daring more democracy is a very appropriate title for this panel, because those who attack democracy are not shying away. They become more self-confident. They are becoming more aggressive. So we need to dare more democracy. And it's a pleasure to have with me, my colleague Clara Dobrev, also the Hungarian party leader. Well, I'm always very angry with Orban as well, but I'm also angry with the other 26 member states. So Clara, under Orban, he challenges the fundamental rights, the rule of law, but what did the EU fail to do? Because it's not just Orban, it's also the other 26 who have been standing by. Can you share your thoughts on that?
Well, let me then be very frankly, almost everything. The EU failed on almost everything. Orban could have never built his illiberal regime without EU support. That sounds strange. This illiberal regime could have been never built without the bad compromises from the European Union for years, without the bad concessions, or without a huge number of EU funds and money flying to Hungary without any control and landing in the pockets of Orban and his oligarchs. So make less compromises with your values, make no concession to dictators and illiberals, and check where the money goes. I think that's the most important part.
Very good and very sharp and short answer. We have to stop appeasing autocrats like Orban. Let me turn immediately to our Belgian party leader, Paul Magnet. Paul, many times the far-right and far-right extremist parties say they are the champions. They present themselves like the champions of the people. Can you tell us concretely how does the far-right affect those who are already most vulnerable, including workers, women, minority communities? I think you have some examples of that.
Yeah, we've just had some examples from Hungary, so it's clear. But what is really striking is that many people say, well, maybe the far right is not perfect, but we've never tried it. So why not try? In fact, yes, we've tried it. We've tried it in Hungary, in Poland, in Denmark, in Sweden, in Finland, in the Netherlands, in Italy, and we see what it gives. Always the same. They always attack, of course, the migrants. They always attack the poor. Look at Italy. They attack and they undermine women's rights. They undermine LGBT rights. They attack the free press. They attack the culture. They attack independent researchers to undermine all those who dare criticizing the policy. And this is always the same outcome. The only good news is that there's an alternative. There are other ways there are answers that we can draw from our own political family. Just look at Spain. Do we have Spanish friends in the room? tonight. No, we don't have so many Spanish friends, unfortunately. But look at Spain. In Spain, what do? They raise the wages, they raise the pensions, they tax the rich, they tax the multinational, they invest massively in climate transition and housing, and they're legalizing and integrating thousands of migrants. They are themselves, their own identity. They do not follow the extreme right on their own messages. That they're saying what they are and defending their values. And this is the only way to fight the far right.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, of course. Then I'm moving to another great friend, Diana Bakic, and I know you already quite a while, and you are a champion of defending the rights against those who want to attack them. And across Europe, unfortunately, we see attacks on LGBTQ rights from the far right. They are, in particular, also recently stimulated by extremist Christian evangelical organizations. What strategies do you see as most effective, not only to protect the rights, but also to fight back for those rights that we have fought so hard for?
Yeah, but I can also use the example of Hungary and what we did for the Budapest Pride this year in June. And the answer is progressive mobilization, and also defending and having this coordinated response that we had in Hungary. It was not just organized by our political family. We are there at the forefront of this fight against attack of Orban and trying to ban the pride and freedom of assembly and democracy as well. So we are there as our family, together with PES, together with S&D, together with Rainbow Rose, together with PES Women as well, and all of our networks, they're united, but it was not just organized political actions from our family. What worked in Hungary is that we work together with the trade unions, with the civil society, and we need to make sure that it's organized progressive movements against these attacks. So the answer is in the title of this conference, progressive mobilization, going back to the communities, talking with the people, organizing people, and this huge mobilization, organized mobilization against the far right.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll come back to you, Diana. My last guest on the panel is Magis Cabrero. She's from Progressive Alliance. And I want to ask you, since you travel a lot, see a bit more also than just Europe. We are talking here about democratic values, how we can protect the fundamental rights here in Europe, but we are talking about universal values. And you, with your vast experience throughout the world, can you give us some maybe inspiring examples from outside Europe that you have come across recently?
One inspiring example is that Rodrigo Duterte is now in The Hague as we speak. Rodrigo Roa Duterte is a 6-year president in the Philippines who is a dictator and also had killed more than 30,000 people in my country. But the Party of European Socialists, the parties here, and even your Secretary General Giacomo Filibec is persona non grata in the Philippines because of fighting, daring democracy, not only here in Europe, but outside. So I would tell you, I will report to the comrades, Rodrigo Duterte is now in The Hague, and we are fighting for accountability of this dictatorship. And now he is in Europe to pay for that price, after expelling the comrades from the Party of European Socialists who stood beside Filipinos in the fight for democracy. But as we speak also, there are so many in the Global South who are with you in the fight in daring for democracy. Nicaragua, Venezuela, Myanmar. What it tells us is the vigilance of our movement is not only to dare more democracy, but really rebuild the alternative that we will not backlash in these gains that we are doing as a global family. The partnership of the Progressive Alliance with the PES is very important, that the connivance now of autocrats, their bromance with the oligarchs, is showing that societies are now impoverished because of these corrupt connivance. And the only alternative is that more power to social democrats who would dare more democracy.
Thank you very much. And it shows, I think, yes, please. It shows, I think, how important it is that we remain also a beacon of hope to those who take to the streets, maybe in circumstances that we cannot even imagine. But they see us defending our own democratic values, but also trying to help and to fight for their democratic values. Let me come back to Hungary and to Clara, because how can Hungary's struggle for democracy also, or how it should serve as a wake-up call for Europe to defend fundamental freedoms? I mean, in my experience, we waited too long to start actually using the instruments that we have. So what lessons do we learn, must we learn from the Hungary experience?
Well, the first lesson learned we have heard here on the stage as well: do not take democracy for granted, because it can be reversed not only in Hungary, not only in Russia, not only in Poland, but it can be done in Germany, it can be done in the Netherlands and all over Europe, on the United States if we go out of Europe. But second lesson learned, that we have to change. We social democrats, we progressives, we have to change. Because the threat posed by the far right, the populist movement in Great Britain, in the United States, in the European countries, it's a real threat. And simply talking about better policies, better housing, better healthcare, better wages, that's not going to be enough. Yeah. We have to understand that people are desperate. People are disappointed because they do feel that the social contract which was made after the Second World War, it's not serving them anymore. That big business is bigger than ever, rich people are richer than ever, and the rest, and millions and hundreds of millions of people are stagnating. And these are our people. We are social democrats, we are socialists. We have to talk about a new social contract. We have to talk about how we do change the system to tax the rich much more, to make a social balance, and to be really go back and be left.
Excellent, excellent. And back to Paul. Paul, you've always been a very strong voice against the far right, also in Belgium. And recently you suggested that Belgium's traditional cordon sanitaire needs to adapt to today's new political realities. Can you elaborate a little bit on that and also advise us in the other member states how to work with that?
Well, first of all, maybe say to Clara that I fully agree with what she says. We need to do much more than new policies, of course, but we need to recognize this simple fact that if the lower middle class had better life conditions, that would be completely different. And when we manage, like in Brazil in the time of Lula, the first presidency, like in Spain today, to improve the conditions of the lower middle class, when we show them that even within the European framework, many people say, you know, in the EU you can't do anything anymore. No, you can demonstrate there's lots of things that you can do even within the EU, and you can change their life, and you can demonstrate that, yes, alternation makes a difference. Then you can also start convincing them that we social democrats are the alternatives. And on the cordon sanitaire, it worked for quite a long time in Belgium, as it worked in many other European countries. Unfortunately, even if the cordon sanitaire still exists in Belgium, we see that it's undermined month after month. We see that the conservatives, they talk with the far right, they debate with them, they think of making alliances, even if at the last moment they resist, like in Germany recently. So we are more lucky than the Netherlands or many other countries. But nevertheless, this is something very important, because we should, and we see it also at a European level, in the European Parliament. Yeah. The conservatives, historically, should bear in mind that the far right has never come to power alone. The far right has only come to power with the support of the conservatives in Germany in the 1930s, in Italy in the 1920s, and again in the end of the 20th century and in this decade. And so the conservatives sometimes, they say, well, let's open to the far right, because they really completely convinced that because they are experienced, the old conservatives, to some extent, the power belongs to them. And so they say, let's take the far right and we'll take them as an ally, and we will in the end undermine them because people will realize that the far right is unable to govern. Each time the conservatives have tried to do that, it's the far right that has won. And so, yes, we have to restate that the cordon sanitaire is very, very important for us. Yes, sometimes social democratic parties have broken the cordon sanitaire, but we've put them outside the social democratic family because we stick to our principles.
Yeah, very, very good. But very briefly, how would you modernize it in the Belgian context?
Well, the main problem is we had a cordon sanitaire, which means that you do not make political alliance with those parties, but also that you try to avoid leaving them too much space in the public debate. Today, with the social networks and with the absence of moderation on the social networks, and with, we all know the support of those billionaires for those social networks, we have there a huge, big challenge. We need to tax the rich, not only because we need money, not only because the ordinary people think that, yes, it's a privilege of those old guys, but also because we need to undermine the oligarchy, because when you have a strong concentration of money, you have a strong concentration of media and of power. And so taxing the rich is also a measure of saving democracy.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Diana, how can also progressive movements like ours, but also institutions, because we still have also the European institutions, how can we better support LGBTQ communities, especially in countries, not only in Europe, but also outside, but where these rights are under threat? How can we do that more, well, creative or more strong, if you want?
We need to go back that we are the progressive movement and we are leading the progressive movement. We need to go back to our values and principles and stay firmly committed to them. It means that our entire political family is committed to fighting for equality, for democracy, for LGBTI rights. I want to remind you that Party of European Socialists was the first party in Europe that adopted LGBTI roadmap in 2017 with the clear actions that should be taken by our member parties as well, but also our representatives in the parliaments, national parliaments, but also European parliaments. I want to remind you of that and go back to the actions that we can still take when it comes to the fight for LGBTI equality in Europe. Making sure that we do not stay ignorant to the constant attacks from the far right and anti-gender actors towards LGBTI community, making sure that we are at the forefront of this fight as progressives and as a progressive movement. Of course, making sure that the policies and laws that were adopted protecting LGBTI people are still in place, that there are no backlash on it, but also making sure that we improve existing policies and laws, making sure that the Commission adopts anti-discrimination directive, making sure that the recently adopted EU LGBTI equality strategy is not just a word on the paper, but it's actually implemented and it concerns and improves lives of LGBTI people, taking, as I said before, joint action and taking resources that we have in the party with the Rainbow Rose, with our political networks and with our member families. So it's not just about, it is about protecting the laws and protecting the legal framework and rule of law and democracy, freedom of assembly as well, that concerns pride organizing, but it's also going back to the communities, going back to our organization and progressive mobilization and speaking with the activists and building the movement and also working together with CSOs and protecting freedom of assembly, but freedom of association as well that is under attack, especially in the countries where authoritarian regimes are in place, but it's also not in those countries. It's everywhere, and we can see it even in the Netherlands, in Belgium, all over Europe, and we see the same attacks and same narratives that we then need to have joined and the same response to as a political family.
Thank you, Diana.
So protecting the laws, but also building the movement that can fight against that.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you also for everything that you do as president of Rainbow Rose. We only have 2 minutes left. I'm going to put you on the spot, Magis Cabrero, because because you inspired me a little bit with your answer. Building on the words of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, who said there cannot be democracy without justice and accountability. You mentioned Duterte now having to face accountability for what he did. How is that perceived in the Philippines at the moment? How is that perceived there, that he is finally going to face a trial?
We are a country that is deeply polarized because of the manipulation in the past 6 years under the dictatorship. And this polarization is being felt in the different countries where the dictators divide working families to be with them and against reformist social democrats, progressives. Accountability is an inspiring story that the movement of resistance, with all the sacrifices that has been made, being made by our comrades on the ground, would mean something to reform the country. But it's not only a movement of resistance against dictatorship. It must be also a movement for democratic renewal, because the people in the Philippines and societies under autocratic regimes, if they will not find our family as the one who would really deliver for working class families who have been manipulated into destitution, then it will only be that the alternatives would be somebody that oligarchs will put into place. The lessons we want out of accountability is how social democrats who would replace these leaders will be the ones who deliver for our people.
Thank you very much, and thank you all. Magis Cabrero, Diana Bakic, Paul Magnet, and Clara Dobrev.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As a moderator, thank you, too. So, with this said, the day is almost concluded. I know that many of you might hear my voice while you're sleeping tonight, because I've been up here at the scene during the whole day, or stage, back and forward. I will at least hear my own voice, I guess. But with this said, we're going to the final panel discussion of today. It is a topic that demands actions yesterday. And our next session is No Pause on Climate Action. The moderator that I want to welcome up is my colleague, MEP Mohamed Shaim, and the panelists. Welcome up, Mohamed. And the panelists, Hannah Prince, Didrik Samson, Patricia Heidegger, and Katta Tutte. Welcome up.
So, welcome all. And sorry for the delay, but of course this panel was not the one causing it. It's a very, very important topic. Very important topic to, I think, finalize this day with. I'm pleased to introduce and moderate this next panel on a topic that's very close to my heart and which I imagine is also important to all of us, climate change. Our next panelists have all contributed to the important fight in multiple ways. And I think it's very important for us to start today with climate action. Hannah, climate action and efforts also greatly depend on citizens and protest movements. Please, Hannah, tell us how has your experience as a lawyer and activist contributed to and fueled your fight or our fight against climate change?
Yeah, thank you. Good to be here. So I've been active in the climate movement here in the Netherlands for the past 5 or 6 years. And I think it started off when I joined, you know, Greta came up and everybody thought, yes, we're going to do this. And then we went into these elections that were great. And then COVID happened and then the far right came up and then it sort of went down a bit. So climate action in the Netherlands has been different through the past years. We did lots of protesting. There's a big steel company, only a few kilometers from here, I've protested there, we've protested in The Hague many times, but we've also seen with a very far-right government, that's not the change that you need. And I studied criminal law, and I think from the legal side, it's very interesting now to see in my work. I go to all these companies and we have talks with the CEO there. We're now working on a big campaign around the Port of Rotterdam, which is the biggest emitter by far in this country. And they're scared now because where first it would just be a bit like, those activists in the streets, whatever. Now they take us very seriously because I started an NGO with lawyers from our financial district. So they are like really matched and we use the same tactics as they use. So I think using the law is really good for us here in the Netherlands and I think in the rest of Europe to bring about more change.
You see this, maybe a short follow-up, you see quite some climate litigation all over Europe. There are also directives that the European Parliament has worked on. I think one of the last is the Environmental Crime Directive.
Yeah.
How do you think that citizens, taking their right and suing governments or companies could be something that we will see more often in the near future?
So I think we're only at the beginning of this. We saw in France, right, they were working on a ban on PFAS. The court cases on PFAS are going to come. We've seen it in Italy, where 144 years of jail time was given to the bosses of a PFAS company. The attribution science is getting way and way better. We are really only at the start of climate cases, both on CO2 and also on different kinds of pollution. So I would encourage every citizen to look around and to say, hey, what is not right? How come I get a fine if I drop my plastic on the ground, but how come these CEOs of these companies don't get a fine?
Interesting. We go to the next panelist, Kata, Madam President, the President of the Committee of the Regions. You know how important the green transition is for cities and regions. Urban areas account for roughly 70% of global greenhouse gases, but they're also responsible for implementing 70% of the climate mitigation measures and 90% of the climate adaptation measures. How are cities and regions driving the green transition and climate neutrality objectives?
Yeah, so easy question, huh? Okay, you know me, you who are here, I always advocate for our roles of cities and regions, and usually when I'm here, I always remind you how important reserves local democracies are of democracy, but it's not just that. Because what we see today with all the crises appearing, our past 5 years is a constant crisis and change management. But what we also see coming with this, that there is an attention deficit from the leaders' side. Not because there's a problem with them, but there's this constant urge and pull from all directions that you have to act now, today, there's an emergency coming from everywhere, coming from up, from down, from left, from right, and it's really hard to focus. But what we see, that the local level is also a very important reserve of attention. Because when our attentions on the European level are drawn to the borders, for a reason, still cities and regions keep doing with their climate and energy action plans because they're investing in a marathon. These are plans from the long term. We see that whatever happens in other levels, our cities are investing in the energy, investing in climate, investing in biodiversity. We have the mission cities, the 100 climate neutral mission cities, who pointed at the highest possible point they could see on the horizon to become climate neutral even before the others do. And why is this important? Because in this time of attention deficit, with the constant crises, they prove that what we think a mission impossible and an unreachable star, that it can be possible. And it really helps others to see that if he can do it, maybe I can try, I can do it. And it keeps the momentum. This is important. It keeps the attention, keeps the momentum, and keep the citizen with us. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Kata, just a quick follow-up, because climate action is also about social justice. But even I think if from a municipal or regional point of view, you could also say it's about affordability of energy prices. We are very dependent on energy coming from outside. The gas shocks will probably come one after the other. How could the local governments or cities help us make that a little bit more aware?
Look, why it's important, the local leadership in this. Also, we have the trust crisis. I was talking about this. Because there's no change management without trust in the leadership. And why it's important to rely on the local leaders, even from the local communities, the smallest towns, because we cannot have a tunnel vision. When there's a local leader, you always have to look at the whole of the ecosystem, the whole of society, because you are a change manager, and you know exactly that you have to understand all the different perspectives. And the who pays question is a very important question. One of our big questions today, if I look at the European budget, the national budgets, the city budgets, and the family budgets, the who pays question is there, and we cannot neglect the who pays question.
Okay.
And the big issue today is part of the European decision-making is moving towards, okay, companies cannot pay more because you have to be competitive, but if they don't pay more, who will pay more? Because in the end, somebody will have to pay. Yes. And this is why this issue, you cannot just push for more without absolutely finding who will actually pay for it. So this is on the table, and local leaders are trying to manage this with all the energy, with all the trust, and keeping on with the plans, even when the world seems to fall on their heads.
Yes. It's also a bit about democratization of our energy system, which is very good that local communities take also back control. Let me use that sentence in a good way when it comes to energy. Then we go to Diederik. Diederik, let me first say we miss you in Brussels.
I miss you too. I miss you too.
But it's better here, no?
No. Diederik, of course, is our champion when it comes to the Green Deal. I think you, together with Frans Timmermans, were the architects of the Green Deal. In a time where the EPP was trying to steal the Green Deal, today they're a bit less proud of being part of that project. But it was a very important project. Could you maybe paint a picture of the process, how it was like developing such a historic package, and what are your key messages for climate action in the future?
Yeah, well, when we started back in 2019, and Hannah already alluded on that, it was a completely different time. We had this time where this powerful Swedish girl had sat in front of her school to strike for the future, had energized and inspired millions of her fellow teenagers, taken the streets, and that was the atmosphere in which the Green Deal was built. And at that time, I remember sitting down with Frans Timmermans, and we said to each other, this is not going to last forever. We have just 4 years. We have 4 years to build a castle, which is called the Green Deal, and that castle better be strong, because after this is over, they will start attacking. And boy, as you experience every day in the European Parliament, they are attacking. So far, the castle is strong. But more interesting than how the castle was built is obviously what are we going to do next. And my prediction is we can defend the castle, we can preserve the green policies, the ambition of being climate neutral in 2050, and by the way, we desperately need that ambition in order to stay afloat as a society. But we can only defend it if we merge the two essential elements of the Green Deal, which is a green ambition and a just transition. If the green ambition is stuck to the happy few, the ones that can buy the Tesla, that can buy the solar panel, and that can live the so-called sustainable life, then we will utterly fail. Not just on one front, but on many fronts at the same time. We need to turn this transition into a transition for all. And that's where the Greens and the Social Democrats have the best joint venture that was ever invented in mankind, because those two movements, if they join forces, the EPP will not know where they have to look for it, because we can really defend that castle for the future. But if only, and I'm turning to you back, Mohammed, if you succeed with your fellow MEPs in the European Parliament, and we all in our national governments, and by the way, also in the European Council, and boy, do we need Frans Timmermans back in the European Council, I would say. Better tomorrow than the day after. They miss him there. They don't know it yet, but they will see. If we can join forces as European Social Democrats and European Greens, we can defend the castle that is called the Green Deal.
Thank you very much, Diederik. Hannah, I'm going to turn back to you. Over the years, we've seen a rise in climate movements, but also the rise in climate denialism and disinformation, sometimes in the forms of government rhetoric, but also corporate greenwashing. And the question is, can citizens and legal pressure tame polluters and corporate greenwashing? And how can we ensure that genuine climate action remains at the top of political parties?
Yeah, so first of all, this might sound weird coming from a climate activist. If climate is not on the agenda, that's fine. That's just the way it is. Then we focus on something else. So we were talking about the steel company that's not far from here. What toppled the public opinion on the steel company was health. When people knew that the steel company every day would go around and clean the playgrounds because they were black, that's when people who lived around the steel company said, no, this is it. When people found out that people who work in a steel company have a 500% higher chance of getting some types of lung cancer, that's when people got really angry. So, I can't see CO2. If that's not the way to communicate it, then we need to find different ways to communicate the climate crisis. We need to talk about isolating houses. We need to talk about free public transport. There's all these other things we can talk about, I think. And then we just sort of ignore the word climate and we ignore, I think that's fine. We just have to do with what we have. There's quite a lot of research on why people eat vegetarian, and through the ages it always changes. Sometimes it's health, sometimes it's climate, sometimes it's animal welfare, and whatever works. Just play in on what's sort of relevant and what's happening. And on greenwashing and companies, they do it all the time, and I think they'll keep on doing it. We're doing lots of cases against, here in the Netherlands, you can start a case if you think someone's lying in their advertising. It's super easy to start a case like that because you win all the time, because companies continue to lie. So I think there's room for way better legislation. I would even think a total ban on advertising is something that we should really strive for, because overconsumption is out of control. Yes, thank you.
No, that's interesting, because we're working on the Green Claims Directive, and the Commissioner is now delaying that directive. And I had a short conversation with her, and for me it was quite amazing that she said, but we need to protect micro companies. I said, but for what? For punishing them if they claim something that's not true? We should not protect companies when they're lying. It's ridiculous, not when they're lying about the quality of the product, but also not when they're lying about the effects of that product. That has nothing to do with small, medium enterprises. Sorry for my frustration. Hopefully she comes back with that legislation soon. Kata, maybe you, a similar question, fighting this green backlash, how can local authorities help build acceptance on green policies? Because I think that's also an important element.
I think it's very important for us to understand what lies in the core, because we are treating symptoms, and that is one of our problems. And what we say, this is our problem of progressives, do not really resonate, because we are still in the phase that we are talking with our brains, with the neocortex, with the logos. But how our brains formed, we really have to understand a little bit of how our brain is put together, a little bit of neurobiology. Because what the far right is pushing is the fear button, and whatever arguments you put together, they will never override the fear button. If you cannot find resonance, then you can tell as many stories as you want. It has to resonate to something real, something that you feel is there, not something that you know. And we are fighting this. And what I see, there is a potential, a huge potential, because we see a huge difference in the trust between the local and the national. And we have to understand where this trust comes from. That when you can see the politician, when you can see the leader, when he can or she can see you and feel your pain, and it is about seeing and feeling your pain, then you can resonate.
Yes.
And it's also just about doing, like Amsterdam. Yeah. So, like taking away parking places, planting trees, you know, no one is against things like that. Just start doing, start going into action on a local level, and people will see that green policy is good for everyone.
And good for the wallet at the end of the day. You
Yeah.
mentioned isolation of houses. You know, in the past, in the Netherlands, we went to people and said, we're going to take away the gas infrastructure, and people were shocked. But if we would, in the future, go to them and tell them, we're going to isolate your house, we're going to, you know, renovate it, you'll have lower energy prices, more comfort in your house, everyone will be in favor. I think it was a very good example from you, Hannah. Then I go back to Diederik. I'm going to reminisce a little bit, Diederik, because the Green Deal objectives once were accepted, quite broadly accepted also, and not only in the Parliament, but also in the Council. And today they're being, and it was seen as being critical for the future of the European economy. It was our recovery plan. We had it in place during COVID because we had the Green Deal. Today, that same plan is being attacked within multiple levels by the far right, supported by many people in the middle. How does the Green Deal respond to these challenges, and how can it prevail?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. But Hannah already gave the recipe, which is you can do the same thing for different reasons. I mean, when we started the Green Deal, it was a moral ambition. If you read it back, if you read the birth certificate of the Green Deal from 2019, it's almost hilarious, and actually it's moving how the amount of idealism that was it. We were not just going to save Europe, we were going to save the world with everything. And if you read it back only 5 years later, which is, it's one day in energy terms, the world has changed so much. So indeed, you have to change your strategy if you're a good politician. Now it's not the moral ambition anymore, it's the business case.
Yes.
It's a competitive Europe is built on a Green Deal. I hate to mention him in this room because he's not a comrade, but Draghi wrote an excellent report. I have to admit that. He wrote an excellent recipe for the next 15 years of European investment and competitiveness. And what was his main approach? Decarbonization. So making things climate neutral. That was the best way forward, according to Draghi, who's not an environmentalist, he's not a socialist, and even he came up with a very social democratic green plan. That should set out also for the European Parliament, for the European Commission, and for the European Council. That plan should be the roadmap for the next 15 years. 800 billion in investments. It's going to be a hell of a job to do that right, what the Germans are trying at the moment. But if we follow that strategy, you could call it, I mean, as I said, we wrote the sort of moral ambition for the Green Deal. Draghi wrote the business plan for the Green Deal. Well, right on time, I would say.
Perfect. So we cannot wait any longer to accelerate the green transition, and it's clear there should be no pause for climate change. I would like to have a warm applause for Hannah, Kata, and Diederik. Thank you. Thank you for taking part in this panel and for sharing your knowledge, experience, personal achievement, and challenges. And your efforts to combat climate change are truly inspirational. And I also have a very good message for you all, because with this panel, today's panels conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for moderating the panel. As Mohammed said, we are concluding the day right now. And let's carry this energy we have received today into tomorrow's discussion. So be sure to be here at the latest 9:30 sharp so that we can start also in time. So with this said, I want to conclude today. However, I don't want to miss to also tell you about another thing that is happening now when the Congress is being concluded, and that is that there is going to be a screening of the film Prime Minister. It's about Jacinda Ardern. I think most of you already know who she is, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand. So please stay here. In a couple of minutes, the movie will be screened, and it will also be followed by a conversation. So thank you for today, and see you all tomorrow.